buy that beer. A place to go, nobody knows when you take it in and you take it slow. Like that river rolls where that green grass grows. I can't explain it. Yeah, we sure painted it up. Tore down and more two-lane roads. We either stole every sign or left them in bullet holes. There wasn't nowhere as bad.
Oh, hang on to it, boys.
This town's been too good to us. The inside of it. Man, what we thinking when we said we leave it in a cloud of dust. This town's been
Our
too
Flow
good
Racing
to
Studios
us.
live from Bloomington, Illinois. Oh, and he catches the wall again. 2023 Castrol Flow Racing Night in America opener is going to be Mike Marlar, Ricky Thornton Jr., Hudson O'Neal.
Out of Oakwood, Illinois, it's Bobby Pierce with his first series win of the year. 2024, but it's never too early to think about 2025. Dylan Scott kicks off a new year in California on January 10th and then heads to Mexico in mid-January, Riviera Maya, it looks like there for 4 shows, and then wraps up the first month of the year next year in Des Moines, Iowa. They call that the Riviera Maya of the Midwest Suave. This was our last show of the year with Dylan. It's been incredible to have him on all season long. Check out his website, DylanScottCountry.com, for information on one of America's hottest rising country music stars. Welcome to our Flow Racing Studios in Bloomington, Illinois, and welcome to the kickoff of the season finale weekend of Castrol Flow Racing Night in America, presented by Kubota. I am your host, Michael Rigsby, joined back in the studio with me after a little break. We didn't have him last time. Is my good buddy D-Suave, Derek Kessinger. We have our producer, Kane Runyon, with us as well as we bring a close, Derek, to season number 4 of our midweek Dirt Late Model Tour, but not a weekend right now. On tap, a massive Friday and Saturday in the great state of Georgia. $20,000 to win tonight, $30,000 to win tomorrow. Remember, it was $53,000 to win last year. We took that extra 23, Suave, and we distributed it throughout the field. Still the same purse, just made the middle a little fatter. As we welcome a full slate of some of the best super late model drivers in the country to Senoia Raceway. But we welcome a points battle also, Derek Kessinger. Just 27 points separate Bobby Pierce from Ricky Thornton Jr. Suave, I started this show off with so much. There is a lot to love about this weekend in Central Georgia as we close out Castrol for the season.
I will say this, though. Dylan Scott almost has a late model-like schedule for his tour starting in January, but he's ending too early in 2024.
Well, I think there'll be more. I think oh, you're saying this year.
Yeah, this year I'm saying, you know, we're still racing. He's got the beginning of the season down. January 10th aligns with Speed Weeks and the Wild West Shootout. But, Rigsby, I'm going to make a confession right now.
Okay.
I'm always an Illinois homer.
Okay.
I say we have the best drivers and tracks all the time, but listen to this. I will not concede the best tracks.
You will
we
not.
definitely have that. I could make an argument, though. The Peach State Classic, the state of Georgia, has the best drivers pound for pound, say 1 through 10, in the country right now. JD, Overton, Dale McDowell, Clayton,
Ashton Winger.
Hate for me to say it, but I'm glad we're finally getting a late season at probably one of the top late model states in the country. I won't give up the racetracks.
Yeah.
But I might give up the drivers.
Yeah, and I think that's fair, right? Their Eldora dominance the last couple of years, right? It's hard not to stay the guys from the state
Overton,
of Georgia,
who
many of which, Brandon Overton, by the way, who many of which will be in attendance this weekend.
Yeah.
I think I'm most excited for Senoia, Derek, just because they finally have good weather for this, right? If you'll recall 2 years ago, that's when Bubba brought the helicopter out. Remember the helicopter hovering over the track, Suave, to try to straighten that out and get that right? So 2 years ago was the helicopter. Last year we washed out completely and didn't even have the weekend. Bubba and Andrea Pollard and their entire crew are some of the best in the entire country when it comes to racetrack owners and promoters. I'm happy for them this weekend. And also, Derek, we keep talking about RTJ and 32. This is the only tour in the country, Derek, where these two go head-to-head. I keep reminding people of that, Suave. You don't get to see 32 and 20 RT anywhere else in the country but Castrol Flow Racing Night in America to decide a championship this weekend.
27 points. Yep. I always say #points race, and we got a battle heating up 2 nights.
Yep.
Bobby Pierce is having a career-defining year. Last year, those two were neck and neck. I would say Pierce has kind of solidified his driver of the year.
No doubt.
He's won virtually everything, but maybe Ricky Thornton can shut him down here. And like you said, $75,000 is on the line. That'd be a nice little paycheck going into the month of December.
Yeah, if somebody sweeps the weekend and wins the championship, that's a $120,000, $130,000 weekend. You'll notice, Derek, it's only 3:30 Central Time. These are matinee pre-race shows we're doing today and tomorrow, in part because it gets a little chillier even around Atlanta, that far south, this time of year. So Bubba and the Pollards want to keep these shows moving. Suave, take us through tonight's rundown, what we can expect with this early start here and down in the Southeast.
I love it. We're going to start with Super Late Model Hot Lap 602. They're on tap tonight as well. Hot Lap Qualify. We got Modifieds, Hot Lap Qualify as well. Super Late Model Qualify. Then you get to see our gorgeous, beautiful faces for a studio break. We got the Late Model Heats. 602 B-Main, Modified Feature, Late Model B-Main, studio break. Then we got the feature times kicking off with the super late models. We don't have 608s. We don't have 620s. We just have the
602s.
The 602s, so we're good there.
I did have someone who never been to a race before. What's the difference between 604, 602? I'm like, I don't know. I don't
You've only
know.
been in the sport for nearly 20 years, and you still don't know.
I do know, but I don't really know. So it reminds me of that George Washington, Nate Bargatze skit on Saturday Night Live. Well, surely, sir, there won't be that many different classes of late models. There will. Yes, there will. There will be. So
we only have 5 late models in one division, 12 in the other. Right. That's around 17 to 20 cars. So, put them all into one division, we'll be locked in. So we only got one of the 600 divisions.
We and also tonight, don't forget, we mentioned this driver roster as my text messages start to come in. Derek, we haven't been on the air in a while. People are wanting to get shout-outs. We're not there yet. Kane, let's take a look at who's here tonight. It is the who's who of the dirt late model world. Superstar after superstar. Kyle Bronson, a former winner here at Senoia. Dennis Erb Jr., Tyler Erb, Jason Fager, Derek, all the way from the great state of Illinois, still in the top 5 or 6 in points. Harrison Ferguson, Nick Hoffman, Spencer Hughes, and Clay Knight. There is more. Chris Madden, fresh off that win at Charlotte during the World of Outlaw World Finals, and certainly the victory lane photo heard round the world with him and Ricky Thornton Jr., T-Mac, D-Mac and D-Mac back-to-back, Huddy Overton, Bobby Pierce, and, of course, Ricky Thornton, the other half of that victory lane photo, as Mike Marlar kind of stood off to the side and posed, which I loved in that victory lane photo. Okay.
Yeah, just some pleasantries.
Just a few.
It's like
former crew chief driver relationship, checking things out.
I think
right?
Ricky was just asking, you think I had the right tires on and all that stuff. So, Charlotte was action-packed as always there on that final night.
So this may not be a Lucas Oil race. This may not be a World of Outlaws race, but in short order, even with the weather that's affected it, it's become a really powerful event. This roster is really, really good. I referenced the points chase that we've got going on earlier. Let's take a look at that right now. Coming into tonight, Bobby Pierce in the lead. Technically, Derek, all of the top 5 could still win the championship, not mathematically eliminated.
So Fager's got a shot.
Fager's got a shot,
it.
which you and I would both love as Bloomington boys. I do think it's a 32-20 RT battle, likely, but Dalton not out of it yet either in the top 5 in theory. So you got RT Day 27 points back. I had Todd Turner work these up for me with Kyle McFadden. Let's take a look at the championship scenarios.
To be honest, I felt like Alan in Hangover during the blackjack, trying to figure out all these numbers. Thank goodness we got Todd Turner figuring it out for us.
Okay, so Bobby Pierce clinches the Castrol FloRacing Night in America title if he gets 148 points or more between Friday and Saturday. If Thornton does not win, Pierce can't finish worse than 9 combined spots between Thornton, Friday and Saturday. You following, Alan? Alan, are you following over there? Should Thornton finish second Friday and Saturday, Pierce can clinch the title with 5th and 6th and 7th place finishes. And you see there on the right how Pierce can reach that 148 points is all he needs. Here's how he can reach those on the right: a win and an 8th, a runner-up and a 6th, yada, yada, yada. Leave that up there for a second. That's a lot of in-depth work by Kyle and Todd. I want our audience to digest that. Suave, are you taking it all
I'm
in?
just going to go with just get 4th and 4th, and
It's
you're good.
Or, if he wins them both, it's over.
Yes.
So, okay, so now let's flip the page.
Good job, guys.
Yes, very good work by Todd and Kyle. Let's flip the page now to Ricky Thornton Jr. He sweeps the weekend, and Pierce gets less than 148 points, and you just saw the scenarios. He wins and finishes 7 positions better than Pierce in the other event. So he wins, and then in the other event, he gets 2nd, and Pierce gets 12th. He would win. He finishes at least 10 combined spots better than Pierce Friday and Saturday. So it's a lovely shot from Macon there early in the year. So while those are a little easier to understand, RTJ's hill is a lot higher to climb.
Yeah, that's a great photo, too, of Macon. I forgot that was this year.
Yeah.
They were duking it out, and this is what you want, though, when you have not as many races like you see in the natural regular touring series. You got less races, less margin of error. So you should have a good points battle coming down to the wire, and I'm glad we're going to have it. And Ricky Thornton, I think, has gotten snake bit before leading the points 2 years ago at Eldora. He won it this year, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, a long way to go. And don't forget, RTJ won this race at Senoia a couple years ago by 4,700 seconds or whatever it was. It was crazy. And don't forget, what are they chasing, Derek? You mentioned it's 70. Oh, no, wait. We have tiebreakers. Excuse me. Before we get to the money, we've got tiebreakers. Pierce and Thornton. So the first one's victories. They both got 2. First one's events entered. They're tied. Third one's top 5. This is where the separation starts. Pierce has more top 5s than RTJ. Pierce has more top 10s than RTJ. I don't think it's likely to come down to a tiebreaker, but if it does, Derek, that is what you have to do.
We're not going to do free throw percentage as one of the pool.
How about that?
Pool tiebreakers.
We put a hoop on the court. Right? And whoever makes more. Who makes more free throws, RT or Bobby? Huh. What do you think?
I would go with Bobby.
I don't know.
RTJ's just been naturally just driving his whole career. I know Bobby did sports when he was younger.
Okay, all right.
So we'll go with Princey.
Okay, that could be. Okay, now Kane. Now give me the money. This is what they're chasing. $75,000 as your top prize. $20,000 for second, so a $55,000 gap between that first place and second place money. They're chasing all that. For those listening at home, tweet me and Derek at MFR Dirt on Dirt. At dswav_12. Do you understand all that? Does everybody at home, do you think they followed what we just did?
Yeah, they got it. They're good.
I don't know. I'm not.
Well, we got it easy. We got the little notes there. Imagine, Ben and DJ throughout the whole night.
Oh.
Good luck with that, fellows.
Remember that year at Portsmouth where the Lucas Championship came down to the end, and I'm in the press box with that guy from Portsmouth, like, oh, no, Josh Richards is. There was 4 guys that could win the title going into the 100-lapper.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was the retro night, too, right?
Yep, that's right. Good call. We will take our first commercial break. A lot more coming up on our hour pre-race show. Ben Shelton and Dustin Jarrett join us from the gorgeous Grey Gumbo track near Atlanta to break down everything from the weekend. And country star Dylan Scott stops by to talk about hunting, racing, concerts, and so much more. You're watching Castrol FloRacing Night in America, presented by Kubota. Back after this.
MD3, the most advanced body panels on the market. Aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looked so good. MD3, the #1 body choice for top dirt racers.
Every weekend, it seems like we're at a racetrack somewhere. So we're living it, we're doing it. I think it helps us relate whenever they call. If they need more grip or they need more turn, we do it all the time. All of the fixtures we do, from our steering dyno to our rear end straightening jig, it's the same fixtures, same tools that we would build a rear end housing that's going to run a NASCAR race as we do a rack or a steering box to go on a street stock. We treat them all the same way because, they deserve the same quality. Everybody does.
Introducing the My Kubota app. With My Kubota, connecting with your local dealer is easier than ever. Find them with just a tap and contact them quickly for any assistance you need. Access comprehensive resources like how-to guides, owner's manuals, fault codes, maintenance schedules, and more. Everything you need to keep your Kubota running smoothly. Download the app today.
Well, here we go. Chris Madden pulls the trigger on the high side, gets a run off of 2. Clanton will shut the door. Now Madden will look to the inside. Nothing doing there. Clanton's got to protect. White flag in the air coming up. 1 to go. Here comes Smokey Madden. Clanton still the leader. Down the backstretch, the final time. Madden will take the run to the inside. Shane Clanton on the outside holds him off. They're coming to checker. At the line. Chris Madden's going to win it. Madden wins it at the line.
Swab, there was a point there, and I don't think I'm being hyperbolic, when Senoia, you and I were in the midst of doing our late model live shows, 2016, 17, that era. Senoia was a top 3 track in the country. It just kind of, remember, it busted onto the scene, right? It was like, here's this track that was a pavement track. Now it's got this really gray dirt/clay gumbo. I don't really remember anything in our sport quite like Senoia's eruption onto the scene in 16-17, that race between Clanton and Madden, one of the great finishes during that 5-year stretch.
Yeah, it was a Spring Nationals race, 2016. It was the first and probably only time I got a lock of the week right. I had Chris Madden, so that was clutch. Also, I had 2 guys text me, Seth and David. They messaged me on Twitter, actually, and said this is going to be their first time ever at Senoia this weekend. So we got 2 first-timers.
That's fun.
Checking it out. They're going to be rowdy. So, fellas, have a good time out there tonight.
Yeah, and if I remember right, like there was something with the clay at Senoia where they've got it now. It needed clay, and like that gray stuff was like, I don't know if rare is the word, but they couldn't find it easily, Derek. Remember that? It was like, oh, I don't know if they'll ever find this gray dirt again, and then Bubba was able to find it or whatever. It's just, you don't see a lot of pavement-covered dirt tracks that are gray. That color, just remember that rare color that it is.
Yeah, just like, and it's like close to Atlanta Motor Speedway. It used to be like a pavement track.
Right.
So it's pretty cool to, see it when it was that gray. But, hey, I'm ready to go tonight.
One thing you can always count on, Derek, with Ben Shelton and Dustin Jarrett, especially when they're not with me, is that they are going to get some awesome Airbnb. They're going to be homemade baked goods in this Airbnb, and they're just going to be posting on social media about how happy they are to be together. They only do that when I'm not with them on these trips. It seems a little unfair.
Well, they know that you're buying, so you know.
That's a good point, actually.
They mooch off you.
But a little thank you, now and then. Sometimes I don't get the baked goods ever. They're always getting cinnamon rolls everywhere they go stay. I never get those.
Hey, I will give them credit, though. Every time we were like in Arizona or Florida when we were on the grocery budget,
they're good.
They would help out.
They were good in that area. You're right. Let's see if that's the case tonight. Let's see if they got some homemade dish at their Airbnb. Ben and DJ join us live now, hopefully at the track and not from the kitchen or the porch of their wonderful rental. Guys, take it away.
Well, I tell you what, the Airbnb here, although there weren't homemade goods for us, it is literally right outside the entrance to the racetrack.
It is the most convenient, short of having my motorhome at an event, it is the most convenient location you can have. We're here at Senoia Raceway. And Michael Rigsby, you're going to be sad to know that Matthew went to breakfast with us this morning. Matt Curl, of course, from Fairbury Speedway on the staff here this weekend. And DJ, you see the aerial, you see the water tower, and you see what we haven't always seen for this event, amazing weather. And that's what lines up today and tomorrow for the 4th annual Peach State Classic.
The guys touched on it earlier, right? But it truly is the best weekend that we have ever had for this race. I mean, we had helicopters out here drying a racetrack that had banners placed over top of it. We had hurricane-like rains come through last year. The first year, it could dip down to almost freezing, the first couple nights. And this year, finally, high in the mid to upper 60s today, high in the low 70s tomorrow. Let's go.
Well, it is. We really couldn't ask for much more. We're up to 51 Castrol FloRacing Night in America Super Late Models presented by Kubota in the pit area. But it doesn't come without drama. 2 of those guys not in the pit area, Jake Jones down there, as well as Jonathan Davenport. A little bit of traffic backup coming out of South Carolina down this way. We've got them drawn in, though. They're going to be here right about time for hot laps. But 51 cars signed in, and DJ do not want to bury the lead. Payout this weekend alone for the super late models over $208,000. And what the Pollard family is building here, if you are watching at FloRacing here tonight, I hope you're going to be joining us tomorrow because you said the weather's spectacular. Yeah. This racetrack delivers, and the Pollard family, every time you come here, the facility, there's something new they've done. They've made it better and better. Jason Fager told me last night he had never been here before, and he said just pulling up and looking at it, he goes, this is a really amazing place, and he goes, I'm excited to get to be here for the first time.
I was talking to R.C. Whitwell in the pit area. Of course, Garrett Alberson's crew chief, and he said, man, he said, you know what? He goes, I've never been here before. He's like, but this has such a crown jewel feel when you come in. He said he got the sea of campers here. He said they've done so much work. He said you can tell they've done a lot of work to this racetrack. He goes, but this event itself just has a crown jewel type feel with the amount of campers here and the sea of haulers that line us directly behind us in the pit area.
$20,000 to win tonight for the Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota Super Late Models. $30,000 tomorrow. And oh yeah, by the way, somebody's going to be a $75,000 champion. DJ, so much to keep up with this weekend, and man, it's just an honor to be here.
And we are going to have you covered all weekend long, every lap of every race. We've got John Matthews and Tim Cooper on the call in the support divisions here, and we've got our boy Cody Early. He'll be pit reporting for us here. Guys, back at the studio, we'll send it back to you. Looking forward to an action-packed weekend of racing here at Senoia.
Guys, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Derek, one thing I love so much about our November Castrol shows from Senoia, remember we didn't get to do them last year, is that keep in mind from every pre-race show that we do, we have our industry headlines segment. Well, obviously, the industry headlines as we head into the teeth of the silly season are a little more fun than the ones you sometimes get in June and July. Although this sport is wild now. People are leaving house car rides all year long anymore. So let's take a look now at some very impactful current industry headlines. I think certainly number one on the list, especially after this last week, is your boy, Derek Kessinger, Brandon Sheppard. Sheppy till you die. Brandon Sheppard back to the Rocket House Car Suave. I didn't know that it would ever happen. I wouldn't say him and Mark left on bad terms, but it was clear they were both headed a separate direction in their lives and their careers. Here we are, a very short amount of time in really the world of racing. Brandon Sheppard will be back with Mark Richards next year, where he had some of the greatest seasons in dirt late model history.
Yeah, he had some rumblings around the World 100 at times.
Wasn't a great kept secret.
So, yes. I hope I can tweet it out a lot more this year. Next year. The five-time, national
outlaw champion.
Yeah, so they're going to be the bands back together. Dan, Joel, Austin, Mark. I think I've heard they've done some testing already to get ready for
Gold
next
Miles.
year.
They were testing last night.
Yeah, so they're ready to go. It's kind of for real or surreal that they're going back together. But hey, racing is a different sport than it was 5 years ago. I think how much money's involved, that people are willing to put their pride aside. Kiss and make up, shake hands, and get back together. So obviously, both those two were on top of their game when they were together for that. From 2017 to 2022. So
some of the best seasons in late model history.
Yeah, so they're ready to go. I remember 2019 they had 3 100K victories.
Yep.
So
a byproduct of that, of course, is the T-Mac will not be in the Rocket House car, but T-Mac will be with one of your other good buddies, Derek. Boom Briggs. T-Mac to a Boom Briggs Rocket affiliated fielded team. So throw that one up there. Came T-Mac to Boom. Boom's going to step away and not maybe race as much as he did. I actually think they're going to have a good year. I actually think T-Mac's going to win some races in that car.
Well, I talked to Boom 2 days ago, just picking his brain a little bit. That's always fun to do. He said that we're not doing 2-car team. I've had, unlucky circumstances with Josh, and then he had it with Max Blair. Just seemed like they couldn't get all the pieces together at the same time. You're always worrying about one car or the other. So he's going to race very limited. He's going to trust T-Mac, a very veteran and seasoned driver who has national championships as well. He's fired up about it. He's feeling good about it. They will be in Rockets to start off the season. So T-Mac and Boom and New York and PA hanging out together out there.
The amount of Busch Lights consumed. And although T-Mac's a crown drinker, I think, now that I think about that. Finally, speaking of house cars, right, guys, Brandon Overton, a big press conference last week. Brandon Overton to the factory Longhorn, in essence, house car team. Big Sexy is back in a house car. Not sure which series they're going to run yet, if they're going to run a series. I think they're still weighing that out a little bit, no matter what you may hear out there rumbling-wise. But Brandon Overton, Brandon Sheppard, big factory house car team news from both these guys, Suave.
Yeah, I know the last 2 years, the factory or the house car de facto hasn't had, that great of success. Other Longhorns have, so obviously, what they're putting into it is helping other drivers. But, Sheppy didn't have a strong season, even though he won the championship, just not many wins. And then T-Mac the year before, they kind of had the fallout towards the end. So I'm thinking that camp, they're going to get fired up and get ready to go. And Overton, Always good for quotes, so I'm happy that he's in that. So
You'd love to share his one quote. What does he say? Some of these sons of bitches.
I love everybody, but some of you guys don't need a effing driver's license. So yeah, Brandon Overton is the man. That'll be a good fit for me, and of course a good crew chief as well, Michael.
Yeah, I agree. So 3 big industry headlines that we've got. When we do our show tomorrow, I think we're going to flip and do a couple other ones. There's been a lot, and Derek, there will be more as we lead into PRI. We got another break on tap. Dylan Scott on the other side. I'm hoping he's got some buck pictures he can share with us. He was going hunting this afternoon, Derek, so I'm hoping he texts me some 6, 7, 8, 10 pointers. We started our shows back in May. He wanted to get to Bab's farm and hunt. Did he make it? We're going to ask him that question. Got that and a Todd Turner look at the weekend as well. Castrol FloRacing Night in America, presented by Kubota. More after this.
Flying A Motorsports has been providing the motorsports industry with the finest transportation equipment for over 35 years, offering an extensive range of new and pre-owned motor coaches, toter homes, race trailers, car haulers, and more. Flying A is proud to be a premier dealer for Renegade, Show Hauler, Intech, T&E, Bravo, C-Tech, and more. Visit FlyingAMotorsports.com to view current and on-order inventory.
Race fans, Dirt Draft is your #1 fantasy racing app. Play along with hundreds of events each year featuring the biggest stars in series and racing. Draft your team each race night and compete against hundreds of fans across the country. Or start your private league to battle your friends for the ultimate bragging rights. Accumulate points each race night and cash those points in for top prizes from the biggest brands. Sign up today and learn more at dirtdraft.com or download in Google Play or the App Store. Dirt Draft, your fantasy racing edge.
Edge at sweetmanufacturing.com.
Turn number 4, white flag in the air, 1 lap to go for Shepard. He'll go underneath, can't get right. Final lap around. Shepard will go to the bottom of the racetrack, and Herb's going to throw it top shelf to see what he can come up with. Down the back chute they go. Into turn number 3 for the final time. Brandon Shepard looking to go to the win. Here comes Herb. Too little, too late. Shepard wins his 5th. 2nd will go to Tyler Herb. Eric Wells going to come home 3rd. 4th will go to Shane Clanton, and from 19th to 5th, it's going to be Chris Smoky Man.
Suave, you see there, Brandon Shepard, a victory at Senoia back in. That was 2017, you said, right? You put that together?
June 3rd.
June 3rd, 2017. So Sheppy, no stranger to the place. I think off this weekend. I don't think.
I just put it in there since the big news.
Yeah, big news. Back in the Rocket House car. That was, again, kind of in that age of peak Senoia, right? When this racetrack, it can get, people always think it's so slick. When it's got a little moisture in it, that thing had a cushion on it. It can be really racy in that way.
We've seen Ashton Winger on the top win some races up there. So it's Senoia. If I say Senoia or Senoia, am I going to get in trouble?
Listen, Ben Shelton has beaten into me that it's Senoia. I want to say Senoia or Senoia so bad, but Ben is like, the locals say it's Senoia. So I'm trying to, like, if somebody said, what could somebody say about Fairbury? Like, Furbury or something like that. I'd be like, it's Fairbury. We'd correct them, you know? So I'm trying to do right by the locals, okay?
Yeah. I just don't want to get in trouble, like somebody gets a negative comment in our inbox. But I'm going to do my best. Senoia.
Senoia. Okay, time for now for Todd Turner's hot take on Senoia as the Hall of Famer gives us a glimpse into the Peach State weekend. Kane, let's take a look at this. Todd always comes up with some great numbers, news, and stats. How about this one? Ashton Winger, we've talked about him tonight, has 7 victories since 2021 at the racetrack, including 5 in a row that year alone. The only other driver with more is Michael Page with 3. This one, for as racy as Senoia is, 10 drivers have led every lap of the last 22 super late model features at Senoia. In 7 races in 2022, the winners led all but 3 of the 356 total feature laps. So place is racy, but during that little stretch, not as much.
Let's not have that happen this
I would
weekend.
agree.
Let's get some big-time sliders.
Ricky Thornton Jr., the lone driver among the 11 winners who isn't from Georgia or a bordering state, and the only guy who's ever led laps not from Georgia or a bordering state at the racetrack. And Senoia has hosted only 2 super races this year, Michael Page and the aforementioned Shane Coconut, Big Dummy, Clanton.
Yes. I would love a Clanton victory.
I would love it too. I love Shane. Drought. Senoia's victories broke year-long droughts for 2 drivers in 22. Clanton and Bronson both had not won a race in a year, came to Senoia and won that season.
Hey, that's great stats. How does he figure these out?
Because he has a brain that functions on a different level when it comes to dirt late model information than all of us. He just
So
does.
he's like equivalent to like who in like NFL?
Benjamin Solak. You familiar
Okay.
with him? He's Ben Solak, I think. Derek, I will say this. I am sad tonight. I am sad because the entire year we've had Dylan Scott on with us during our pre-race shows. Sometimes we've had him live on the set like we did at Fairbury. Sometimes we do him remote like we are tonight. But this is our final installment of Dylan in 2024. Got a busy weekend with the family. Can't be with us tomorrow. So it's the final time we get Dylan during the season. It's been pretty cool to have him, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's just to see somebody like in a music video and it's famous and then like talk about dirt late model racing is pretty epic.
Yeah.
In my mind, for us being late model junkies, the information he knows, and you can just tell he's very passionate about it in his voice when he's talking about super late model racing. So it's pretty cool. And I'm glad he came on this year. And I think we signed him to like a 20-year deal.
Yeah,
so,
it's a 20-year.
yeah,
He doesn't
so,
know that, but it's
yes,
a 20-year
yeah,
contract,
perfect.
inked in blood. So
Awesome.
Dylan had to pick up his son from school today. They were going hunting after, so I was able to catch up with him earlier tonight. Fun. Dylan, we began the year back in May with you talking about having never been getting the invite to the Shannon Babb farm. It has been 6 months since we started our journey together. We are in the height of hunting season right now. Please tell me that you've at least gotten that invite to Babb's farm, and have you even made your way to Illinois during hunting season? I'm hoping that we can end the saga that we started in May with a yes. How's that turned out, bud?
So I will say I've gotten my invite from Shannon, and he showed me some awesome deer he's got on camera. It's amazing, but I have not been to Shannon's hunting yet this year. I have been to Illinois 3 times this year hunting somewhere separate, so I kind of feel like I'm cheating on him a little bit. I haven't been to his place, but I went somewhere else, so it's part of it. I'm sure I'll get over there. If not this year, maybe next year, but at least I got the invite.
Yeah, 6 months, but we got the invite. Speaking of hunting, I know it's hunting season down there for you guys too. There's a lot of hunters that watch this show. You're going hunting with your little boy later today. How's your hunting season been so far? Anything big that you've bagged or no?
No, we're pretty dry right now. Nothing. Haven't really had any luck. I've seen some great deer. Don't get me wrong, and we've had a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun already this year hunting with some buddies, and I think to take my little boy out this afternoon for the first time this year. He's never got one, so we'll see what happens. He's still pretty young. He's not even 7 yet, but I think he's got it. We've been practicing, and I feel pretty confident in him. So we'll see what happens this evening.
Dylan, we've got this amazing points championship that's coming down to the wire for us this weekend. We've got Bobby Pierce and Ricky Thornton Jr. We can do all the talking we want. You and I are both late model guys. I think a lot of us thought, we'll never be able to replace Billy Moyer and Scott Bloomquist ever, right? But, man, you look at this young talent we have in our sport, and the only tour in the country that these 2 guys are racing on is Castrol FloRacing Night in America. I think you probably feel the same way I do. I kind of wondered a couple years ago, are we going to be okay in the young talent department? And here we are with 32 and 20 RT. And we're okay, aren't we? Our young stars are going to be able to fill the void of these guys that you and I grew up cheering on, I think.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I was thinking about the other night. I was watching a race, and I was like, man, these guys are so good, and they're so young. There's no doubt in my mind that they will be talked about, just like your Billy Moyers and your Scott Bloomquist and all the other guys we talk about. I mean, they're that good. And there's quite a few others as well that I think, are going to be in that conversation as well, that may not quite be in it yet, but it's pretty interesting, man. You talk about the points championship. It's like, you just don't know. You don't know with these guys, they're that good.
You saw it at Charlotte with the World Finals last weekend. Bobby Pierce can't come back. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he will come back. So it's only about 26 points separating Bobby and RT with 2 big races this weekend. I'm with you. Anything can happen. Speaking of seasons, your concert season, for lack of a better term, is over now. I don't think you play again till January, I think is your next big show, if I looked at your schedule right. I always ask drivers, hey, man, how would you rate your year? Dylan Scott, rate your concert tour season. How did you do overall, do you think?
It was a busy year, maybe one of our busiest so far, but I mean, it was my best year, I feel like, I mean, we played some big places. We sold out some pretty big shows. I saw a lot of people. I mean, look, I don't know how to rate it on a scale from 1 to 10, but in my eyes, it was awesome. Probably our best year yet. Really gives me a bunch of confidence going into 2025, and just look forward to, we're going to release a lot of more music between now and then. I'm going on the biggest headline tour of my career next year, starting in April. It's called the Country Till I Die Tour. And just really looking forward to it. It's a lot of momentum going into next year. And, I think it's going to be, I think I'll have the same conversation at the end of next year talking about, I think this was my best year yet, or I hope I am anyway.
Who else on that tour with you in April? That sounds amazing. Who all's on that tour?
Yeah, we're taking out George Burge, taking out Dasha, and a buddy of mine, Graham Barham, who's from Louisiana as well, who's having a lot of success right now. So, all those guys have had some big hits, either at country radio or in the streaming world. And I think it's going to be probably one of the most fun I've had on a tour in a while with these guys.
Man, that's awesome. I look forward to that next year. I think, are you coming to Gateway again this year in December? Will you be there next month?
Wouldn't miss it for the world. I was coming all 3 days, which I haven't got to do in a really long time, and I was so excited about it. And my wife dropped on me, by the way, that whatever that Thursday night is, I think it's the 5th. She's like, your daughter has a Christmas program at school, and I'm like, oh man, I can't miss that, So the program's at like 5:30 or 6 that afternoon, and I'm literally gonna leave the program and drive straight to St. Louis. I'll miss Thursday night's portion of the racing, but I'll be there that night at least.
You've become such a staple at that event. Like, why do you love it so much? For somebody that's never been, just try to explain why it's so cool and why you're such a regular there.
Man, I went a few years for the first time, and I missed the first couple of years, I believe. And my buddies were like, you got to check this out. And, I mean, in my mind, it was like, indoor race, small track. I mean, it can't be that great, but the event is that great. And that's what it is. It's an event. Me as a fan, I love the small, little, compact, short track. It's very exciting. To me as a fan. As a racer, I mean, it probably can be a little hectic and hard on the pocketbook, because there's a lot going on, but it's just the whole event and the whole experience. I mean, that many fans in one place who love racing as much as they do, being so close indoors in a time when there's not really supposed to be any racing during the wintertime, it's like it just fills that void, and it's just awesome, man. I don't really know what else to say about it except it's an awesome event.
Final question, final time I get to put you on the spot this year. Who wins this championship for us? 32 or 20 RT? Who wins the championship tomorrow night?
I mean, look, Bobby Pierce. Bobby Pierce is going to win it. We know he's going to pull the whole Bobby fashion. I've just seen him do it so many times. And I've seen Ricky do it too. I mean, you really put me on the spot there. But
yes,
I don't know, man. Bobby's done it so many times. I mean, he did it at Fairbury this year. Look, I mean, came from the back, went to the front, went back to the back, came back to the front. I mean, it's just, if I'm going to put my money somewhere, I guess I'm going to put it on Bobby.
Actually, bonus question. It looks like you've been to Home Depot. What's that box in the back seat there? Is that a vacuum you've picked up? What is that?
That's the blind that I just bought to put up for my little boy to kill his first deer in this afternoon. So
I could tell somebody's been shopping today. I could tell in the back seat.
Yeah.
Dylan, on a personal note, man, it has been an absolute joy to have you on this pre-race show with us the entire season. Whether it was in person at Fairbury or you joining us remotely like you have, it has helped elevate the show for us. I hope that, people have said to you that they've enjoyed seeing you on here. I know that there's so many Dylan Scott fans that are dirt track fans. And just on a personal note, and from us here at FloRacing, man, thank you. Thank you for doing this with this all year. And I hope we're able to do it in 2025 as well, bud.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I've had a lot of people text me saying they've seen me on here. A lot of buddies text me. and it's cool. So I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to come on. Appreciate y'all playing my music. This town's been too good to us. It's really cool. Like I said early on in the year, been doing this a long time as far as being a fan of dirt track racing. So to be a part of this at this level, it means a lot. So appreciate y'all giving me a chance to come on.
All right, we appreciate it. Pick your son up from school, and good luck in the blind today, all right? Let's see if we can bring something home. Text me a photo later if you get something, all right?
I will. I'll text you and let you know how it goes.
All right, thanks, Dylan. Appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you to Dylan for taking the time all year again. Find out all the information that you need to about Dylan at DylanScottCountry.com. So have you ever hunted before? Quick
the
question.
only thing I've shoot or shot is basketball hoops. So hoops, buckets.
How are you at that? Okay.
Better than you.
That is actually true. He's a far better shooter than me. We're going to take our final commercial break during the pre-race show. We're back. Castrol FloRacing Night in America, presented by Kubota, after this.
Dave Poskey's Performance Parts has been serving the Ohio River Valley and racers from all across the country since 1978, and they are the home to Hoosier Tire, Ohio Valley, and Octane Race Products. Stop in and shop all of the nation's top brands, including Winners Performance, Willwood Brakes, Bill Stein Shocks, Hyperco Springs, Maxima Race Oils, Impact Safety Equipment, along with hundreds of others. You can also visit Dave Poskey's Performance Parts online at Poskey.com as we ship UPS and truck freight daily. Dave Poskey's Performance Parts, serving the Ohio River Valley and racers all across the country since 1978.
MD3, the most advanced body panels on the market. Aerodynamically engineered, manufactured from the highest grade and lightest weight materials, tested tough for optimum performance. The highest quality and most durable products you'll find anywhere. Our products help racers around the world reach victory lane. Winning never looked so good. MD3, the #1 body choice for top dirt racers.
Fans, here we go. The most historic race of short track racing is upon us.
Again, a close call.
Some contact.
Strength, power, muscle. The car's not bad either. With Castrol Edge, you've got the strength to unlock maximum performance. The muscle car meet, you'll crush it. Castrol Edge in, Garage Swagger on.
We're the leader in race fuels. We've been doing this since in the 60s.
We use our distillation tower, which is unique. No other race fuel companies do that in the world. We also test every single batch that goes out the door on over 15 different parameters that ensure the tune-up will be identical.
That consistency in the marketplace that makes us a premium brand.
Make the same stuff every time. We're pretty darn close to perfect.
Ashton, check his DNA. He is 100% that dude tonight. Flexing with the swag. Give him a dab, Ashton. He wins it tonight and get his richest career win. Second to Michael Page. Third to Dalton Cook. Fourth to Dave Rizal. And fifth to Zach Leonardi.
Welcome back to Castrol FloRacing Night in America. Michael Rigsby and Derek Kessinger. Final 15 minutes of our pre-race show. Suave, quickly power rank your top 5 Georgia tracks. I've got my list. You go quick. Top 5.
Okay, I got Brunswick.
Yeah, tough to beat Gold
Senoia.
Yep.
Dixie Rome for just like the nostalgia.
You're comboing them.
No, Dixie and Rome. Dixie, then Rome.
Got it. Okay.
And then final, because of the concession stands, top notch.
Scraven.
Yeah, Scraven.
Yeah, I think that's a good list. I got Golden Isles or Senoia. See, I did it. Golden Isles or Senoia, number 1, 2. Screven, I probably have 3. Swainsboro, North Georgia in that 4 area. And Dixie just for nostalgia regions, right? The Dixie shootout back in the day. 6-pack was filmed there. It's hard.
I think the only 2 Georgia tracks I've been in person for a race is just
Golden Isles
and Screven.
Is that right? Yeah. I've been to Rome. I've been to Dixie. I've been to a few others. It is November, but we still have all sorts of amazing racing content on FloRacing, dirt, asphalt, you name it. Let's take a look right now. Some of the upcoming events. It's November. We still got all sorts of stuff left in the calendar year, Derek. Get West Coast midget scene right now, right? It got rained out this weekend, unfortunately, but the midgets out there, Turkey Night, Hangtown, everything. Kyle Busch racing, Kyle Larson racing, USAC in California in November. one of the best things of the year. South Carolina 400, I got a special note on that coming up at Florence Motor Speedway, not Kentucky's Florence, Derek.
Nope.
Florence in South Carolina. Special note on that, like we said in a second. For the first time ever, the Snowball Derby at Five Flags will be live on FloRacing, a huge event the first weekend of December. That's running simultaneously with Castrol's Gateway Dirt Nationals at the exact same time. Those two events will be happening first weekend of December. Derek, if I told you that 5 years ago, what would you have said?
I would have laughed and said, that's no way possible. But, yeah, the Snowball Derby, I saw it in an article, though, which I have, they didn't even put Dick Trickle as a guy that's never won it.
Yeah.
As a top driver to never win. So, come on, guys, those riders. You got to put Dick Trickle in there. But no, they're excited for it, and it's a big-time event that I've always kind of wanted to go down to.
Yeah, it's going to be cool. That having that and Gateway going on at the same time. Of course, Snowball concludes on Sunday, so it's one extra day. But really fun weekend there. And, Derek, I'm as excited about this I am anything. High Limit International, December 28th, 29th, and 30th, right between Christmas and New Year's. At about 9 a.m. Eastern Time, sprint cars and mimosas. The features from Perth Motorplex in Australia will be rolling off at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 Central. Rico Abreu, Kyle Larson, Brad Sweet.
Like an F1 race.
Racing sprint cars at 9 a.m., sprint cars and mimosas, high limit, right? But nobody's going to be working. It's between Christmas and New Year's. Tune in that week. It's going to be fun.
You going?
I wish I could get Mark Flo to pop for me to head down there. That'd be nice.
Man, that's pretty epic. I forgot that when they made that announcement. So that's right around the corner, and you got that in the morning. Then you got college football bowl games.
Yeah.
And you'll have a great week there.
A lot of gambling for me that weekend. I mentioned Dale Earnhardt Jr., right? And the special announcement, the South Carolina 400. Don't forget, if there wasn't enough reason to watch, Derek, check this out. The red Budweiser 8 is back at Florence for the South Carolina 400. Watch it live on Flo Friday and Saturday, Derek, next weekend, November 22nd and 23rd. The iconic Red 8 back live on Flo exclusively.
That's a pretty cool car. That's especially in my heyday as a teenager watching him drive that thing, winning the Pepsi 400 right after Daytona, where his father passed. So Junior, he had quite the interview after his team won the championship.
Justin Allgaier, our boy.
Drinking cold beer, just loving life. I mean, I think I could hang out with this guy.
I think you two should. We'll make that happen next year. We not only had Dylan Scott on for the final time tonight, but it's also final time this year, maybe tomorrow, we're not sure, that we'll have on our good buddy Josh McGuire, the former dirt late model driver turned politician, turned dad of the year, turned soccer coach, Swaff. He's done it all. He's joined us all year on our Castrol events. He joins us today. Where do you think he's going to be? In a car?
It's a Friday, though.
So maybe in a classroom?
I don't know if he drinks or not, but maybe he's outside the happy hour spot.
I don't think Josh McGuire's at happy hour right now. Josh, let's start right here. Where are you tonight on this Friday, November 15th?
I literally just pulled in the driveway. Here I am.
He's in the driveway. I didn't have that one coming.
I was speeding down the road at a speed limit, of course, and headed. And I was like, "Hey, I gotta get in the driveway." Hey, there you are. And I got these two little munchkins here with me. Got to take care of them, and we were all just trying to hurry on so that we could do this interview and be ready for our friends.
All right, we run a professional show here, Josh, so, try to keep it tight, okay? Thank you. I say Senoia Raceway. You say what?
Amazing racetrack. Get your slick program on, but be ready because it's going to be exciting. Makes you more tired than a hammer down muddy racetrack.
Interesting.
Because you got to stay so tense and so perfect all the time.
Interesting. Yeah, because this is a place that can be slick, or when it gets wet, it can be really hammered down too. So,
yes.
What is your experience in the state of Georgia? I don't remember you racing a lot. Maybe Dixie Rome one time. Take me through it. Where all in Georgia have you run?
Dixie and Rome for sure. Screven, Swainsboro. Let's see. Screven, Swainsboro.
Going through the house right now. Look at this.
I lost my
here?
light. Screven, Swainsboro. Where else was there in Rome? There were several places. I loved racing in Georgia. The clay was always so good. The racing was always so good. The people were so good. And I heard you talking about the concession stands.
Yeah.
For sure, I got some votes on those concession stands in Georgia because they were pretty good too.
Yeah, it's all homemade stuff down there, which I love. I mentioned this with Dylan Scott earlier. We've got a hell of a points battle shaping up. Bobby Pierce and RTJ. Handicap it for me a little bit. As we come in, you got Bobby 27 points up. Take us through it, Josh. What needs to happen? What's going to happen? Take us through it a little bit.
It's going to be a tight battle. You can't have anything go wrong. We have one guy who's going to be a little bit, well, let's face it, they're both going to be 100% offense going after it. But in all reality, you have a little cushion. You want to be a little bit careful, and then you want to be on full offense. You need right up front, and you get control of this quickly if you want to win that points battle.
Derek, go ahead.
Yeah, so I said earlier in the show that I will not concede Illinois has the best tracks, but I would concede Georgia having the best drivers, 1 through 10. Am I right about that?
Hard to argue right now.
The best drivers 1 through 10 in Georgia?
I don't know about all 10.
No, I'm saying they have the top 1 through 10 in the entire country if you're going state to state versus each other.
Their 10 is better than anybody else's.
Yes,
Okay, I'm with
you. Ooh, that's pretty big words right there, especially from an Illinois guy.
Well, I said I concede the tracks. I'm not going to concede that. Drivers, I could maybe. I want to hear your argument. Why
yeah, I think he might be right, though. JD, Overton, McDowell. I mean, it's pretty good.
It's pretty good. When you think along 30 years ago, right, when you thought of where the best was, you were talking Georgia, Tennessee, was you talking Carolinas, Illinois, Indiana, right? There's always been that argument of who was the best and where was the best from. It would be a very, very valid argument if you wanted to say Georgia right now. I could agree with you on that. You just named off some super big race winners the last couple of years, and you did that in half a second of thought from Georgia, which was pretty impressive. So I'm gonna say I don't have an argument against you. I don't have a fight against that. I'll go right with you and agree that Georgia is probably on top right now when you think about that.
Yeah,
I hadn't thought about that in a long time.
It's tough to argue. What do you think is going to happen this weekend? You said what you think needs to happen. Who's going to win this thing? Is it RTJ? Is it Bobby? Who comes home with the championship? Who wins the races? I would like some predictions.
I'm going with RTJ. I'm going with RTJ as coming in on fire from Charlotte, wanting to prove a point, wanting to make sure that it goes out on top. It's a big thing to hold that last race win. Yeah. Chris Madden got that win in Charlotte. He gets to ride that for all winter. This is your real last chance to show that you were the man and you ended on top. And I know we have Gateway coming up, but you've got that winter time, that last win that'll get you to January.
Josh, have you ever seen anything where a driver and a crew chief were winning a championship and then 1 month later we're ready to knock each other out in victory lane? Have you ever seen that before?
No, the first time I saw the picture, I was like, I wonder what they were talking about. I was uninformed at the time, that's a weird picture. And then I was like, oh, I saw that makes perfect sense. And no, I have not. But we're so competitive at this level, right? And I did a lot of consulting work, and there's times that you butt heads and you come up against people, and they might have been your peers or you respect them. They might have been your enemies at one time, and it is like that pressure cooker situation. Especially if I could get back in the car today, right now, and race some of the guys that I've worked with over the last few years. I could definitely see that hitting the point of, hey, I want to make sure I beat you right here, and I'm going to do everything I can to prove it.
Josh, I'm not sure what our pre-race show holds tomorrow. Be on standby. We may have you on. If we don't, I wanted to tell you thank you for everything all year, buddy, and it's been great reconnecting with you, so thank you.
Oh, I appreciate you letting me on here. I love talking racing, and just a few minutes every now and again. I look forward so much to these nights where we get to be with each other for just a little bit.
All right, take care of those kids in the background. Tell Tracy we said hello, okay?
I will do. Thank you.
All right, see you, buddy. Josh McGuire. Derek, you and him matchy today in the red. You both looked good. How about him? Derek, you get it. Dad life now, speeding into the driveway, getting the phone out. You remember.
He's probably making dinner right now and get everything dialed in.
I once did an interview with Tim McCready on the Rigsby Report where he had to wipe his child's butt during the night. During the interview. He said, I don't know if you know this, but during that interview, I had to wipe a butt. I was like, wow, that is multitask. You ever had to do that, Swab, or no?
Well, I've wiped plenty of butts.
Well,
with my
during
kids,
an interview, though, is
I've done it during like a Zoom meeting or a Zoom call, but that's about it. No, not during an interview. T-Mac, jack of all trades.
Don't forget, if you're looking for the best fantasy app in all of dirt late model racing, look no further than our friends from Dirt Draft. Don't forget, if you sign up tonight, free T-shirt. If you sign up tonight, check out dirtdraft.com or download the Dirt Draft fantasy app from the App Store and everywhere you get your stuff. Derek and I have our lineup since, and I feel pretty good about. Who are your 5? Tell me your 5.
I got.
Let's see what you got. Let's compare our Dirt Draft.
Will Harrington.
Ooh, good.
Carson Ferguson, Ashton Winger, Joseph Joyner, if he's there, and then Bobby Pierce.
I've got Chris Madden, Ashton Winger, Zach Mitchell, Carson Ferguson, and Donald McIntosh. My 5. I'm a little more Southern heavy than you, I feel like, tonight.
Yeah.
So, all right, final thoughts, Derek. About 4 minutes away from Hot Laps. What do you got?
I mean, can you believe it's already mid-November?
No.
It's absolutely insane.
It's so warm out still, too.
We always keep saying this is like the greatest season ever, yada, yada, yada. But like what Bobby Pierce is doing at age 27 this year, winning all these crown jewels. Caney put the exclamation point, getting a championship, $75,000 richer, and going into Gateway too. So he has a couple more chances to make some big time bucks. Just the time. I don't know how it works. It's crazy.
Flat circle, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but the circle gets faster, Rigsby. I don't know how.
The older you get, it only goes faster.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the lessons for me too. Is it's been so warm here in the Midwest, and it's been so warm, compared to traditional seasons in Atlanta. Like Bubba Pollard told me yesterday, it's been really warm down here for almost Thanksgiving. I think that's part of it, right, Suave? It hasn't felt like fall or the season. We could have raced at Fairbury 2 weeks ago easily in November. We could have raced the first weekend in November. Yeah. We're not going to do that, to be clear.
You never know. Saying there's a chance.
Yeah. But it is wild to me that the seasons, the way they've been warm this year, it's felt completely different. And here's the thing. We are less than 2 months from the start of the Wild West Shootout in the Ice Bowl. We are less than... So now it's like Bobby goes through Gateway and he gets done. Less than 1 month from Gateway, he will start it all over again the next year.
That's why I feel like these guys, if consistency, Bobby's not going anywhere. I mean, that's his own race team. These other guys have been switching. That's an advantage for Bobby because he's only going to have like 3 weeks off, and he's still going to have that momentum, still going to have that same race team, you hope. So I think it only plays in his advantage, especially what we've seen. Little cat and mouse with other race teams.
No, I totally agree. Well, Derek, it is time for Hot Laps at the Peach State Classic at the amazing Bubba Pollard's Senoia Raceway. Derek and I will be back in here after qualifying to set you up for the rest of the night. But we will toss it out now to our good buddies Ben Shelton, Dustin Jarrett, and Cody Early, who will be pit reporting for us for the first time on Castrol. Guys, take it away. Derek and I'll be back after time trials.
All right. Well, guys, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we are looking forward to an action-packed weekend of racing here at Senoia Raceway. Dirt Draft Hot Laps coming up next. We're going to throw it aside to thank the folks that make this a possibility. Look at that gorgeous sunset right there. Don't go anywhere. It's the Castrol FloRacing Night in America finale. We're live here at Senoia Raceway. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 4th annual running of the Peach State Classic here at Senoia Raceway in Senoia, Georgia, and Castrol FloRacing Night in America, presented by Kubota. Late models have just made their way to the track. They're going to roll this racetrack in for a few minutes with Dirt Draft Hot Laps, and there's a good look at the number 76. That is Brandon Overton, and that Supply Chain Management Wise Forest Products, Edwards Interior Graphics sponsored 76, a Cowan team car here this week. He's been in that ride over the course of the last couple weeks. Other cars on the track. There's a look at the 4. That is Max McLaughlin, formerly out of Wheatsport, New York. Stepping behind the wheel of that Nice Motorsports Longhorn, the Precision Vehicle Logistics Mohawk Northeast HWH Performance Mobile One sponsored number 4 for Max McLaughlin, as he will do some racing with next year with the Nice Motorsports team on somewhat of an outlaw limited schedule. Ben, there is the 2. That is Ellaville, Georgia's Hadley Green and the Hardway Farms sponsored entry.
Last drivers to sign in here today was Hadley Green, first time at one of our events, and riding right behind Hadley, former World of Outlaws champion, and back in 2022, Carpentersville, Illinois' Dennis Erb Jr. The Vomac Truck Sales, McBride, Mac Tools, Auto Sales, Clements Powered Rocket XR1. A 4-time winner this year is Dennis Erb Jr. Meanwhile, a driver to watch anytime you come to Senoia Raceway, rolling through turns 1 and 2, Ashton Winger in the 12, a 9-time winner this year, the Jeff Matthews Racing, Johnny Doan Plumbing, Durham Powered Rocket XR1.
When you think of a black and pink 18, who do you think of?
Michael Page all
yes.
day long. Yes,
although this is going to be Dalton Wilson. Michael Page is here. That's Dalton Wilson in the James Ratliff Racing, Breast Cancer Awareness, Grantley Farms, MGL Auto Sales, Keltner Contracting, ICSJR Motor Sales sponsored. Number 18D for the Perminator, Dalton Wilson. Behind him, moonlighting in that Augie Bertram Big Frog Motorsports 58V with support from Viper Risk Management. That is Watertown, New York's T-Mac, Tim McCready, the Dave's Towing, Viper Risk Management, Base Racing Fuels, Ocala Restaurant Supply sponsored. Number 58V for Timmy McCready.
By 27 markers, the driver behind him leads the current Castrol FloRacing Night in America standings presented by Kubota. That's Bobby Pierce, the smooth operator. 38 wins on the year. 2 of those here with Castrol FloRacing Night in America. The Low Voltage Solutions, Rio Grande Way Services, Hoker Trucking, Vic Hill Powered Longhorn for Bobby Pierce, making his debut in Senoia Raceway here tonight. And one more driver behind him, the 74X car, Bakersfield, California's Ethan Dotson, ASD Motorsports SRI, American Racing Pro Series, Torco Racing Oils, Clements Powered Longhorn for Ethan Dotson, a 4-time winner in 2024.
Yeah, how about Ethan Dotson's 2024, by the way? Well, the 3rd member of our broadcast team is in the infield. He's going to be joining us all weekend long. It's an honor to welcome Cody Early to the broadcast here this weekend. Cody, you've got a great seat down there in the infield. How's this racetrack look before this first session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps kicks off?
Tell you what, Ben and Dustin, it looks really good. Bubba and his team did some work right before Dirt Draft Hot Laps trying to get the bottom run in. We're going to see this track go through a transition. It's going to get slick as the night goes on, and it looks like we're in for a fun night here at Senoia.
Awesome, good stuff. Glad to have Cody Early joining us on the broadcast here this weekend, as of course he is the announcer for all of the Ray Cook series, the Spring Nationals and the Southern Nationals, and a host of other events throughout the region as well. He was going to join us at I-75 last month, 2 months ago.
But a hurricane joined us instead, so
that's exactly right.
We got rained out at that one. Laps starting to come up on the board. It's starting to get some of the last transponders in the system. Had some drivers sign in last minute. DJ 52 drivers signed in for the Peach Bowl tonight, if you will, which, by the way, Kyle Bronson is undefeated, and he's never lost on Friday night the 2 years we got to have it. Of course, last year, rain, I guess, defeated him, and he won. But 52 drivers going after $20,000 here tonight. This is a full points program for Castrol FloRacing Night in America.
Yeah, and that's why it is not so easy as to just writing Bobby Pierce the check for his 2nd straight title with this series. You got a complete racing program tonight, a complete racing program tomorrow night, over $200,000 up for grabs this weekend with redistributed purses, more money or less, some money off the top that was redistributed throughout the field, a little bit of money added. I mean, it's just, again, it's easy for us to sit here and say, but again, just kudos to everyone that made that possible. Listening to the driver said, yeah, take a little bit off the top, spread some money through the field, and that's what we've done, and that's outstanding. Ashton Winger was the fastest driver in that first session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps with a 1:4.059. Ben, you know what I have not yet done?
I bet you have not set your Dirt Draft lineup.
You would be correct. Did you set yours?
I
know your password.
I did good. Remember to breathe today. It's been a busy day, so no, sir, I have not.
Shame on you.
As we're going to get some of the 4x4 ATV side-by-side varieties to the infield, and we'll bring the next set of super late models out to the Speedway as we continue here tonight with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. DJ's going to get his lineup in. Head over to Dirt Draft and get those lineups in. It's a lot of fun to play. I'm not very good at it, but it is a lot of fun.
You're not. You stink.
I, in fact, do, as far as making their way out. How about Zach Leon Hardy joining us? Good to see Zach back in a super late model. Spec engine under the hood tonight, a 3-time winner, the 2024 Senoia Raceway track champion in the West Georgia Fence and Tecker Shock CNS Auto Electric entry for Zach Leon Hardy. In cart number 24 behind him in the 20, Jimmy Owens, the Kohler Motorsports Reese Monument Company, Ultimate Towing Recovery, Vic Hill Power number 20. One win on the year for the driver, finished 9th in the Lucas Oil standings, a 4-time Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series standings.
I'm still setting my lineup.
You keep doing that.
No,
Jimmy,
I can jump in.
There's Jimmy Owens on the screen, the
Yes.
Reese Monument Company number 20. Behind him, though, DJ, a driver that comes to us out of East Tennessee.
Yes, Loudon, Tennessee's Corey Hedgecock in the 23. He's got the Eagle Power Plant underneath the hood of that BMF race car here this evening. The Georgia Mountain Pool Company Kaiser Manufacturing base racing fuel sponsored number 23. He will be followed by, who is that coming off turn 4? That's going to be Nick Hoffman.
Yep.
Yeah, Nick Hoffman, the Mooresville, North Carolina driver of the Tide Touring Racing, NOS Energy Drink, C&W Trucking, Lone Wolf Petroleum, Burlisle Performance Products, Petroff Towing, Tri-Valley Equipment Sales sponsored number 9. Nick Hoffman third in the World of Outlaws. Case Construction Late Model Series point standings this season. He'll be followed by Dalton Cook in the 24. There is a drone flying right above us, by the way, and you are going to look incredibly tall if they go to that shot. Dalton
because
Cook,
you are standing up, and I am too. Dalton Cook, the 2024 Southern All-Star champion, as yes, I'm tall, he's short. The New Point Lighting and Design, 3 trade consultants, Dirtworks Racing and Land Maintenance, Clements-powered Rocket XR1 for Dalton Cook. 2 wins on the year for Dalton Cook, and behind him in the 99M, that'll be J.R. Mosley, the Cornet-powered Longhorn out of Columbus, Georgia. And the Mosley Transport, VP by 99 Incorporated, VG Performance 99M for J.R. Mosley. Also in this set, we're going to have Sam Seawright in the 16 car. You see him on your screen right there to Fort Payne, Alabama. The 49 of Jonathan Davenport got hung up in a traffic jam, one of the late arrivals here today on the Speedway as well. You see Seawright on your screen, the Bear Transport 16. And down the back straightaway, Levon Sparks going to have some trouble in the 11 car, and he will draw the caution. The Phoenix City, Alabama driver, the Rainey Brothers Spray Foam and Insulation, Modern Images, Oliver Racing Engine, Vern chassis. You know what I mean, Vern? That's the 11 car for Levon Sparks.
Okay, I think my lineup.
Oh, you got it in?
That wasn't who I wanted, no.
Well, you see Jonathan Davenport on your screen. I hope you want him because he is fast everywhere he goes. The Nutrient Ag Solutions entry. 14 wins on the year, 3rd in the Lucas Oil standings, the 3-time Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion, and that Longhorn 49. And yeah, he was one of the guys that got hung up in a traffic jam trying to get here from the Carolinas, but he made it, and he will go after his first Peach State Classic title here this weekend. As the finale winner back in 21 was Chris Madden. In 22, Ricky Thornton Jr. won by 3 counties, and meanwhile, last year it was Rain taking the win.
Yes, it was. Unfortunately, and honestly, it could have been about 3 straight years of Rain getting the win as we have seen things. Jonathan Davenport to the top of the leaderboard. There's the 44D. We talked about him. Dalton Cook, Davenport right now 13-7-1-0 to lead everybody in Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Corey Hedgecock has looked really, really good this year. Ben, he's second quick right now with a 1:3.882.
Yeah, I tell you what, really second half of the season. First half of the season for Hedgecock, a lot of bad luck, but he's turned it up. He won the Butterball Woolridge Memorial, won with Hunt the Front over at I-75 Raceway, and he makes his way to Senoia Raceway, going after a big win here this weekend. 52 Castrol FloRacing Night in America Super Late Model Drivers presented by Kubota in the pits. And again, $20,000 on the line tonight. Tomorrow night, we up the ante, $30,000. Just the Super Late Model payout, over $208,000 this weekend. And oh, by the way, there's 53 602 late models in the pit area. We're up 54. It keeps on growing.
How about that?
54 602 late models, and they hope that you were paying them $10,000 to win tonight.
Well, Michael Rigsby might give them extra money.
He likes Thunder Stocks.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the 58 rolling out on the track, leading next this next group of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. That's going to be the Ken and Beth Roberts Racing entry of Garrett Alberson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. The Mesilla Valley Transportation Romer Machine and Welding Low Voltage Solutions Clements-powered Longhorn. He will be followed by the driver of the G.R. Smith, though, number 44, and a former winner of this race. That is Chris Smoky Madden out of Gray Court, South Carolina. In the Gambler Transport Motorsports Mohawk Northeast Brickhouse Tavern Victory Circle Auto Sales Cornet-powered Longhorn for Chris Smoky Madden.
Behind him in the one end, Jordy Nipper out of Gray, Georgia. The Clements-powered Longhorn by Wesley Page, the TNC Diesel Truck and Trailer Repair M&S Concrete entry. 2 wins on the year for Jordy Nipper in the one end. And behind him, the driver that is undefeated in the Peach Bowl. He won this race in 21 and 22 on Friday night. Out of Brandon, Florida, the killer Kyle Bronson. The Race Car Engineering, Bradco Environmental, Borchers Equipment, Tillman Roofing, Michael Lloyd Hauling and Demolition. Clements-powered Longhorn for Kyle Bronson, a one-time winner in 2024.
Behind him, the driver of the SSI Motorsports 71. That's going to be the New Deal Hudson O'Neill out of Martinsville, Indiana. In the professional concrete cutting and drilling, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding, Big River Steel, O'Neill Salvage and Recycling, Clements-powered Longhorn, number 71. Behind him in the Paylor Motorsports 93, that is Carson Ferguson. Ferguson out of Lincolnton, North Carolina, and that Franklin Enterprises, Hoopaw Grading Company, Makeup Plumbing of the Carolinas, Clements-powered Longhorn, number 93.
Final 2 cars in this set, Lamar Haygood out of Douglasville, Georgia, and the 17 on your screen, the West Metro Glass, Bishop Racing Engine, ABS Towing and Recovery Rocket XR1, and the 14 junior out of St. Augustine, Florida, 16-year-old Trey Mills, 6th in the Hunt the Front Series standings this year, the Swift Springs, Mills Concrete, Colton Blair Motorsports, Clements-powered Black Diamond for Trey Mills.
Those are the drivers on the track for this next session of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Again, you have until the first heat race goes green to set those Dirt Draft fantasy lineups. As it is a lot of fun to play if you like to gamble or if you like fantasy sports of any kind. It's a lot of fun to see how you do. And I can vouch for Ben Shelton. He is not very good at it.
No, I'm terrible. I tell you who was pretty good in that set, though. Kyle Bronson, the fastest car in that set out of Brandon, Florida. Kyle 4th on the leaderboard right now here early in practice as Dirt Draft practice. And you can get your Dirt Draft lineups in. And if you do one thing this week, beat DJ in Dirt Drafts so that I don't have to listen to him talk about winning like he did at the World 100.
No. I'm still waiting on my trophy, by the way.
Well, as we get set for the next set of cars to roll out, a few cars head back to the pit area. And I tell you what, man, what a field of cars. It's a lot of fun here this weekend. And a guy that we've seen come back to super late model racing this year is going to lead the next set out. Austin Smith out of Cedartown, Georgia, the Cedartown Electric Capital Clements entry. And it's cool to see guys that step away make their way back, DJ. And that's what we've seen from Austin Smith this year.
Yeah, he started the year with us down at Florida Speed Weeks as well. And at SCCS Engineering Systems sponsored 11 car. Glad to have him here with us. Next driver on the track is going to be the 17SS, the rapidly improving Dade City, Florida 18-year-old. That's Brendan's 19-year-old now. That is Brendan Smith in the Big Daddy's Cattle, Jim Pacino Trucking, Guardian Hurricane Protection, Plum Crazy Plumbing, Total Claim Source sponsored number 17SS.
Donald McIntosh, 3-time and defending now Spring Nationals champion with Ray Cook out of Dawsonville, Georgia, in the Double Nickel Racing race car. Clements Racing Engine, Billy Hicks Racing, H&H Auto Sales number 79, a 2-time winner this year. And again, he also picked up the Schaefer Oil Southern Nationals Championship. And riding right behind him will be the 388, the Rookie of the Year this year with the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series. That's Jackson Heiss out of Ocala, Florida. And the Quality Service Roofing Triple Crown Trailers Custom Racing Engine Black Diamond 388 for Jackson Heiss.
A pair of South Carolina natives follow him. Ben, first up is going to be the driver of the 42 out of North Augusta, South Carolina. That's Clay Knight in the M&W Transport, Augusta Aquatics, Barron's Performance Warehouse sponsored number 42. It's a Clements-powered Longhorn for Clay Knight, and he'll be followed by his South Carolina neighbor. That is Zach Mitchell in the Coltman Farms Racing Autism Awareness Bill Stein Shock sponsored number 57. Is a Vic Hill power plant for the driver of that Longhorn, number 57.
And other cars on the speedway, Matthew Taylor on your screen, the 38T out of Fort Valley, Georgia, the Rocket Chassis Vic Hill Power, WCH Homes, TMT Utilities 38T. And
that one, I believe, is Will Harrington. Talking to Will Harrington in the pit area. He's going to be in that one. There's
right.
Matthew Taylor.
Right.
Yep, there's Matthew Taylor.
Matthew Taylor. There's the 38T. Harrington, actually, the car that Taylor's driving is a former Will Harrington car he sold to him, and they are in team cars here this weekend. As you see on your screen, the 38T. That's Matthew Taylor, the TMT Utilities entry. One win on the year, and that came the 604 division here at Senoia Raceway. As again, these guys getting up to speed. Fantastic turnout here tonight And if you are watching at home, we hope you can join us. Another driver that was stuck in the traffic jam, you saw on your screen a second ago, Jake Jackson out of Rutherfordton, North Carolina, the Excel Chassis Jackson grading entry. DJ, he won his second career super late model start this year. He won with the Carolina Clash at Lawrence County Speedway.
How about Zach Mitchell? Man, he's been real good here lately, Ben. He's the fastest driver in that wave of dirt draft hot laps. He is third quick right now in warm-ups with a 1:4.004. So we should have, I think, maybe two more groups of drivers left. Should have two more groups of drivers left. We have 33 drivers that have already gotten a practice session in. About 20 more left to go here this evening, and a gorgeous, gorgeous November night here just outside Atlanta, Georgia, and they're going to be led out, Ben, by the driver of the number 10.
That's right. Hunting the racetrack is Hunt the Front's Joseph Joyner in car number 10, two-time winner this year. Finished 5th in the Hunt the Front Series standings. The Kubota-based racing fuel trading paints. HuntTheFront.tv, Jay Dickens-powered capital race car for Joseph Joyner. And making the way out behind him, I believe that's actually, we got a couple of ones that were late arrivals. That's actually going to be JTC, right? His first start of the year at a Fort Payne, Alabama. The J&R Excavating Grow Car 1J, and it's good to have JT. This will be his first ever Castrol event here tonight.
You know, one of a couple 14s behind him out of Rincon, Georgia. This will be the 19-year-old. That is Hayden Cowan in the Clemens-powered rocket chassis, sponsored by Supply Chain Management, Wise Forest Products, Edwards Interior Graphics, Harco Construction, and Container One. Behind him, how about this, making the trip over from Searcy, Arkansas, Ben, Tyler Stevens. In the Keith Hammett Trucking and Construction, James A. Rogers Excavating Boomland, D&D well-sponsored, Cornet-powered Longhorn for Tyler Stevens.
Yeah, Tyler Stevens, last-minute decision to come over. Glad to have him here. Spencer Hughes in this set, the JCM Motorsports Yellowham design. There you see on your screen, Tyler Stevens behind him. Spencer Hughes, the Yellowhammer design, construction, Clyburn tank lines. Mercantile by Miller, Jay Dickens, powered Rocket XR1. 6 wins on the year for Spencer Hughes, currently 5th in the series standings. Also in this set, Chad Tooth in the 51. Had the hitch break on the hauler coming in today. Luckily was able to make it to the racetrack out of Blackshear, Georgia in car 51. The M&M striping and seal coating entry. Jason Fager also in this set. First time ever here to Senoia Raceway for the high side hustler out of Bloomington, Illinois. As you see Tyler Erb, the driver out of New Waverly, Texas, now residing in Ohio. Fantastic field here tonight, DJ. And I tell you what, racetrack starting to widen out ever so slightly as dirt draft hot laps continue.
I mean, there's some heat here. There is some absolute heat here with this field this weekend, man. It is. That is awesome. It's really cool when you pull through the gate to see just kind of a sea of campers out here as well. As it just it really has kind of a big boy feel to it whenever these guys make their way out, or whenever you pull into the grounds. There's Jason Fager, 13th quick overall. I believe he may have been the fastest driver in that dirt draft hot lap session with a 1:4.290. For those of you on the grounds, just warm ups. These guys are just practicing, getting a few laps under their belts. They'll come back out on the racetrack for Sunoco Race Fuels time trials here in just a little bit. And the next group of drivers, Ben, going to be led out by a driver that is no stranger to this racetrack.
Absolutely. The Georgia Bulldog. He's got a Hunt the Front Series win here at Senoia Raceway this year. 2015 World of Outlaws champion, the Super K Express, Panama City Cycles, Carolina Concrete Finishers, Clements Powered Capital for Shane Clanton, a two-time winner in 2025. Play again 2024, but he's in the 25. Behind him, second in our series standings, the 20 RT of Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Martinsville, Indiana, the Kohler Motorsports, Hoker Trucking, Goldman Farms Racing, Clements Powered Longhorn, 27 wins on the year and trying to become his first-time champion with the Castrol FloRacing Night in America Series here in 24.
Next driver on the track is going to be the 18X out of Douglasville, Georgia. There he is. That is Michael Page in the Bear Truck and Trailer Sales, Coast to Coast Marine, CNS Auto Electric, J&R Excavating, sponsor Durham-powered Longhorn for Michael Page. He'll be followed by the driver of the number 16, another driver that gets around this racetrack are really good. That's Austin Horton out of Whitesburg, Georgia, 7-time winner this year in that West Pro. JCB Everclear Grading, 2-3 Collective, Atkins Appraisal, sponsored number 16.
The 18 car of Derek Dent out of Appling, Georgia, the Triple Electric, Giffen Plumbing Company, Big T Stump grinding number 18 on the Speedway. Along with the 7 of Montana Dudley out of Phoenix City, Alabama. 5 wins on the year. Those have all come in the 604 division at East Alabama Motor Speedway. The Thomason Properties, A&E Metal Roofing, the Racing Zone, Cornet Powered Longhorn.
And one other driver on the track rolling in turns 1 and 2 right now is the 31 of Tyler Millwood out of Kingston, Georgia, the Durham Powered Rocket Chassis. Actually, 2 other drivers on the track. The Millwood Plumbing entry for Kingston, Georgia's Tyler Millwood, and then 2 cars behind him will be the F1 out of Commerce, Georgia's Peyton Freeman, the former Southern All-Stars champ in that Georgia areas in the Georgia Recycling Group. Freeman Plumbing, Rod Roberts Trucking, GW Performance, Coltman Farms Racing, number F1.
So I do believe this will be the final wave of Dirt Draft Hot Laps as they make their way around. And taking a look in that set, looks like Ricky Thornton.
Page.
Yeah, Michael Page, and he was 3rd. Ricky Thornton Jr., 8th in that set. So a couple of drivers in that set breaking into the top 10 in Dirt Draft Hot Laps. As just like that, Dirt Draft Hot Laps are in the books, so now it is time for modified hot lap qualifying.
Oh my.
And we are going to bring John Matthews in along with Tim Cooper for all the action here. Modified hot lap qualifying coming up, and I believe 21 cars in action.
John, welcome, my friend. Welcome back.
Well, shouldn't I say welcome to you? What kind of host gets welcomed by the guests? So, Dustin, good to have you here.
Listen, you did bring me some homemade snacks up here. So,
well, we'll see. We'll see. You know, if you pop a filling there.
Okay. Yeah, it's called John Matthews. John Matthews DDS.
We'll see how the evening goes. Great to have you guys in. 2 years in the making to get you guys on property. Gorgeous Chamber of Commerce weather here this evening in Senoia, Georgia. For those of you watching on FloRacing, Senoia Raceway is located about 25 miles south-southwest of Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, the busiest airport in the world. This track opened back in 1969 when Hent Pollard carved this 3/8 mile facility from the cow pasture behind his home. The first race was held on a Sunday. There were no lights at the time. Slick Leon Sells picked up the first win. And then after that, it was Charlie Mincy picking up the next 9 wins on the track. So 602 late model sportsmen rolling on track. And Tim, 54 of them signed in, so it feels like we beat the super lates with 52 super lates, 54 602 sportsmen for action. If you haven't seen this class before, they are functionally similar to what you see in super late models. The big difference is the engine under the hood, no 800 to 900 horsepower engine. They run a General Motors Performance sealed crate engine. That number 602 is simply the last 3 digits in the model catalog where you would order one of these engines. They deliver about 350 horsepower to the rear wheels, and it really puts the focus on the driver's ability to set up the cars and drive them on track. Tim Booger Brooks on track, one of those drivers we've called his name several times in several different classes over the last few seasons.
Yes, sir. That 148 right there knows how to get around Senoia Raceway, so he will be one to beat later on. As John said, a big field of cars, and there's 53 signed in. Right there on your screen, you got the 22, our track champion from last year in 602, Daniel Brewer. Then you're 13 years old, and that number 24 right there, Austin Bloodworth, picked up a win here. Awesome little driver there. Look out for Austin Bloodworth. Then you got the 07 of Dan Meadows going down the back straight away. They got these cars out here, John. Looks like they're rolling the track in.
Yep, just trying
to help pack it in to make it better for some racing here. So we did get, that rain on Thursday, got out of here, and they've been working on the track ever since Thursday morning. So.
Well, and speaking of rain on Thursday, race fans, if you are here, the Thursday portion of the Peach State Classic was delayed until Sunday. So we're going to do a Sunday matinee here with Hot Laps starting at 1 o'clock. So if you're in the area, if you're staying in the campground, you can pick up another race before you head back to your home. Beautiful shot from overhead. Tim, we're not used to seeing the drone, but you can see all of our 602s, probably not all of them, but about half the field just trying to roll in this track. A lot of Georgia tracks run on red clay, race fans. This is technically called gray clay. It was dug up from a mine in South Georgia. They go down a couple hundred feet, and this is the layer just above what they call kaolin clay. That kaolin clay could be used to make china or pottery. You could buy it at a place like Hobby Lobby. This type of clay, about 80% clay. Most red clay tracks, about 40 to 50%. What it means for the drivers with all that clay, this surface packs down very tight, very hard, but it doesn't have a lot of tire wear. You don't have the abrasive sand. Like, for instance, some of these super late model drivers will head up to Cherokee Speedway on Sunday. Not knocking the surface, but that red clay up there just has a higher sand content. The sand content causes abrasion and wear on the tires. And Tim, we don't talk much about tires here other than if there's contact and someone ends up cutting a tire.
And John, talking about the red clay, these super guys just last weekend at the dirt track in Charlotte, the orange clay, and come here and we didn't have any orange clay, but it doesn't stop those good races we've had over the years. And this class here, the 602s, is one of our favorite classes of racing. Later on, you'll see what we're talking about is the 602s in the Southeast have really picked up some great drivers moving down to 602 and moving to 604. We got 604s tomorrow night, so we should have a good field of cars for those tomorrow night. And, of course, the modifieds we got coming up later also. Right after these, we got they'd have 21 of those, so the modifieds are always a good class here also.
And we're still bringing a few more onto the track just to get all the cars out to roll this track in. And race fans, while we roll in the track, we're going to send it away for a brief message, and we'll be back here at Senoia Raceway for the Peach State Classic. Welcome back to the Peach State Classic at Senoia Raceway. 602 late model sportsmen on track and getting ready for their hot lap qualifying session. I'm John Matthews, joined in the booth by Tim Cooper. Tim, it wouldn't be Atlanta without a traffic jam, and we have one here in our 602 sportsman division.
Yes, we do. 54 602 late model sportsmen's checked in here at the track. Big field of cars. We love the 602 late model sportsmen here at Senoia Raceway. It's an awesome race that we have all the time in this class. Not going to be any different tonight. So get ready. We got 54 about to hit the track here. John, when they come out here, is it going to be their qualifying and hot lap?
Yep, we're doing hot lap qualifying, so race fans will probably send them out in small groups. They'll get 3 or 4 laps on the clock. The top drivers will lock into the feature. Then we will have 2 B mains to settle the balance of the field. And you see one of the hottest cars in 602 late model sportsman right there, number 24, that is Peyton Stevenson. He was the winner last time we were out for the Pollard Classic on October 26th, sporting the Scooby-Doo wrap on that 24, so definitely a fan favorite when we had our trunk or treat. I know he has a couple of crew members that are going to be doing some giveaways a little later in the program, Tim. They have some miniature door panels as well as some Scooby-Doo stuffed animals for the kids tonight.
They did that a couple of weeks ago over at Penton Raceway, give away some of those Scooby-Doos, threw them out to the kids. So all the kids down there get ready. They got those Scooby-Doos again tonight, going to be getting out to you here in just a little bit. So look at that sunset, John.
Oh, a gorgeous sight. No clouds today. Temperatures in the mid-60s. We'll be dipping into the upper 40s by the projected end of racing.
Exactly. With what we've had to deal with the past 2 years for the Peach State Classic.
Or just this season.
You know, and even during the year, just regular racing.
Literally a hurricane, a severe thunderstorm wrecking one race. Well, race fans, when we do get underway, just like the super late models, our local classes use My Race Pass for timing and scoring. My Race Pass is the most comprehensive grassroots motorsports app available to you, the race fan. You can download My Race Pass in the Apple App Store or on Google Play. So the last few cars getting down to the infield. Tim, we're just having a parking issue. We need like a valet service to get all the cars onto the infield. And I'm trying to think if we've had this big a field of 602s. It was amazing just to see them idling around as we see the number 2. That's Darren Ray on track. Looks like we're just going to start with a few cars on the track. We can't park them down on the infield. So Darren Ray joining us out of McDonough. He is in that number 2, longtime driver with us. We've had 10 races during the course of this season for our 602 late model sportsmen. Nathan Bray picked up the win for the Red Clay Series April 13th, and we had Morgan Alexander on the 27th of April. Brandon McDaniel won the first of 4 races on May 4th. Taylor Cole picked up the win on June 8th. Brandon McDaniel had win number 2 on the 22nd of June. Maverick Davidson picked up the biggest win of his career on the Red Clay Series race on August 3rd. Young Austin Bloodworth, we had said 13 years old, picked up a win on August 10th. Brandon McDaniel picked up back-to-back wins September 7th and October 5th. And Peyton Stevenson in that Scooby-Doo machine picked up the win on the 26th of October, our Pollard Family Memorial.
John, there's a 27 of Wesley Marchman right there. He had a good run here a couple weeks ago in that car. Didn't have it wrapped and lettered, just a plain car with some duct tape numbers on the side. That car looking sharp now. Got that thing, all that purple on there, looking good there for Wesley Marchman.
Yep, going fancy. He is a graduate of our WinPack Films Charger division. Chargers will be in action as part of our Sunday matinee. Tonight we'll be seeing our 602 late model sportsman, followed by our selldriverdirect.com open wheel modifieds. So just good to feel the rumble of the race cars across this property. Tim, feels like it's only been 3 weeks, but boy, it feels like we've been waiting for this one forever.
Like the F8 there, Stacy Flanagan rolling. So looks like we're about to get underway. This will be their hot laps and qualifying to determine where I don't know how many they're going to take before they do the B mains. So
and there will be 2 scheduled B mains. Those B mains will be almost like Saturday night features And there we see another one of our 27 machines. Tim, couple of common numbers here at Senoia, 27, 17, and 22. As flagman Eric Spencer looks down from the Sweet Victory Apparel flag stand, he's going to wave the green flag. We're underway, hot lap qualifying in our 602 Sportsman division. Following along with Darren Ray, one of the drivers we'll be watching from McDonough. Tim, he said he's working without his crew chief. He normally has his, I think, 5-year-old daughter with him. She wasn't able to make it tonight, so he is running solo.
Yep, he usually has his daughter with him, so I'm sure he's hating her not being with him, but Darren's usually pretty fast around here. So as shown right there, Flanagan in the number 8. The white flag coming around now. Marchman quick time right now. Craig Boozer second quick with Darren Ray. Now Wesley Marchman. Oh, we got one with the hood up.
Yep, hood up. That is Craig Boozer. One of our bomber graduates came up to this division, and you were right, Tim, that hood snapping back. Going to be a little difficult to see out the front window area.
That is actually Wofford in the 82.
It's Wofford tonight.
Yeah,
okay.
Boozer's in the 97, the black 97.
So that looks like that's going to bring, if not a close, a pause to group number 1 hot lap qualifying. Wesley Marchman, quick time, 15.361 seconds. The official track record for our Sportsman division, 14.370 seconds. That was set by Thrillin' Dylan Knowles back in October of 2018. To put that in perspective, the super late model all-time track record, 12.684 seconds, held by Brandon Overton. Next group of cars are going to make their way onto the track from the inside of turn number 2.
And John, I don't know if that's the 22 of Dylan Dunn. We got several 22s also. Let's see here as he comes by.
Hopefully they just don't put them all out in the same group at the same time. And that is Dylan Dunn in the number 22. So Dunn joining us on the evening from Milledgeville, excuse me, from Beverly Hills, Florida. And there we have another one of those classic numbers. Looked like a 17. Now it's saying number 1. As the green flag is out, we are underway with Group 2 hot lap qualifying in our 602 Sportsman division. And Tim, we can see that they took some time to let the cars roll in the track. As you had said, we've had all this moisture. This track typically doesn't get dusty, but the one thing it does is if it gets a lot of water, it can get soft, and then we can see some ruts form. So maybe starting to see some of that in the entrances to the corners. I imagine between each series of group of cars, we're going to see them trying to roll this track back in.
And John, our track champion for 2024, Jamie Godby, jumps to the top of the board at number 97 right there. The 14.889, 88P of Pollen right there in second, with Marchman third. And we're showing 112 Maverick Davidson, but that number 1 that's on the track is actually Maverick Davidson.
Maverick, a 2-time winner with us, 1 win in each of the last 2 seasons. Doesn't seem to excel at normal Saturday night races. Then when the Red Clay Series comes to town, he's able to step up his game, and he's picked up a couple of wins. But there you see Jamie Godby on screen, and Tim, you're right, he is our freshly minted track champion in our 602 Sportsman division, as the ombre color of sunset just starting to deepen here in East Coweta County.
We need a picture of that. That there is awesome with our water tower over there off the
and then you
turn
see
1 and 2.
Off to the left of your screen, that's where the super late models are pitting for the evening. Most of our local classes are either on the infield or pitted out behind turns 3 and 4. But Tim, just a gorgeous sight here as we close the daytime.
John, I hate to brag about our track, but I think these yellow walls just bring it out. As you see there when the drone was way off, that the yellow just does something to a track. And when the Pollards took over, that's the first thing they done is change the color of the walls.
You're right, they went to the entire motif. Well, race fans, if you want to follow Senoia Raceway on social media, we would appreciate it. The website for the track is SenoiaRaceway1969.com. Search for us on Instagram, Senoia Raceway _1969. On Facebook, to search for Senoia Raceway, and on X, our handle is @SenoiR. So next group of cars on track, Tim, you can see some ruts starting to form down right at the very bottom of turn number 3. So all that rain we had soaked down to the bottom. Bubba Pollard did that video talking about if it's smooth, it's good. And he talked about when they get rain, a lot of the clay starts to wash down to the bottom of the track.
Yes, it does. And like I said, they have worked on this track for a day and a half, and great weather today. Going to be even better weather tomorrow, with it being above 70 degrees tomorrow. So tomorrow, that sunshine help and make it even better for tomorrow night also. So looking forward to the great weather 2 days in a row.
14 of Tommy Nail, currently scored in 9th position. Nail, one of our better stories, spent, I'd say, some time down in a team like mini stock before moving up to the 602 division. Nail 9th quick so far, as we're just going to take a look down from the drone cam at our front straightaway. Race fans, we appreciate you being here. If you are on the premises and you are seated in rows 2 through 16, we once again ask, we're expecting a big crowd tonight and tomorrow. Only stadium seats are allowed in rows 2 through 16. If you have one of the big wide back chairs, those need to be used on the grass areas to the side of our main grandstand.
John, thought the 07 in that group before this one was Dan Meadows. It's actually Shane Chitwood. Right there on the track, you see it is number 0 for all you ladies, Olivia Gentry, the daughter of Oliver Gentry, another one of our local drivers in limited late model. So Olivia Gentry there in the 0.
Yep, the closing agent. She's our sponsor for our 604 crates that will be in action tomorrow night. Can't be a race, Tim, without another number 17 on track, and I believe that is Haygood, and we're going to officially score that as the 17R.
That should be Rush Haygood, the younger Haygood's son. So,
you're right, that is Rush. Rush has an older brother, Kyler Haygood, and sometimes we see their father, Lamar Haygood, on track as well. 6:11 of Herbert goes to the top of the board, 14.789 seconds. So Jamie Godby was the early mark, and now he has given way. There we see Austin Bloodworth, the young 13-year-old, and on his last lap, he goes second quick. So times are getting tight here. And on screen, we see that is Alan Brewer out of Avondale Estates. Alan just looking down the scoring column, 6th quick so far. His son, Daniel, will be out.
And look who's 5th there, John. Olivia Gentry. Great run for Olivia. There's we got 54 cars, and right now she's 5th out of all the ones we had on the track. So next group on the track now.
Good to see Olivia having a good week. Tough week for the family. The passing of Andy Knowles on Tuesday. The funeral was this morning, and we will have something special coming up in remembrance of Andy later in our program. So once again, 54 602 sportsmen signed in for action. So far, 24 have taken time, so we're not quite up to halfway as we're looking at Matthew Cade in the 6K on track. He's going to take the green flag from Eric Spencer as we get this group underway. So Colton Herbert, the quick time, 14.789 seconds, 14789. Herbert, a graduate of our Charger division. And Tim, I know you just have spoken glowingly this season about Austin Bloodworth, the times that we've seen him here, 13 years old. And now on screen, Peyton Stevenson, our winner 3 weeks ago. Oh, two-wheeling, taking the Mystery Machine ride. There goes Peyton Stevenson, able to get 4 wheels back on the ground, but a harrowing ride for Stevenson, just as we were saying. He was the winner 3 weeks ago in that popular Scooby-Doo rap, but Tim, he almost went upside down there during our hot lap qualifying session.
He did. He had 2 tires.
And we believe we're going to get a replay, Tim. There you can see some of those ruts forming at the bottom. So Peyton Stevenson rolling down the back straightaway in that Mystery Machine. Ooh, Tim, I don't know if you can get much farther without it coming over. So great save from Peyton Stevenson. We'll see if he has any damage, if he's getting a look at the body shop. Michael Sausage Couch just going to look over things and got the thumbs up. So other than maybe needing a change of shorts, he seems okay for the moment.
Oh, yeah. That replay right there, awesome to our camera crew. They got it really good right there. And you could see, a little bit more and he would have went over, John. So that was a close one there. As we got Haskins there in the 107. On the track now is the 6'11" of Colton Herbert, still quick time. The 25 there, Wiley McDaniels jumped up to second, knocking Bloodworth to third and Gobby to fourth.
And that is Chaz Haskins. He's won with us before. Lark Haskins also signed in for action this evening. So once again, continuing with our hot lap qualifying in our 602 Sportsman. Coming up next on the program, our Cell DriverDirect.com open wheel modifieds will take to the track for their qualifying session. Tim, I believe that's Yarborough.
Luke Yarborough there in the 77. Sure is. They come by the checkered flag here. Let's see if anybody can. The 6K there of Jack Smith in the 6K.
And Peyton Stevenson darn near flipped it fourth quick once he's able to get all four wheels on the ground.
Of the board.
With McDaniel going to the top of the board, so we haven't focused on him. So car's going to cross the scales, and race fans, there you see it, maybe explaining what's been happening on the track. It is a full moon tonight. It is officially the full beaver moon rising behind turn number 4 here at Senoia Raceway. So the full beaver moon is what the Farmer's Almanac names the moon for this month, where trappers would start to lay out their traps to catch beavers, or this time of year beavers would start to go into the dens that they had built for the fall. So Tim, a beautiful sight, hopefully not an ominous sight for our night of racing.
Well, John, this morning I left at 6:30 to go to work, and that moon was just orange as it could be, like it was on fire. It was so orange.
It's still a supermoon, so it will appear larger than perhaps some other months. Jay Cohen of the 198 just swept down the back straightaway, as now we're just continuing with the action here. Wiley McDaniel, quick time. Tim, we haven't called his name a lot. His brother Brandon, 4 wins this season, but the older brother Wiley had the quick time, but now we're watching Cody Overton, 14.679 seconds, the new quick time. So Cody Overton to the top of the board. Cody, the younger brother of Brandon Overton, who
is... Yes, Cody is little sexy. Big brother is big sexy. Cody is little sexy. As we got Marty Massey now jumps up to second quick, knocking McDaniel back.
So the track's pace picking up. Here is Booger Brooks out of Chatsworth, Georgia, coming around. Let's see what he does for a quick time.
12th there, John, for Booger Brooks.
Yep, 12th quick, so not the qualifying that he probably would have liked. So Booger Brooks, still be interesting to see him come up from the back of the field. Brooks made the drive down from Chickamauga, Georgia.
And John, right there, Overton, quick time. His brother is of course, is the track record holder in supers. But Cody knows how to get around this place also. Always wanted to beat when he comes to Senoia Raceway. So right now he's quick time with Marty Massey now out there. Right there, you see him coming across the scales. They still got to cross the scale house, weigh in to make sure everything's good. So looks like we got our next group rolling out over here. Going to be led out by one of our past track champions, the 66 of Taylor Cole there, in that look-alike Jake Knowles car. So Jake may be at home watching. Hope he is. Hope to see you back out here next year, Jake.
Taylor Cole hails from Cartersville, Georgia. He picked up a win here on on June 8th.
17 of Jonathan Flournoy. He's picked up some wins in our Charger class here earlier this year. So let's see what he can do as the Chargers are running on Sunday, not running today.
Yep, that's right. We'll have the 30,000 win Peach State Classic tomorrow night with our 604 late models in support. And then we'll have 6 local classes in action on a Sunday matinee. There's Daniel Brewer briefly on screen, 2023 track champion. And now we're going to right along with the 57. Let's get a time update here as Tim. What a great field it is to have 54 602 sportsmen. Who would have thunk it? We would have thought the supers were the stars of the show, and these guys are saying, well, wait a minute, we can put on a show of our own.
There you see the 27 of Parker Marchman, the brother of Wesley Marchman, who was up top, but I don't see where Wesley's been bumped back to, but now
Marchman all the way to 22nd quick, as this track appears to have gotten quicker as the sun has gone down.
And Taylor Cole there in 66 is 13th overall right now. So Taylor Cole, there looks like he's probably the quickest in this group. As I see a couple of more over here, John, getting ready to roll out.
Yep, 39 cars officially have taken time, and that would mean we have about 15 remaining as our next group rolls up onto the speedway, as these cars on screen just go across the scales under the watchful eye of Hal Fowler, our tech inspector here at Senoia Raceway. Now this car, Tim, 33 on the side, 25 on the roof. That'll drive us announcers kind of crazy where they got two numbers on the machine. So we'll try to get a name for that driver. Then we have the 16, longtime driver that we've seen here, I believe, tonight, driven by J.C. Maddox. But, Tim, we're used to seeing that JCB Westboro machine here. We've had it driven by Mika Scott this year, and also have seen a car just like that running at Supers at times.
It's like Corey Dunn right here in the 21. Been a while since I've seen Corey at a racetrack, so used to see him down at Cochran Speedway a lot. So Corey Dunn in that 21 going into turn 3 and 4 here.
Yeah, that is the the east end of our speedway. Turns 1 and 2 is the west end of the speedway. That's where you've seen the sunset pictures earlier in the night. Josh Scott on screen here. First lap 16.970 seconds as Scott navigates his way down the back straightaway. White flag is in the air, so one more lap for this group in hot lap qualifying. And Tim, we still don't know which driver that is. They have two numbers on the car, 25 on the roof and a T33 on the side panels.
Looking at the times, John, our top 9 cars are in the 14-second bracket. So like you said, the track may be slowing down.
I think it sped up for just a little bit in there. As once again, track record 14.370 seconds. So we're just about 3/10 off the all-time track record. As our next group of cars make their way onto the speedway, we're getting down to the final numbers, and that should be J.C. Maddox and that number 16. And coming up behind Maddox, I think then we will have the 107 of Lark Haskins on track. Tim Lark, the son of... Oh, excuse me. What's the relation with our Haskins here, Tim?
I don't know if they're brothers, sons, or whatever, because we got so many families that race here together, we can't keep up with...
I need a flow chart.
Exactly. Who's who. So there's the 007 there of Nicholas Stiles, a regular here every Saturday night.
Yeah, big family usually comes to support Nick in his racing, so he's got that 007 James Bond-like machine.
I think the 88 there is Russ Ogletree. I saw him post today where he was going to be coming. So,
yeah, everybody's still chasing Cody Overton, 14.679 seconds. Again, this will set the lineup for the features. A number will lock in, everybody else going to one of 2 B mains. Tim, what a great turnout we are having tonight, though. Gorgeous weather. So race fans, you're watching on Flow. Thanks for joining in here. You're watching the support classes of the Peach State Classic tonight, the Peach Bowl that we are running. Tomorrow night we're going to do it all again. The best way to see it, if you're on Flow, great. If you're in the local area, come on down to Senoia Raceway. We're located, as we said, about 25 miles south-southwest of Atlanta. And Tim, to be here and experience it in 4D, there's no better way to experience a race.
It sure is, and a shout out to my buddy Lamar Wilson. Just give me a text. He's at home watching on Flow, so Lamar Wilson, hopefully see you out here tomorrow night. So can't believe you're not here tonight. It's better in person. All these loud cars, we got a bunch of them as we see Ralph Falk there in the number 4, rolling down into 3 and 4 here.
That's right, Falk joining us from Dublin, Georgia this evening. So good to have Falk in the mix with us. Tim, since you were mentioning shout-outs, I want to give a mention to a relative of yours, Brenda Couch, who had some surgery and is, I believe, recovering in the hospital. She is the mother of Jennifer from Jennifer's Dirt Life Live. So Brenda, Jennifer, we miss you. We can't wait to see you back at the track. Brenda, we're praying for you as you heal up from your surgery.
They're in the hospital with iPads watching this, so they're not missing out. They're not here, but they're not missing out. So, and John Ralph Falk almost went up over to this number 4 also right here. And I'm showing in this number 5, that is Kobe Darda.
Up 7K on screen, that is Matthew Cade. And there we see the number 4, Ralph Falk, just working down to the inside of Cade as they're going to come around to put some times on the board. The white flag out. This should be our final group of hot lap qualifying. That was the 55 of Parrish Duncan. So these drivers are going to have to find a little more speed, or they might be going to one of 2 B mains as we are closing out our 602 Sportsman hot lap qualifying.
Checker flag out, and looks like Cody Overton in the 01 will be quick time starting on the pole. Cody with a 14.679. Marty Massey second quick. Wiley McDaniel in the 25. Then we got Colton Herbert there starting 4th. And John, just from those top 10 drivers right there that you and I see race out here weekly, we know what we're going to have later on when they get to their feature. It's going to be something to watch here.
And now it's going to look like an Atlanta traffic jam once again as 54 of our 602 Sportsmen are going to make their way back to their haulers. They're going to make some adjustments. And while they're doing that, we're going to step away to help thank some of our marketing partners, and we'll be back in a moment here at Senoia Raceway. Welcome back to Senoia Raceway for the Peach State Classic. Looking down at the pits, the beautiful herringbone formation of the super late model haulers. We've turned the page. Our 602 late model sportsman hot lap qualifying is complete. The next group of cars we will see are our selldriverdirect.com open wheel modifieds. At one point, modifieds ruled the short track world in the 40s and 50s. Drivers took pre-World War II coupes, made a host of engine and suspension modifications, and took off those front fenders to give these cars the signature look. Eventually, these modifieds were eclipsed by late models, but these cars still remain a fun, economical way to enjoy racing, and they still maintain that lack of front fenders for that signature look. Hot lap qualifying getting underway. Tim, we have another good field of cars here. 22 modified signed in for action.
Yep, right there on the screen, the 17 of Brett Gray. Already had a couple of wins already this year here. One of the ones to beat all around the tracks here around our area.
Well, in fact, our only two-time winner. No other repeat winners this season. Behind him in that red 01 machine,
Corey Hillman there in the 01.
And then we have the 37, Colton Collins, out of Temple, Georgia. Temple, one of the, we'll call it suburbs of Atlanta, off to the west. As once again, this is hot lap qualifying. Small groups go out on the track, get maybe 3 or 4 laps. That is the M1, Robert Caldwell, taking time. Quick time so far, Michael Page, 17.705 seconds. So Tim, looks like Michael's doing a little double duty tonight, as he'll probably be in a super late model as well.
So that is not Brett Gray. It's Michael Page in Brett Gray's car then. Brett Gray is usually in that. Unless Brett's got 2 cars here tonight, so don't know if he's even here.
Yeah,
I don't think I see him.
Brett's not signed in for action, but we know that car can compete. But Michael Page getting into the seat behind the steering wheel, and there you get a good look sort of at the eyes of the man. Michael Page has picked up a multitude of wins, not only in modifieds, but all the way up through super late models. So great to see him on track. Now, one of our more fun stories, Tim. We've had a couple of different drivers, father-sons, go through this, and tonight, which Bagby is behind the wheel?
Richard Bagby got the car back after his son Landon drove one heck of a race a couple of weeks ago, and Landon went to Alabama and won the Alabama State race down at Phoenix City in that car. So Richard's in it tonight. Landon has been sick. I know he went to the dirt track race at Charlotte last week, and I saw he posted he's been sick since he got back home. So
that's right. In the red 29, we have Zaid Clark out of Concord, Georgia. So Zaid, one of the cars on track for hot lap qualifying. Next car up, Brett Gardner in the number 59. Brett joining us from Dallas, Georgia this evening. These modifieds run on the narrowest tires that we will see on the track, just 8 inches wide. If you drove a pickup truck to the speedway tonight, odds are the tires on your pickup are wider than what these modifieds have. It's difficult to get 350 horsepower from one of these 602 engines down onto the track. Eric Hogshead in the number 9 joining us from Carrollton. He's going to make his way down the back straightaway. As Tim, this track's picked up some character here. We'll see if they don't roll the track at points. But these modifieds, quick time so far. It was set by Michael Page, but now Jason Turner rockets to the top of the board, 16.717 seconds. That is Turner there on screen. So good to have Jason back with us in the fold.
Jason Turner, quick time in the 00. Brett Gardner in the 59, second quick. John, I'm looking at the entry list, and you know it. The 148 of Booger Brooks is going to be out here shortly in an open wheel modified, as he loves racing that open wheel modified here at Senoia Raceway also, as we got on the group now.
Yep. Tim, track record in open wheel modifieds, 15.864 seconds. Don Jenkins set that back in April of this year.
The number 10 there, that is Scotty Hyatt. If anybody's familiar with Jason Hyatt over in Alabama area, they're relative somehow, John. I'm not going to say how. But
well, we're
Scotty
all related
Hyatt,
somehow, Tim,
Jason
but you're
Hyatt.
right.
Yeah.
We've had Scotty here before racing in competition. So good to see him coming over. Jason super late model driver over there. We know if he hasn't won it, he's come awfully close when they have the Ice Bowl over at Talladega Short Track.
There you have the 88 of Bucky Gregory. The number 88 here coming off turn 4.
I believe this is our first time having Gregory with us on the track. Tim, host of new names joining us tonight in both our sportsman and our modified divisions. Dylan Crumpton on screen in the C1. His first lap, 18.309 seconds. So Crumpton joining us from Heflin, Alabama. And that is Cass Fowler out of Woodstock in the 119. We've seen him come achingly close in sportsman competition. He's going to try his hand in the modified tonight. Let's see how he's able to wheel his way around. Everybody's still chasing Jason Turner, 16.717 seconds.
Looks like Booger Brooks right there, and that number 10 is 5th quick with Jason Hyatt right there behind him. So that number 10 of Booger Brooks.
Well, and as we've said, this is our selldriverdirect.com open wheel modifieds. They are a leading buyer and seller in the automotive industry through multiple auction channels in today's marketplace. The team harnesses over 50 years of experience in the industry to provide you with an offer opportunity to buy your car. That's selldriverdirect.com. And some mechanical issues, Tim, down in turn number 2 as Gregory needing a little bit of a push to get back going. Can't tell what's wrong, if it's electrical or I don't see a drive shaft down on the track anywhere, but some mechanical issues for the driver of that black and green, number 88. So, Tim, look at that time. Second quick is Brett Gardner out of Dallas, Georgia. I think that's another name we really haven't called much this year. Just a couple of hundredths slower than Turner, but right now he'd be primed to start on the outside pole of the 15-lap feature that'll be coming up later in our program.
Yeah, still got some cars to go, John, and one of those will be the 0 Josh Scott, who, of course, is our track champion in open wheel modified for 2024. So, Josh looking to pick up a win here in the Peach State Classic tonight. So, our track champion trying to get another big win for the year before they close out for the year.
Well, and Tim, from that shot there, you really get an idea, 1, how narrow those 8-inch tires are, 2, how much camber they run, that both of those wheels look like the top is kicked to the right. That's all, so when the cars go into the corner and the weight starts to lean over to the right side, they can maximize grip in the corners. Looks like our next group rolling on track. This should be our final group, and it looks like the 07 Dan Meadows out of Douglasville. Tim, we called his name in Sportsman, so it looks like he's also double dipping tonight.
That's actually Steve Pate.
Oh, that's Pate, that one. Okay.
Yeah. 07, actually Meadows is about to come off turn 4 over here.
Okay. Looks like I saw Billy Wallace in the blue number 1 as well. Viewers, race fans, coming up next will be our super late model qualifying session. That'll be up on track next after our modified division. Tyler Sauls in the red 88 rolling down the back straightaway is one of the cars in this group. Sauls from Carrollton, Georgia. And there is Dan Meadows in the black and red 07. Meadows, longtime driver with us. I think he's been second in points the last couple of seasons.
And there you see our number 0 there. Looks like the flying eye on the side, and looks a lot like the yin-yang of Scott Bloomquist, but that's the flying eye emblem. Josh Scott there, who is our 2024 track champion for open wheel modified. Steve Pate here coming back. Looks like they're coming back to the white flag this time by, John. It looks like Turner's still quick time.
Yeah, we'll see if anyone's able to move their way up. We won't have a B main for the modified, so we just have 22 cars. This will set the balance of the field as flagman Eric Spencer waves the white flag. Gregory, I'm trying to look for who's quick in this group. Looks like no one is able to crack the top 5 yet, so we'll see as we come to the checkered flag. Dan Meadows pops in at 16th quick. Scott 18th quick, so he's going to have some work to do. Both of those drivers will have some work to do. They'll have 15 laps to get business done later in our program. The modifieds will be our first feature of the evening, but we have plenty of other racing before we get to our features. Tim, what a gorgeous sight that is. The shots we don't normally see from the backside here, looking back over to where we sit on the front straightaway.
It is, John, and I tell you, for all those out there that have never been to Senoia Raceway, we welcome you here anytime. Come see us next year. We got some big races coming up next year. If you've never been here, you got to come see us. Definitely come up to the booth to see me and John. Let us know where you're from. We've had people from all across the country this year. So,
and with that, race fans, while our modifieds head back to the pits, coming up next will be our supers. We're going to head and thank some marketing partners and be back here at Senoia Raceway.
Welcome back to the opening night of the Peach State Classic. It's Castrol FloRacing Night in America, presented by Kubota. We are live here at Senoia Raceway in Senoia, Georgia, just southwest of the big city of Atlanta. Ben, did you know that your favorite races are even better on the big screen?
I do now.
Yeah, you do. That's right. You can select your favorite teams, tracks, series, and a whole lot more every time you open the brand new redesigned Flow Sports TV app. Download that at Flow Sports TV. FlowSports.tv, not Flow Sports TV. I figure most people know that. Yeah, look at that. It's cool. It's good. It's,
That's very cool.
Yep, a lot easier to use. Absolutely. It absolutely is. By the way, FloRacing swag, they got a sale going on right now. You get 20% off FloRacing merchandise right now. I'm throwing it. Didn't script this for Tiffany, but I know there it is. You got to flow the graphic up. That red hoodie, I brought that one with me this weekend. 20% off right now. And by the way, inside information, okay?
Wait on me.
Now, don't tell anybody this, but I hear that there may be some brand new merchandise debuting at the Gateway Dirt Nationals and the Snowball Derby. I hear we may have a new shirt or two coming out that just in time for everyone you got to buy Christmas presents for.
3 weeks away, get it. But hey, scan that QR code on your screen if you're watching at home on FloRacing right now. Pick up that, and then in a few weeks we got new swag. Grab that as well. You're done Christmas shopping. It's that easy.
I appreciate that. I was trying to drop you a hint there of what I wanted for Christmas. Speaking of Christmas, Christmas comes early for Cody Early, no pun intended. Cody, you were down there surveying the racetrack. They have been rolling this racetrack in, and with right around an inch of rain here the night before, maybe a little bit of a hole developing down in turns 1 and 2, you noticed.
Yeah, Ben and Dustin, the Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota Super Late Models. Most of those dirt draft hot lapped right in the middle of the racetrack to the bottom. Kind of started to see this track develop a low spot down here in turn 3, but Bubba and his team have done an amazing job to try to keep this track together. Of course, canceling last night's events, moving them to Sunday, giving these drivers the best track they could possibly have for this weekend's Peach State Classic.
All right, Cody, thanks so much. Man, glad to have Cody Early on the broadcast with us here this weekend, Ben.
Total pro. That guy's everywhere. He's one of the hardest working guys in motorsports. Glad to have him here. Glad to have everybody in the house. And glad to have Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota Super Late Models lined up for Sunoco Race Fuels qualifying. And we are underway. It's going to be Hadley Green out of Ellaville, Georgia in the 2G. The Hardway Farms entry. Coming out first, he'll be joined by the 76 of Brandon Overton. Fresh off now a Hunt the Front Championship in 2024. This weekend, though, he's aboard the Supply Chain Management, Wise Force Products, Harco Construction, Edwards Interior and Exterior and Graphics, Cash Money Motorsports, Clements Powered XR1 for Brandon Overton, a 9-time winner this year and joined on the Speedway. Scheduled to have, we're going to have the 4 out there of Max McLaughlin. He's going to make the call. The Clements Powered Longhorn, the Nice Motorsports HWH Performance Precision Fit Vehicle Logistics entry. 2 wins on the year for Max McLaughlin in his new ride with Nice Motorsports.
Absolutely. First lap times just now going up here in Sunoco Race Fuels time trials. And the fastest driver of the trio, Max McLaughlin, a 1:42.82. Second lap time for Hadley Green is a little better. His best lap, 15:085. That's good enough for third quick. You see McLaughlin hiking that left front up there. Brandon Overton's best lap, 1:44.52. That is second fastest. And Max McLaughlin, 1:39.97. That is a pretty high bar that the Mooresville, North Carolina driver has set after the first 3 qualifiers here tonight.
Up next, it's Tim McCready out of Watertown, New York in the 58V. Bobby Pearson, the 32 out of Oakwood, Illinois, and the 12 of Ashton Winger. What a set out of Hampton, Georgia. Tim McCready and the Viper Risk Management Group, Ocala Restaurant Supply, Big Frog Motorsports, Bit Team Base Fuels, Dave's Towing, Durham Powered Rocket XR 1.2, 2-time winner this year. Tim McCready joined on the Speedway by Bobby Pearson, car 32. Low Voltage Solutions, Rio Grande Waste Services, Hooker Trucking, Sea Valley Transportation, Churchill Transport, Vic Hill Powered Longhorn, defending Castrol FloRacing Night in America champion and our current points leader in the 12. That'll be Ashton Winger, 9-time winner this year. The Jeff Matthews Racing, Johnny Doan Plumbing, Recreational Vehicle Select, Kaiser Manufacturing, Durham Powered Rocket XR1.
Bobby Pierce goes to the top of the leaderboard, Ben. 1:38.52 on lap number 1. Ashton Winger third quick. And Tim McCready fourth after their first laps. Tim McCready's better on lap 2. He stays fourth, 1:4.369, his best lap. McCready not as good his second time around. He's got the time to beat. We'll see if Winger has anything. Winger's better, not quite good enough. He'll jump up to second, 1:3.989 for the Hampton, Georgia driver. But Bobby Pierce now the quickest after 6, 1:3.852.
Up next out of Carpentersville, Illinois, Dennis Erb Jr. in the 28 Junior. He is going to be joined by the 18 of Dalton Wilson out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, and the 74X of Bakersfield, California's Ethan Dodson. Dennis Erb Jr., the Vomac Truck Sales, McBride Mac, Tools Auto Sales, Penske, Dundee Heating and Air, Clements Powered Rocket XR1, 4 wins on the year for the 2022 World of Outlaws champion. Also in this set, we have got car number 18, Dalton Wilson. He's had a good year out on the series. That James Ratliff Racing, Brantley Farms, ICS, MGL Auto Sales, Keltner Construction, Clements Powered Longhorn, 4 wins on the year for him. And Ethan Dodson, a 4-time winner this year as well. The ASD Motorsports SRI, American Racing Pro Series, Torco Racing Oils, Clements Powered Longhorn.
Dalton Wilson's going to go fourth quick on lap 1. Ethan Dodson is fifth fastest. Dennis Erb jumps up to second on lap 2, 1:3.970. Dalton Wilson fifth quick, best lap 1:4.023. And here comes Ethan Dodson. His second lap time is a little better, but he's going to stay sixth quick, 1:4.155. 9 drivers have attempted a lap. Right now, it's Bobby Pierce, Dennis Erb Jr., Ashton Winger, your top 3.
Up next, it'll be Nick Hoffman, third in the World of Outlaws standings this year in the Tide Torque Racing number 9. He leads them to the Speedway. NOS Energy Drink, CW Trucking, Petrov Towing, Tri-Valley Equipment Sales, Clements Powered Longhorn, 9 wins this year. One of those came in a modified. Joined on the Speedway by Sam Seawright out of Fort Payne, Alabama. Seawright with a good year, 4 wins on the year. The JR Excavation and Lumber, Farm Systems, Baird Racing, Durham Powered Longhorn. And on the Speedway with him, the 49 of Jonathan Davenport out of Blairsville, Georgia. The Dynagrow Seed, Nutrien Ag Solutions, Bilstein, Lucas Oil Products, ASC Warranty, Longhorn Race Car for Jonathan Davenport.
Another solid trio on the racetrack. Hoffman 7th quick, Seawright 8th quick. Jonathan Davenport in the top of the leaderboard on lap 1, 13.669. Hoffman jumps up to 3rd quick with a 1:3.968. And Sam Seawright's second lap, 1:4.012. Davenport even a tick better on his second lap time. The new time to beat by Superman, 1:3.664 after 12 cars.
Up next, Jimmy Owens out of Newport, Tennessee. And the Kohler Motorsports, Reese Monument Company, Ultimate Towing Recovery, Tim Short Automotive Group, Boom Test Well Service, Vic Hill Powered Rocket Chassis, 1-time winner this year. And the 23 will join him. That's Corey Hedgecock out of Loudon, Tennessee. 6 wins on the year for the driver of the Eagle Powered BMF race car. Georgia Mountain Pole Company, SFP Performance Systems, Service Transport, Vineyard Enterprises, Integra, Circle H Services, and Current Construction. All sponsors for Corey Hedgecock, the 2-time Crate Racing USA champion. And on the track with them will be car number 24 of Zach Leonhardi, a Case of Racing Engine Warrior, the 2024 604 late model track champion here in the West Georgia Fence Company, Integra Shocks, CNS Auto Electric entry for Zach Leonhardi.
10th quick for Corey Hedgecock, 11th quick for Jimmy Owens on lap number 1. Zach Leonhardi's first lap time, good enough for 15th fastest. Lap 2 for J.O., not as good. He'll stay 11th quick, best time 14.282. Corey Hedgecock's second lap also not as good. He stays 10th, 1:4.272. And the final lap time for Zach Leonhardi is a tick better, but he'll stay 15th at a 1:5.098. Ben, after 15 drivers have attempted a lap, it's Jonathan Davenport, Bobby Pierce, Nick Hoffman, the top 3.
Up next will be Levon Sparks out of Phoenix City, Alabama. The Rainey Brothers Spain Spray Foam and Insulation, Modern Images, Mathis Racing, Oliver Racing Engine, Vern Chassis, the only one in the pit area for Levon Sparks. The 99, that'll be J.R. Mosley coming to us out of Columbus, Georgia. The Mosley Transport, VP by 99 Incorporated, VG Performance, Cornet Powered Longhorn. And joining them all on the Speedway, your third qualifier in this set will be Dalton Cook, 2024 Coleman Farms Racing Southern All-Star Champion, the Clements Powered Rocket XR1, New Point Lighting and Design, 3 Trade Consultants, TMT Utilities and Gradings, all sponsors for Dalton Cook.
Levon Sparks is going to go 16th quick on lap 1. J.R. Mosley is 14th fastest his first time around. Dalton Cook checks in 12th quick his first trip around the Senoia Oval. Lap number 2 for the 11 of Levon Sparks, 18th fastest. J.R. Mosley, 15th, best lap of 1:46.62, and the best lap time for Dalton Cook. He'll jump up a couple spots to 11th, a 1:42.79. The time to beat, it's still Superman Jonathan Davenport, 1:36.64.
Up next, Lamar Haygood out of Douglasville, Georgia, the Rocket XR1, Matt Bishop Racing Engine, West Metro Glass, Bishop Racing Engines, ABS Towing Recovery, ABS Automotive number 17. And joining on Speedway with a 93 car, that'll be Carson Ferguson. Coming to us out of Lincolnton, North Carolina. 3 wins on the year for the driver of the Little Pink Houses of Hope, WP Racing Shocks, Coleman Farms Racing, Hoopaw Grading Company, Franklin Enterprises, Clements Powered, Longhorn Chassis by Wesley Page, and Chris Smokey Madden back in the seat. 4-time winner this year, the Victory Circle Auto Sales Dryden, Victory Fuel, Gambler Transport, Brickhouse Tavern, and Armor Security. All sponsors on the Cornet Powered Longhorn for Chris Madden.
Lamar Haygood will be 16th fastest his first time around the racetrack. Carson Ferguson will go 15th quick. Chris Madden 10th fastest on lap number 1. Lap 2 for Lamar Haygood. He'll wheel that black 17 off corner number 4. 18th quick, 1:5.013 his best lap. Carson Ferguson jumped up to 9th. His best lap is a 1:4.123. And Chris Madden's best lap time was lap 1. He is 11th quick with a 1:4.182. Davenport, Pierce, Hoffman, Dennis Erb, Ashton Winger, the top 5.
Up next, Jordy Nipper out of Grady, Georgia, the TNC Diesel Truck and Trailer Repair, M&S Concrete, Scotty's Muffler, Central Fence Company, Clements Powered Longhorn by WP. 2 wins on the year for that driver, joined by the New Deal, Hudson O'Neill out of Martinsville, Indiana. That's SI Motorsports, Professional Concrete Cutting Solutions, Big River Steel, Wheeler Metals, Merrill Bonding, Clements Powered Longhorn. 12 wins on the year, finishing 5th in this year's Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series standings in the 58 car of Garrett Alberson, 8-time winner of this year, the Low Voltage Solutions, Romer Machine and Welding, Titan, the Sea Valley Transportation, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Bill's Sports Shop, Clements Powered Longhorn for Garrett Alberson.
Jordy Nipper goes 18th fastest his first time around. Hudson O'Neill is 17th quick on lap number 1. Garrett Albertson, 9th fastest, 1:4.041, the fastest lap of this group on lap 1. Jordy Nipper's second lap a little better, 16th, 1:4.292. Second lap for Hudson O'Neill, not as good. He is 19th, 1:4.474. And Garrett Albertson jumps to second. Been a good lap for GA, 1:3.794. Garrett Albertson now second quick, trailing only Jonathan Davenport after 24 cars.
Only 2 qualifiers left. It'll be Kyle Bronson out of Brandon, Florida, the Race Car Engineering, Bradco Environmental, Borchers Equipment, Tillman Roofing, Mullenix Recycling, Michael Oiled Hauling and Demolition, Clements Powered Longhorn. 40B, a one-time winner this year in your final qualifier in this group, the 14 junior of a 16-year-old, Trey Mills out of St. Augustine, Florida, the Mills Concrete, Colton Blair Motorsports, Fitz Factory, Swift Springs, Quartermaster, all sponsors for Trey Mills, 6th in this year's Hunt the Front standings and last year's Rookie of the Year with the Tour.
Yep, absolutely. First lap time for Kyle Bronson, 13th quick, 1:4.183. Trey Mills wheels the 14 junior. Good lap, Ben. 4th quick for Trey Mills, 1:3.962. Does he have anything for Jonathan Davenport? He's got to pick up 3/10 on lap 2. Bronson jumps up to 11th, 1:4.092. Here comes the 16-year-old Trey Mills. Second lap is better. Not good enough. He stays 4th quick, 1:3.914. It's going to put him tentatively on the outside front row.
Well, how about
heat
that?
Race with Davenport.
How about that? Jonathan Davenport, traffic may have slowed him down, DJ, but nothing's slowing him down in Sunoco qualifying.
That's the only thing that could slow him down. So here is a look at the top 10 in Sunoco Race Fuel's time trials for Group A, and there's a look at Jonathan Davenport. He was the quickest driver in Group A with a 1:3.664. Garrett Alberson, second quick, 13.794. And Bobby Pierce, third quick, 1:3.852. Unofficially, as long as they cross the scales and pass tech, those drivers will start on the pole, on the front row, on the pole of heat races 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, sir.
And boy, got to remember what series I'm with tonight. Trey Mills, 4th quick. Nick Hoffman, 5th. Dennis Erb Jr., 6th. Those 3 drivers will join him alongside. There you see the rest of the top 10. Winger, McLaughlin, Seawright, and Dalton Wilson rounding out the top 10 in an absolutely star-studded group of drivers in Sunoco Race Fuel's time trials for Group A. We're going to do the crossover, Ben, slide those guys back into the pit area, and then we will be ready to wipe the slate clean and get underway with Sunoco Race Fuel's time trials for Group B. Ben, you like college sports, right?
I love college sports. They're my favorite.
I do as well. Well, Flow College is here. It's not really anything new or different, but what it is the home to more than 12,000 college sporting events from over 100 different schools and 12 different college conferences. Flow College. Now your one hub, flowcollege.com, for all things college sports on the Flow, called the Flow family of sports, the Flow family of networks.
Love college football. It's my favorite. It is just my favorite. As now we're going to see if my favorite's going to be Sunoco Group B qualifying for heat races 4, 5, and 6 lineups. Your first qualifier, well, his partner that was hung up in the traffic today, Jonathan Davenport, just went quick time in Group A. No pressure, Jake Jackson. Jake Jackson out of Rutherfordton, North Carolina will be your first qualifier. Clements-powered Excel race car. The Jackson Grading, Style Services, RMI, and Print Shacks LLC won in his second career super late model start earlier this year, and that came at Lawrence County Speedway with the Carolina Clash. Your second qualifier from here in the Peach State, that is going to be Austin Smith, SCCS Solutions, Cedartown Electric, Clements-powered Capital for Austin Smith in car 11, and the 17 SS will join him out there. Brendan Smith out of Dade City, Florida, the Big Daddy's Cattle, Plum Crazy Plumbing, Skipper Smokehouse, Guardian Hurricane Protection, Smith Speed Solutions, with a Durham power plant under the hood of the Rocket XR1. Talked to him today, DJ. He's going to be back out with the Lucas Oil Series for a second year next year. And he said, I'm going to run the Castrol FloRacing Night in America Series next year again as well. He has run every event with us this year, and we talked about that young man making a lot of improvements as the year's gone, has Brendan Smith.
Yeah, that's cool. That's good stuff, man. Need more young up-and-comers in the sport for sure, as these drivers are going to get their first lap underneath them. They'll come around to the white flag this time. Jake Jackson 1.5.140. Austin Smith 1.4. It's a good lap, 1.4058. And here comes the 17 SS of Brendan Smith, 1.4824. Second lap time for Jake Jackson, now second fastest. His best lap, a 1.4710. Austin Smith's second lap, not quite as good. He'll stand on a 1.4058. And Brendan Smith on lap number 2 does not improve. He'll be third quick with a 1.4.824. Maybe trouble on Brendan Smith's 17 SS. Ben, what you got?
Yeah, he caught that hole down there in 3 and 4 and tore over to that nose. No harm, no foul, though. Up next, this year's Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series Rookie of the Year, Jackson Heiss out of Ocala, Florida. The Black Diamond Custom Racing Engine, Quality Services Roofing, Triple Crown Trailers, VP by Boswell, Integra Shocks, and GW Performance entry. Joined on the speedway by the 38T of Matthew Taylor. That driver coming to us out of Fort Valley, Georgia, the WCH Homes, TMT Utilities, Yearwood Grading, LeClay Construction, all sponsors on the Vic Hill Powered Rocket Chassis. One win on the year for him. And in this set, the 42 of Clay Knight out of North Augusta, South Carolina, former Ultimate Late Model Series champion, the MW Transport, Augusta Aquatics, Barrett's Performance Warehouse, Midwest Sheet Metal, car 42.
Matthew Taylor second quick on lap number 1. Jackson Heiss is third fastest his first time around, and Clay Knight will check in fifth quick on lap number 1. Lap 2 for Jackson Heiss, tick better, 1.4949. He is fifth quick. Matthew Taylor also a tick better. He stays second quick, 1.4271. And the second and final lap time for Clay Knight is also better. He'll jump up to third fastest, 1.4658. After 6 cars in Group B, Austin Smith the time to beat, 1.4058.
Up next, Zach Mitchell out of Enoree, South Carolina, the Longhorn Vic Hill Powered, Coleman Farms Racing Specials Needs Schools of Gwinnett. Bilstein MPM Marketing sponsors on that race car. 5-time winner this year, 4th in the Hunt the Front Series standings. 4-time Ultimate Series champion was Zach Mitchell. The 79 of Donald McIntosh, 2 wins on the year, and he got the Schaefer's Oil Spring National and Southern Nationals Championship this year. The Billy Hicks Racing, H&H Auto Sales, Lawson Trucking, Bell's Construction, and car 79, Donald, in trouble down the back straightaway as the 57 car is going to slow and tough break as he's going to pull to the infield. Will Zach Mitchell, and he's not going to get there, DJ. We're going to see the first caution of the night as we got him stopped, and Zach Mitchell with trouble down the back straightaway, and I'm not sure what happened. It looked like he lost power, and then he couldn't get turned in either. Man, tough break.
Yeah, no doubt. He's been running very, very well here lately. The Enoree, South Carolina driver of that Coleman Farms Racing number 57. So we'll see if
they're going to try to get him backed up. One other car on the speedway in this set, Will Harrington and the WCH Homes, TMT Utilities, Yearwood Grading, LeClay Construction, Vic Hill Powered Rocket Chassis. And, of course, Will Harrington, a teammate to Matthew Taylor here this weekend. Harrington with 1 win on the year, and they're trying to get that car backed up down the back straightaway. And we'll see if Cody, once he gets down there, if Cody Early can get us an update on what may have happened there. But, man, it's been a big year for that driver. You hate to see his weekend start that way.
I wonder if he maybe hit that hole in the inside of 3 and 4, maybe to hit the kill switch or something. I don't,
Could be.
know. There's not really any mud to come up and do that, though. But
Get Adam March right there on the scene, getting a shot of that Coleman Farms Racing 57. Man, tough break. And again, you talk about guys that are really on the cusp of really storming onto the national scene. 4-time Ultimate Series champion, the 2017 Carolina Clash champion, 4th with the Hunt the Front Series this year, and joining Coleman Farms Racing this year, and they're branching out more and more. And I think you're going to be hearing a lot out of Zach Mitchell the next few years.
Oh, absolutely. You absolutely are. As unfortunately, Lady Luck has dealt him a bad hand in Group B for Sunoco Race Fuels time trials, and he is not going to get a qualifying lap. So we will send out, Ben, the next car in this group, and it looks to be the driver of the number 14. That's going to be Hayden Cowan in the supply chain management, Wise Forest Products, Edwards Interior Graphics, Harco Construction, Container One, Clements Powered Rocket Chassis, the 19-year-old out of Renton, Georgia, will make us a perfect trio on the track. First white flag is going to fly for the 79 of Donald McIntosh. He's third quick, 1.4452. Will Harrington to the top of the leaderboard, Ben, 13.911, and Hayden Cowan, sixth quick, 1.4692. Second lap time for D-Mac is going to be fourth quick, 1.4276 is his best lap. Will Harrington going to stand on lap 1, 13.911. And Hayden Cowan's second lap a hair better. He'll move up one spot to fifth, 1.4364. So Ben, Will Harrington now the quickest in Group B after 9 cars with a lap of 13.911.
Up next will be Spencer Hughes out of Cozzeyville, Mississippi. The Elhammer Design and Construction, Clyburn Tank Lines, the Mercantile by Miller, Sunoco Professional Concrete and Drilling, Link Construction, all sponsors on the J. Dickens Powered Rocket XR1. 6-time winner this year is Spencer Hughes. Meanwhile, Tyler Erb, big year for the driver out of New Waverly, Texas. 19 wins on the year. The Best Performance Motorsports, Sunoco versus First Class Septic, Anthony's Pizza, Langenfelter Mechanical Contractors, and the Clements Powered Rocket for Tyler Erb. And joining him on the speedway in this set, the 2-car of Tyler Stevens, now hailing out of Paragould, Arkansas, the Keith Hammett Trucking and Construction, James A. Rogers Excavating, Pitts Fuel Investments, Cornet Lightning Powered, Longhorn by Wells.
Third quick for Tyler Erb on lap 1. Spencer Hughes is 7th fastest. Tyler Stevens is 6th quick. First time or second lap time for Spencer Hughes. He'll move up to 4th, 1.4141 for Spencer Hughes. Tyler Erb now the time to beat in Group B, Ben, a 1.3.785, and Tyler Stevens is going to be 7th quick with a 1.4.319. So Tyler Erb now the time to beat in Group B with a 1.3.785. Also an update on Zach Mitchell, broken drive shaft underneath the 57.
Up next out of Bloomington, Illinois, it'll be the high side hustler Jason Fager. I moved him over to the east a little bit. The Longhorn, Clements Power into the hood, the Titan Industries, Rimtech Enterprises, Cheap Cars, Rosser Battery, Hoker Trucking, Arlem Enterprises, Corrosion X, all sponsors for Jason Fager. 17 wins and now a 2-time Mars Late Model Series champion. Joining him on the speedway in this set, it'll be the 10-car of Joseph Joyner, the Kubota Base Racing Fuels Trading Paints, Hunt the Front.TV, J. Dickens Powered Capital Race Car, a 2-time winner this year, and the 1 JT of JT Seawright out of Fort Payne, Alabama, the J&R Excavating, First Bank of Alabama Longhorn.
Fager
to the top.
He's never been here before.
Overall quick time.
Yeah, 1.3708. Are you kidding?
Overall.
Oh my goodness. Joseph Joyner, 8th fastest on lap number 1. Lap number 2 for Joyner Topsing, 13.691. Oh, man.
Hunt the front, hunt the top of the board. My goodness.
JTC right going to check in 15th quick. His best lap was a 1.4.975. You got a new lead trio in Group B. Tyler Erb now 3rd quick. Jason Fager in his first appearance here, 2nd fastest, and now quickest overall, Milton, Florida's Joseph Joyner with a 1.3.691.
She's getting sporty now. Up next, the 66K of Dylan Knowles out of Lynette, Alabama. The Fowler's Alignment and Brake Service, SK Motorsports, Sweet Victory Apparel, CP Hauling LLC, and CP Diesel Performance, Clements Powered Rocket Chassis. 1 win on the year, and that came with the World of Outlaws in preliminary action over at Talladega Short Track earlier this year. The 51 of Chad Tootin out of Blackshear, Georgia. The H&R Racing Engine, Rocket XR1, VP Racing Fuels, Boswell Oil, M&M Striping and Seal Coating, Woodard Pools, and Tegra Car 51. And on the speedway with them, the 25C, the Georgia Bulldog, the veteran Shane Clanton out of Zebulon, Georgia. The Super K Express, Panama City Cycles, Carolina Concrete Finishers, Freeman Plumbing, Base Fuels, Penske, Hoosier, and Advanced Transportation. All sponsors on the Clements Capital for Shane Clanton.
All right, well, let's see if anybody's got anything for Joseph Joyner now in his lap of 13.691. First driver to collect a white flag is going to be Chad Tootin in the 51. He'll be 17th quick, 1.5264. Clanton, fourth quick, good lap, 13.895. Dylan Knowles, second quick, Ben, 13.697, just 6/1,000ths of a second off of Joyner. Chad Tootin, 18th quick, 1.5109. Clanton, fifth fastest, 1.3895. It's Joseph Joyner, Dylan Knowles, and Jason Fager, now the top three, with about 9 drivers left to qualify here in Group B.
Up next, it'll be Ricky Thornton Jr. out of Martinsville, Indiana, this year's Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion, a 27-time winner this year in the Kohler Motorsports, Hoker Trucking, Coleman Farms Racing, Ultimate Towing Recovery, Capital Waste, Sharp Advantage Safety Products, Clements Powered Longhorn, joined by Austin Horton out of Whitesburg, Georgia. Keep an eye on him, a local hot shoe. Austin with 7 wins this year of a 2017 Southern All-Star champion, the JCB West Pro Extreme Towing and Recovery, Super K Express, CSR Aluminum Fab, cart number 16, and the 18 of Derek Dent out of Appling, Georgia, the Triple Electric. Given Plumbing Company, Big T Stump Grinding Car, 18 for Derek Dent. Time to beat Joseph Joyner with a 13.691.
That is indeed the time to beat. The first driver to collect the white flag is going to be the 20RT of Ricky Thornton Jr., and he did it. 1.3585 for the former Peach State Classic champ, Austin Horton, 6th quick. He's always solid here at Senoia, and Derek Dent goes 21st fastest on lap number 1. Ricky Thornton Jr.'s second lap, not as good, and right now it doesn't matter. He's a 10th quicker. Austin Horton's second lap, also not as good. He stays 6th, 13.843. And Derek Dent's second lap time a little better. He'll move up to 15th, 1.4543. RTJ, now the time to beat in Group B, 13.585.
Up next will be Montana Dudley out of Phoenix City, Alabama, and the 7, the 18X of Michael Page out of Douglasville, Georgia. I think we're going to have 2 cars of 2 remaining, and indeed we will. Montana Dudley, the Cornet Lightning powered Longhorn, 5 wins on the year. Those all come in the 604 late model division at East Alabama Motor Speedway. The Thomason Properties, A&E Metal Roofing, the Racing Zone, car 7, and Michael Page, no stranger to victory lane here, 6 wins on the year. Out of Douglasville, Georgia, the Durham Powered Rocket, the Troy Baird Racing, Seawright Motorsports, 18X for Michael Page.
All right, let's see if anybody's got anything for RTJ. Montana Dudley, good lap, 9th quick, 1.4019. And Michael Page, second quick, 1.3691. Let's see, he's got to pick up a 10th. Lap 2 for Dudley, better, 8th quick, great lap, 1.3847. Here comes Michael Page, lap number 2, not as good. He'll rest on a 1.3691. We do go out to 4 deads tied. You'll see on the left side of your screen with Joseph Joyner, with the timing that comes directly into our staff. It goes out 4 digits, advantage Michael Page.
Up next, Tyler Millwood out of Kingston, Georgia in the 31, the Competition Racing Equipment, Grease Mobile Service. Tarpon Solutions, Millwood Plumbing, 2-3 Collective, Durham Powered Rocket XR1, 1 win on the year. That came at Dixie Speedway for the 2017 Ultimate Super Late Model Series champion and Rookie of the Year. And your final qualifier here tonight, Peyton Freeman, the 2021 Southern All-Star Champion and Rookie of the Year, the Cornet Thunder Powered Rocket Chassis, sponsored by Freeman Plumbing, Georgia Recycling Group, Rod Roberts Trucking, VP Boswell Oil, and Ed Colley Grading, all sponsors for the 2-time winner this year, Peyton Freeman.
Tyler Millwood's going to clock in 17th quick his first time around. Peyton Freeman goes 11th fastest on lap number 1. Both of them will have to pick it up considerably if they've got anything for Ricky Thornton Jr. A 13.78 gets him into the top 6. Millwood improves. He'll go up to 11th, a 1.3947. And Freeman does it. He goes to 4th. That'll put him on the outside front row of heat for 1.3692 for the Commerce, Georgia driver. And that is unofficially a wrap on Sunoco Race Fuel's time trials here this evening. The quickest driver in Group B and the quickest overall is going to be the driver originally out of Chandler, Arizona, Ricky Thornton Jr. with a 1.3.585. Second fastest, Michael Page with a 13.691. Joseph Joyner, third quick with a 1.3691. And RTJ is down there with our very own Cody Early. Cody, he's trying to pick up a second Peach State Classic win tomorrow, and it kicks off here tonight.
That's exactly right, Dustin. 27 points separates him and Bobby Pierce coming in. Ricky, Sunoco Race Fuel's fastest qualifier. That's a great start to the weekend for you and this team.
Yeah, I know it definitely is. I drew a high pill earlier, and I wasn't quite sure. Normally this place is super slick, so I was talking to a couple guys before qualifying started. We thought the top was going to come in. It was just a matter of when. So I feel like we hit it perfect there. Good start of the night. I know Bobby qualified really good too. So hopefully we can go out and have a good heat race and put ourselves somewhere good for the future. Got to give a big shout out to my wife, my boys, my little girl back home, Hooker Trucking, Coleman Farms, everyone at Longhorn Chassis, everyone, all the guys at Kohler Motorsports are working super hard trying to get us a really good piece for this weekend. I feel like it's a good start.
Ricky Thornton Jr., the defending Peach State Classic champion. Good momentum in night number 1 so far.
Thank you very much, Cody. And I tell you a cool thing, DJ. We've had 7 events this year, 7 rounds of Sunoco Race Fuels qualifying. 7 different drivers have set fast time at Sunoco Race Fuels qualifying this year.
Yeah, that's cool.
So very cool. Well, I tell you right now, they're going to go to work, a little bit of track prep. We're just around the corner, opening ceremonies. We've got super late model heats, 6 of them coming your way. But now's a good time to check out all the vendors, take a pause for the cause, grab you something to eat or drink. We'll be right back. Senoia Raceway, the opening night, the 4th annual Peach State Classic. And you're either in the house or you're watching it all live at FloRacing. Don't go anywhere.
I have terrible vision. I got hooked up with Death Ridge, and being able to see when you're racing is pretty important. Glare is somewhat of a big deal, and with these there's really no glare at all. They just fit really well. They don't go over your ear, they just go straight around your head. Full believer in them. I feel like they help a lot compared to what I'm used to. I have nothing but good to say about them.
I'll just put it this way, we'll be back. With the hard work of Mark Richards and all the people at Rocket, we'll be back.
Your opening night winner at East Bay Raceway Park is going to be Tyler Erb. Ashton Winger gets it done on a Tuesday night at East Bay.
But it's going to be the Reaper out of Marshalltown, Iowa. His first career win in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series.
But it's going to be Hudson O'Neal getting his first win. Back-to-back winner at East Bay Raceway Park. Hudson O'Neal wins it. $20,000 later, Alligator. Hudson O'Neal wins it at 1.
The crowd's going to come to their feet one more time around the speedway. Where's he going to go? He on to the inside. He thinks about a slider. Oh, but he can't get it done. He catches the fence. Checkered flag is out. Freeman Shepherd wins.
Here it didn't hurt us. Okay, we're going to send it.
You're damn right the dome is hard, but you're damn right it's worth it too.
Introducing the My Kubota app. With My Kubota, connecting with your local dealer is easier than ever. Find them with just a tap and contact them quickly for any assistance you need. Access comprehensive resources like how-to guides, owner's manuals, fault codes, maintenance schedules, and more. Everything you need to keep your Kubota running smoothly. Download the app today.
Welcome back to Castrol FloRacing Night in America. Michael Rigsby and Derek Kessinger coming to you live from our Bloomington, Illinois studios. So a very interesting night of qualifying, a long night of qualifying as well. 50-plus 602s, 604, 602s tonight, 50-plus of those guys. And then, of course, over 50 super late models as well. Derek, they had that inch of rain last night. They canceled last night's program. They had an inch of rain. You can tell Senoia known for being slick and slow. It was not tonight. 1 and 2 has a lot of character in it, a lot of moisture, which I think is setting us up for what will really be some good heat races here.
Not that gray, slick, top to bottom. We're going to have some character, which I'm from Illinois. I'm perfectly fine with that. Ricky Thornton Jr., fastest overall, Michael Rigsby. So to make that comeback, he's got to have some perfect nights to start off, and he's fast overall, and see if he can catapult to a big-time first prelim here on the Peach State Classic.
Yeah, let's take a look at the top 10 in qualifying. It was mostly guys in that second group here who commanded the top half of the top 10, including our Bloomington guy, Jason Fager, Swaff, who clocks in 7th overall. At one point, he was the fastest overall qualifier with about 20 cars to go. You have RTJ, JD on top. Michael Page, no stranger to Senoia, wins there a lot. Joseph Joyner, the Hunt the Front car, in 4th. Peyton Freeman, who our producer Kane was cursing because he had his graphic done, and Peyton came out late and laid down a fast time.
Former Hell Tour regular Peyton Freeman.
Yeah, what's that?
Former Hell Tour regular.
Yeah, that's right. Dylan Knowles, a good lap for one of the many Racing Knowles family members. Jason Fager, Turbo, Tyler Erb, Garrett Alberson, and Austin Horton comes in 10th there. For Jason Fager to have never laid eyes on that place, not exactly a surface that he is familiar with. I was pretty impressed with the Tumbling Dice 25.
Yeah, great qualifying run for the high side hustler. Doesn't get down to the southeast very much anymore, if at all. So to see him representing the lane of Lincoln, pretty solid. Is there more Rickmans or more Knowles?
Oh boy, I think Knowles.
Probably.
I think
But there's just a hodgepodge.
the Rickmans are a little older, I think.
Yes.
So I think they're kind of phasing out a little bit. The Rickmans come support the PDC though. We love them every year. They come into Fairbury, which I love. So Derek, it is late in the year, but plenty of good moments here in the last few weeks. Let's take a look at our top moments of the last week on FloRacing. All right, Suave, Short Track Super Series, their final event at Georgetown a few weeks ago. The big half mile put on a hell of a show. Stuart Friesen, Suave, he already started. Stewie started in the back of a B main, all right? So keep that in mind. With 2 laps to go, coming to the white flag, he is now closing in on your guy, Anthony Perego. Stewie wasn't having it. Look, this is not an easy line to run at Georgetown. Final night, final lap, final corner of the Short Track Super Series season. Stuart Friesen blasts around Perego and wins. Big blocks for life, my friend.
I guarantee you he was our former neighbor at Volusia. They're at, what's the town called again?
Palm Coast.
Palm Coast. I gave him some motivation. Said, you got to get up on the wood there. That's vintage. Stu Friesen, as Kovac calls him. Stewie, I think is what he calls him.
There's Stewie getting out of the car. All season long, by the way, you can watch Marshalltown on FloRacing. How about this race from Marshalltown, right? This is late October. They're still racing stock cars at Marshalltown. I have never seen this in my life. Brad Graham in the red 2, Brandon Bombardo in the 51. This is not synchronized swimming. This is synchronized flipping. How about that? 2 cars at the exact same time, flipping on the Marshalltown front stretch. Oh my, Jerry Van Sickle, what's going on up there in Iowa? Have you ever seen that before?
No, it looked like Rachel Gunn from the Olympics, the Australian dancer, just perfect.
How about we have in-car swap? We have in-car of NE.
Look at this showcase.
Chris Berman, there he goes.
Yeah, that was a wild scene there, and imagine if they were going like double the speed of like a late model. That flip was still violent, and they're going half the speed it looked like there. Wow.
We look forward to getting Marshalltown back on FloRacing again next year. But Brandon Bombardo and Brad Graham, we're glad you're okay. Okay, finally, huge drag racing event on the Flow Network a couple of weeks ago, the World Cup finale. Derek, look at Jose Mendez right here. Front wheels. I'm told they're all supposed to be on the ground. I don't know a ton about drag racing, but I know that's not normal. Jose Mendez rides the entire way with the front 2 wheels off the ground. This was the World Cup finale, by the way. Look at the crowds. Look at this. Look at the stands in the background. Tons and tons of people
still
at this
tipping
drag
on
racing.
full
Look at
no,
that
2-2s.
thing. I love it. Jose Mendez, I absolutely love it.
Was he really going 220 there?
Yes.
You said? Wow.
Yes. Is that not insane? Those are your top moments of the week on FloRacing. Do you like me mixing in the Chris Berman? What? The Chris Bermans? It felt right.
I mean, yeah, football season. It's crazy how much content and live videos we have. That's just from the last week of Flow. So.
I know. And they've got a lot more coming up, which we'll touch on later in the show. Those were your moments of the week. That'll do it for us in the studio until right before the feature. We'll be back. RTJ, actually, not Devin Moran tonight. We wanted RTJ. He's in the thick of the championship hunt. We wanted him to join us tonight, and he will. Commercial first, then super late model heats and opening ceremonies from Senoia. We'll be back after this with Ben and DJ at the racetrack.
Every weekend, it seems like we're at a racetrack somewhere. So we're living it, we're doing it. And I think that helps us relate whenever they call. If they need more grip or they need more turn, we do it all the time. All of the fixtures we do, from our steering dyno to our rear end straightening jig, it's the same fixtures, same tools that we would build a rear end housing that's going to run a NASCAR race as we do a rack or a steering box to go on a street stock. We treat them all the same way because, I mean, they deserve the same quality. Everybody does.
In the market for custom race shirts? Struggling with who to call? Look no further. Impact Race Gear's team of top-notch artists at Next Level Printing make it easy to see that Impact Race Gear has the right combination for simply awesome race shirts. We provide shirts and merchandise for the entire motorsports industry, from late models to sprint cars to modifieds, dirt or asphalt. Just take a look at the top drivers and teams that trust Impact. And it doesn't take long to understand why Impact Race Gear is the easy choice. Be sure that your fans, sponsors, and supporters get the products they deserve. When you need the best, it's got to be Impact Race Gear. Give us a call, 877-743-8337, or visit ImpactRaceGear.com to get started on your Simply Awesome race shirts.
Flying A Motorsports has been providing the motorsports industry with the finest transportation equipment for over 35 years, offering an extensive range of new and pre-owned motor coaches, toter homes, race trailers, car haulers, and more. Flying A is proud to be a premier dealer for Renegade, Show Hauler, Intech, T&E, Bravo, C-Tech, and more. Visit FlyingAMotorsports.com to view current and on-order inventory.
Competitive edge at sweetmanufacturing.com.
Welcome back to Senoia Raceway as track prep continues. Again, moments away from opening ceremonies, and then we've got 6 Castrol FloRacing Night in America Super Late Model Heats presented by Kubota right around the corner. Those will be 10 laps apiece, taking 3 to the feature. Everybody else will head off to B mains. And again, yesterday, Wednesday night into yesterday, a soaking rain, not a heavy rain per se came through, but a soaking rain. And the track staff have been working on the track all day. They're working down in turns 3 and 4 right now. I think they're going to do a little bit of work down in turns 1 and 2. So we're working on this track prep to have this racetrack as good as we possibly can for the competitors and the great fans here at Senoia Raceway tonight. So we're going to step aside. Thanks to more marketing partners. When we come back, again, we'll be closer to opening ceremonies and heat race action. This is the 4th annual Peach State Classic from here at Senoia Raceway, and it's all live here on FloRacing.
Welcome back to the Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota finale opener, I guess you would say, Ben, the Peach State Classic here. Friday night, November 15th, a gorgeous Friday evening just outside of Atlanta, Georgia. They're wrapping up a little bit of track prep before we get underway with the first of 6 heat races for the Castrol FloRacing Night in America late models. And yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. We will be back with the series once again in 2025. Michael Rigsby, Ben Shelton, and myself, Dustin Jarrett. We are putting that schedule together right now. We'll be coming out with that here a little bit later on this winter, early part of 2025, Ben. But you know what we don't have to wait very long for? The South Carolina 400. I answered it for you. You know what's special about there it is. They stole it from me.
How many T-shirts do you think you could sell that weekend with Dale Jr. and the
All
Budweiser number 8? Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah. Dale's back.
That is coming up 1 week from tonight and tomorrow, Friday and Saturday, November 23rd and 24th. NASCAR regional racing all year long here once again on FloRacing. Very, very happy to be partnered with NASCAR once again in the iconic Budweiser number 8 returning to Florence. Not the King family's Florence Speedway,
Nope.
Ben.
Josh King wishes this was in
Josh
the
King wishes that was it. This was in Union, Kentucky, but this is the Florence Motor Speedway.
I love
South Carolina 400 coming up next weekend. Only one place to watch it, and it's live right here on Flo.
I love it. You got Junior coming back to his roots. You got Rowdy Busch. Kyle Busch is going to be at the Chili Bowl.
How about that? How cool was that?
I just love watching what all these guys are doing, and I dare still call it the Larson effect. Larson came back and had a lot of fun doing it. He's going to be in a midget again pretty soon, and a lot of fun stuff coming up. And I tell you what, DJ, track prep is continuing. And again, big thumbs up to the Pollard family. They saw what Mother Nature threw at them. They also know that the way they stay on top of it tonight is going to impact what they can and can't do with the track tomorrow night, which is the exact reason why we didn't race last night. You didn't want to put a lot of narrow tire cars out there on that racetrack as soft as it was, or we would have had it might have made it very difficult for tonight. And kudos to them for making great calls.
Yeah, and they, you know what? I talked to a few of the local drivers in the pit area as well. Granted, racing tonight, but we talked about the shift in schedule. I talked to a few folks that said, you know what? I think actually Sunday is going to be a little bit better. Guys aren't working. A lot of times you got to scramble to get here. You got to battle traffic, everything else going on. Exactly, John Matthews. Yep. And so because of that, they think that actually it's going to be a pretty decent field of cars here on Sunday. Now, one thing, John Matthews, let me ask you: do you play dirt draft? Are you a dirt drafter? Here, let's put this one on. You have great things to say. I want the people at home to hear you as well as the crowd here.
Okay. Very good. Now we're on the mic here. So
yeah. So what did you say? You said you
should be a great field
of cars. Beat my what? Is that what he said?
No, I didn't say that. Haven't done the dirt draft. Normally I would say, what's a dirt draft? But I know you pick the lineup and
5 drivers. There it is, right there in screen.
Okay.
John, if you sign up tonight, they'll give you a free T-shirt. You get like 621 different promo codes there from My Race Pass and Deathridge Opticians and Gotta Race and Hunt the Front and like 48 other different companies that they partner with. It's fun, man.
Is it too late to get in tonight?
No, you can jump in tonight.
Okay.
No. Look, would you like me to show you? Now listen, you can't read this on air, okay? Look. That's my fantasy lineup right there.
You have Gage Martinez in your fantasy lineup.
I do have Gage Martinez. Oh yeah, you could. You could set James Essex's lineup. I happen to know James Essex's password, by the way. It is.
That sounds like a security violation that's going
short
on there.
1, 2, 3 exclamation point. No, I'm just kidding. It's actually,
or is it from Spaceballs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's exactly.
Well,
right.
hey, we see the track prep continuing here. Just a little bit about the history of this, Dustin. We said the track opened in 1969, and it was opened by Hence and Reba Pollard. Hence Pollard died in 1981. That really was a turning point for this track. So when he died, the family sold this track. 1989, asphalt replaced the red clay surface at the time. In 2010, it went back to a dirt track. It was still red clay. And in 2016, the signature gray gumbo clay was installed here, sort of completing that story arc. In 2021, the Pollard family repurchased that track. So when we see Bubba Pollard out there on the mini bike supervising, this team There's this family of hard workers. They put a lot of effort and a lot of love.
All right, now keep me honest here, John. Did they mix some new clay in with this track just a few years back or something?
Last year they sort of put down new clay. What happens is as the gray clay wears out, you start to see almost like red clay mixing in from underneath it, and it starts to get a light tan color. So they used to have a big pile in the parking lot.
Which is what we see right now.
Yeah.
And it used to be you rolled into this place, and it was that gray.
Well, red clay gets into everything, and you can't get it out, as you would know. Now, here's something for you, Dustin. We talk about this area, and I know Ben had a chance to go and sort of see Main Street a little bit yesterday when we had the rains and weren't racing. Over 40 movies and TV shows have been filmed in and around Senoia. You think you know one. What's the one you think you know?
Walking Dead.
Yes, Walking Dead. Probably the most famous. Some of those movies include scenes from Fried Green Tomatoes, Driving Miss Daisy, and Pet Sematary 2.
Oh.
Now, this track was actually used.
No Jeepers Creepers, though. There's no Jeepers Creepers.
Jeepers Creepers had to be filmed around here somewhere.
Well,
I mean,
a scene from a movie was filmed right here at this facility. In 2011, they remade the movie Footloose.
Yep.
Now, set aside whether you think they should have remade it or not, they filmed a scene here, not to give a spoiler alert, but it was a replacement for the tractor chicken race in the original. They did a school bus, figure 8 race that they had on the track. So filmed right here. It was a red clay track at the time, but a lot of Hollywood has come to Georgia, and a lot of that right here in Senoia. In 2022, the rap group The Core filmed a video here. They also had some scenes.
Well, you're a big Core fan from way back, right?
No, this is The Core. I don't know if it's
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Come on, get it right, DJ. Come on.
But they also filmed some scenes from that in the garage of Mark Newton, our multi-time mini-stock champion. He has lined his shop with sort of all the winning checks that he's had and car hoods in there. So they filmed some of the video there as well. Now, also, over 100 sites, 100 buildings in the city are on the National Historic Register. One of those is the Veranda Historic Inn. This is probably not the bed and breakfast you guys booked, but built back in 1907, the bed and breakfast features Greek Revival architecture. Margaret Mitchell interviewed Civil War soldiers at the inn as part of her research for the book Gone with the Wind.
Wow.
Now this hotel was featured in the 2006 film Broken Bridges, starring the late Toby Keith. Feels like we need
information.
Feels like we need to lift up a red Solo cup.
I mean,
for that.
That comes later on this evening. I think that's good stuff, man.
So I imagine your Airbnb is probably not the Veranda Historic Inn.
Listen, let me tell you about an Airbnb I got at Port Royal, Pennsylvania earlier this year, and I was on my way there, and Ben Shelton sent me a text. Ben, who's standing right to my left, by the way, sent me a text and said, "Hey, look at these 4 giant cinnamon rolls that they left for us." And I'm like, oh, wow, that's really cool. And so I got there, and there were 4 giant cinnamon rolls for us. And so I sent a text to the Airbnb owner and said, hey, thank you so much for these 4 cinnamon rolls you sent us. And the Airbnb's owner said, wait, I left 10 cinnamon rolls for you.
Well,
it's easy to do the math. It's easy to see.
You know what the
happened
good
to
news
them.
is? We're ready for opening ceremonies. That's
Oh,
what
sure.
the good
What a-
news
what a
is.
good segue
Saved
that
by
was.
the bell.
All right. Well, with that, they're going to step aside. So, race fans, I do want to do something special this evening as we prepare for our opening ceremonies. On Monday, November 11th, that was Veterans Day. This federal holiday honors military veterans of the United States Armed Forces. It is due to the military service and sacrifice of these men and women that we have the freedoms we enjoy. At this time, I ask all those who have served in our armed forces to please rise. Race fans, please join the Senoia Raceway staff in saluting our veterans. It is time for our opening ceremonies. I ask for all to please rise as you are able and to remove your hats. The Knowles family is one of the premier families in the history of Senoia Raceway. On Tuesday, Andy Knowles passed away from cancer at the age of 64, and he was laid to rest this morning. Remembering Andy, Lynn Winger wrote, "It is a sad day as Andy took his victory lap on a life well lived. His greatest victory didn't come by way of a race. It's the legacy he left behind. 2 great kids, grandkids, a tight-knit family, and more people than you can count who called him friend. Senoia Raceway fans, please join the staff here in a moment of silence for our friend, Andy Knowles. Thank you. Leading our invocation this evening, Marine Corps veteran, Mr. David Privet.
Thank you. Thank you, Lord, for this wonderful and amazing blessing of today. Lord, we thank you for the word of hope, which gives us strength, for your love that makes our life meaningful, for your peace that gives us comfort, for your grace that renews and restores our life. Lord, we give you praise. In Jesus' name we ask. Amen.
Amen. Race fans, we ask that you remain standing for the singing of our national anthem. For those that have served and those that continue to serve today, Senoia Raceway proudly performs our national anthem. Singing the Star-Spangled Banner, Mr. Bill McKenzie.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Mr. Bill McKenzie. Race fans, coming up next, 6 super late model heats featuring the Castrol FloRacing Night in America super late models. First, I just want to give a special shout out to a veteran, my father. Dad, hope you're doing well. I know you've been in and out of the hospital and rehab. Can't wait until I can see you again. Thanks, Dad, for your service. Now, to take us through these 6 exciting heat races, Ben Shelton and Dustin Jarrett.
Well, thank you very much, John Matthews. Beautiful opening ceremonies. It's time to race here tonight at Senoia Raceway. Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota. This is our 7th round of 2024, and this is the first heat race of the night. This is Integra Shocks and Springs heat race number 1, and on the pole, the 2021 Series champion out of Blairsville, Georgia, Jonathan Davenport, in car 49. Into his outside, the 16-year-old out of St. Augustine, Florida, Trey Mills in the 14 junior.
We move back to row 2, and on the inside we find the 12 out of Hampton, Georgia. That's going to be Ashton Winger, and on his outside in the 18D out of Fayetteville, North Carolina, the big perm, Dalton Wilson.
Row number 3, mechanical issue. Actually, never mind, that was not him. That was somebody else. But it's part of row 3. It'll be Ethan Dotson in the 74X out of Bakersfield, California. And he will to his outside, the newly crowned Southern All-Star champion this year, Dalton Cook, in car 44D out of Salem, Alabama.
We're going to move back then to row number 5. And there we find the driver out of Watertown, New York. That's going to be T-Mac Tim McCready in the Big Frog Motorsports Viper Risk Management entry. And on his outside, Columbus, Georgia's J.R. Mosley in the 99. Your final starter out of Cartersville, Georgia, is going to be Zach Leonardi in the 24. In all, Ben, 9 drivers are set to go 10 laps. The top 3 are going to transfer out of Integra Shocks and Springs heat race number 1. And they're going to give these drivers, as always, an opportunity to buzz this racetrack here for just a couple laps.
Well, as we mentioned, this is the 7th round of the season for the Tour. 2 drivers have been to FloRacing victory lane twice, and of course that was your current point leader Bobby Pearson, Ricky Thornton Jr. Hudson O'Neal picked up the win at Brownstown Speedway. Meanwhile, we have seen Jonathan Davenport at Eldora go to victory lane this year, so 4 different drivers in 6 events. And I tell you what, a tale of drivers on the scene. That's what you love about dirt late model racing. The veteran on the pole, Jonathan Davenport, one of the greatest to ever do it, and the up-and-coming driver, Trey Mills. DJ, this is Integra Shocks and Springs Heat Race 1 rolling your way.
Top 3 are going to transfer. Davenport on the inside, Trey Mills on the outside, and we are underway here at Senoia for the opening night of the 4th annual Peach State Classic with Castrol FloRacing Night in America, presented by Kubota. And surprise, surprise, Superman Jonathan Davenport jumps out to the early race lead with Ashton Winger in tow.
Yeah, really aggressive racetrack right now. Trey Mills holds on to 3rd. Dalton Wilson behind him, and now Wilson gets over the curb down in turns 1 and 2. He'll fall back to 6th as Dodson goes by, and now here comes the 44 car on the move as well for Dalton Cook. Out front, though, don't look now. Davenport leads the way, but Winger's starting to really mend.
Yeah, Winger only 7/10 of a second back, and this entire field is loaded tonight. This first group A, is just incredibly stacked. I mean, it's just unbelievable the amount of talent that is here this weekend at Senoia. Davenport slipping a little high down there, Ben, in turn number 2. That's going to allow Ashton Winger to cut a couple car lengths off his lead. Here comes the 12.
Well, you think about Davenport out of Blairsville, Georgia, the reality is, especially in recent years, he has just not turned many laps here, and Ashton Winger, he loves this place. Just up the road in Hampton, Georgia. He's trying to get to Davenport right, though, as Davenport will come around. We're halfway home, 5 down, 5 to go, and it's Davenport over Winger. Back in the 3rd spot, it continues to be Trey Mills, the youngster, holding on to a transfer.
And we double it up for you at home. It's a pretty sizable gap from that lead duo. Back to the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's on the right side of your screen. As you see, and as Ben said, Trey Mills has that 3rd and final transfer spot. Dalton Cook, Dalton Wilson, and Ethan Dodson all trying to take it away.
Meanwhile, off of turn number 4, 3 laps remain, and your leader's catching lap traffic. Right in front of him, Zach Leon Hardy. He's got the spec motor in tonight. You need more than that, as Zach's going to call it a night. Pull it pit side. J.R. Mosley up next. And Davenport's got his feet under him, and man, he is manhandling that cushion right now as his lead has extended over Ashton Winger to 1.7 seconds with just 2 laps remaining.
Yeah, Davenport's turned his best laps been the last couple laps around this racetrack, and now the driver out of Blairsville, Georgia, comes around for the white flag. Final time around for Superman Jonathan Davenport. Winger 2nd. The battle may be for the final transfer.
Trey Mills has got it. Wilson wants by, running out of time, but off into turns 3 and 4. On your screen, the winner of Integra Shocks and Springs Heat Race number 1 out of Blairsville, Georgia, Jonathan Davenport.
2nd spot's going to go to Ashton Winger. There's the battle for the transfer going right down to the line, and Trey Mills by half a cat's whisker able to inch out Dalton Wilson, who finishes in 4th, Ethan Dodson 5th, Dalton Cook 6th, Tim McCready 7th, J.R. Mosley 8th, Zach Leonardi 9th. So Trey Mills finishes 3rd, Ashton Winger finishes 2nd, and there's the winner of Integra Shocks and Springs Heat Race number 1 out of Blairsville, Georgia. The Double L Motorsports, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Dyna Grow Seed, ASC Warranty, Mark Martin Automotive, Lucas Oil, Clemens Powered Longhorn. How about it, ladies and gentlemen, for Superman Jonathan Davenport?
And Jonathan's going to clear the scales and head over to get a word with Cody Early. Cody, Jonathan Davenport, the winner of Heat 1.
Yeah, Davenport, the winner of Integra Racing Shocks Heat number 1. Fast hot rod tonight. He picks up the Heat Race 1 win. He'll get ready to take off the helmet. JD, the track's got a little bit of character tonight. He's getting up on the wheel, but a pretty sporty hot rod in the second half of that heat race.
Yeah, car's pretty good, I guess. Like I said, track's got a lot of character. Don't really know where to be at. Just try to dodge the holes, I guess. Thanks to all my guys. I literally just sat in this thing for the first time about 5 minutes before hot laps. So it's a brand new car, first lap's on it. Thanks to everybody at Longhorn Bilstein. Say hello to everybody watching back home. Thanks Nutrient Ag Solutions. And it's been a while since I've been here. It feels like home again. So glad to see all the fans that I recognize from a long time ago here. So awesome night, and hopefully we can get us a W.
Jonathan Davenport, winner of Integra Racing Shocks Heat Race number 1. Ben and Dustin, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Cody. And yeah, Jonathan Davenport, the champion of Castrol FloRacing Night in America, the inaugural season back in 2021. 4 career wins with the series. As we said, he won earlier this year. A win at Eldora Speedway as we get set now. This is K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 2, and on the pole, it'll be Garrett Alberson out of Las Cruces, New Mexico in the 58, and to his outside, Mooresville, North Carolina's Nick Hoffman in car 9.
Row number 2 on the inside of the Nice Motorsports number 4, originally from Meatsport, New York, it's going to be Mad Max. That's Max McLaughlin, and on his outside, the winner of this event on Friday night, each of the past 2 runnings, it's going to be Brandon, Florida's Kyle Bronson.
Starting inside of row 3, the inaugural Peach State Classic champion out of Great Court, South Carolina. It's Chris Smokey Madden in the 44, and to his outside, Jimmy Owens, 4-time Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion in car 20 out of Newport, Tennessee.
We are bringing the heat tonight, man. Brandon Overton going to roll from inside row 4 in this one, and on his outside out of Douglasville, Georgia, Lamar Hagan in the 17, and Levon Sparks in the 11 will round out the starting field in K1 Race Gear Heat 2.
9 cars, top 3 move off to the main event. Everybody else will be in one of 3. Coleman Farms Racing B mains, and Garrett Alberson and Nick Hoffman, 2 of the rising stars in this sport. They are going to sit on the front row for this one as we're going to roll them around at least one more time. 6 heat races tonight for Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota. And as DJ said, we're about 80% done with the schedule next year. We're trying to work a few things out still. FlowSeries.com for all the information, FLOSeries.com. And yeah, we're going to be back for year number 5, one for the thumb in 2025 as season number 5 for the tour. But right now, it is K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 2, and it's Garrett Alberson and Nick Hoffman looking to have them even straight out of turn number 4. DJ, the winner of this one, will start 3rd here tonight.
I mean, again, what an absolutely stellar field. Alberson, Hoffman, McLaughlin, Bronson, Madden, Owens, Overton, your top 7 starters. We go green off corner number 4, and K1 Race Gear Heat 2 is underway. Garrett Alberson gets the early hole shot, and Max McLaughlin, oh my goodness. I thought he was going to drive that car over the Jersey barrier to the infield. He was so low on the track.
Yeah, he gave it a little kiss on the lips down in 1 and 2, but he's going to fall back now as Bronson goes to 2nd, and McLaughlin's got his hands full. He's back to 4th. He may have been something on the front of that race car. As now Hoffman and Bronson go at it for position number 2. Top 3 move on, and Garrett Alberson, brand new dad, leading the way here with 2 on the board in Heat 2 presented by K1 Racing.
And he's looking good. Crew Chief R.C. Whitwell, first time that R.C. has ever been to Senoia Raceway. Bronson's got his feet under him now, and man, he just did a nice little, he did a big bicycle down there. I shouldn't say it was nice, it was a huge bicycle for Bronson. He's able to get the car back under him, but Hoffman goes by Ben and takes the 2nd spot.
And don't look now, McLaughlin is catching both of them. First night of that Nice Motorsports number 4, McLaughlin is looking good right now. Couple of wins on the year. Got a win on the Summer Nationals, picked up a win Talladega in a World of Outlaw late model preliminary event, and now he comes after Kyle Bronson, who has won this race. As you said, the last 2 runnings of the Peach Bowl, he's won it. Well, right now he's on the outside looking in as McLaughlin goes by, but here comes Bronson back to the inside.
That is the battle for the final transfer on your screen. Garrett Alberson with a 1.7 second advantage out front. Nick Hoffman runs 2nd. You're looking at the race for 3rd. That is Max McLaughlin in Nice Motorsports number 4, and Kyle Bronson in the 40B. Ben with 4 laps to go in K1 Race Gear Heat 2.
Bronson goes up top, puts the whip to it on the right side of your screen. The battle for the final transfer spot on the left side. Garrett Alberson on a Friday evening drive right now. He has got a 1.9 second advantage. He'll close in on Levon Sparks. Sparks out of this one. He'll try again later or tomorrow. Alberson kind of like Jonathan Davenport, trying any and every groove. And we talked about it, DJ. What a year for Garrett Alberson. 8 wins on the year, but he would go after a career win here tonight.
$20,000 the payday for the winner of tonight's 50-lap main event, and Garrett Alberson now just a lap and a half away from rolling off in the 3rd starting position in tonight's A main. He looks at that white flag final time around. That battle for the final transfer still under protest on the right side of your screen. Ben, Alberson's going to wheel the 58 through 3 and 4 for the final time.
Final time through 3 and 4. The winner of K1 Race Gear Heat 2, Garrett Alberson. 2nd will go to Nick Hoffman. 3rd and final transfer, Max McLaughlin in cart number 4. Bronson, Madden, Owens, Overton, all heading off to the B main. Your 3rd and final transfer, the New York native now residing in North Carolina, Mad Max McLaughlin in car number 4, the Nice Motorsports entry. And 2nd, the Ty Torrid Racing entry, the Illinois transplant now residing in North Carolina, Nick Hoffman. And Garrett Alberson, New Mexico to Louisiana to Iowa. He's been all over the place, but right now he hits the victory lane after winning K1 Race Gear Heat 2 and the Low Voltage Solutions, Romer Machine and Welding, Titan, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Bill Sport Shop, Midwest Sheet Metal, Sunoco, Lucas Oil, Mitchell Ranch, and Burt Babuda, all sponsors on that Swift Springs Clements powered Longhorn for Garrett Alberson. And Cody, he's rolling your way.
Indeed he is, Ben. Alberson makes his way over the K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 2 winner. He'll get ready to take the helmet off, hunting for his first career Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota victory. A good start to the night for Garrett Alberson as he will get ready to take the helmet off, the winner of Heat Race number 2. Garrett, you got out to a big lead, and man, when this thing got in clean air, you were flying.
Yeah, this is a brand new Longhorn. Super proud of the guys, super proud of Longhorn for putting together a good car, and yeah, car feels really good. I can maneuver around kind of wherever I want. It's getting a little hairy over there in turn 3. I saw, was looking at the ground pretty good over there one time, but she steered right out of it, so yeah, hopefully we can keep this thing out of trouble and come home with a good run.
Garrett Alberson, your winner of K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 2. Got a smile on his face. The new dad's ready to go to victory lane.
Trying to get one for Weston here tonight, and I tell you what,
Danny,
Alberson,
and Danny, right?
And with Danny, everybody, and RC,
everybody loves Danny.
The whole family.
Yeah,
I tell you what, how about first 2 heat races, 2 brand new cars pick up wins? If you don't think guys get to jump on the next season earlier and earlier, it is time now for Buzzy Racing Products Heat 3 DJ. And how about the front row in this one? Right now, he's your points leader. He's trying to become the first repeat champion of a series, and he is going to start on the pole of Buzzy Racing Products Heat 3. It's Bobby Pierce out of Oakwood, Illinois in car 32, and to his outside, Dennis Erb Jr., a couple of former World of Outlaw champions on the front row of this one out of Carpentersville, Illinois. Do you need a magnifying glass? They give you the smallest font they can give you.
Well, it's only Times New Roman size 2 here in front of
0.6.
us. Yeah, luckily we've got the screen in front of us. We can see that that is actually not going to help us at all because that's the lineup for heat number 2.
Definitely not going to help us.
Yeah, no. Heat number 3, row 2, is going to have Sam Seawright out of Fort Payne, Alabama on the inside of the 16. And on his outside out of Lincolnton, North Carolina, the 93 is going to be Carson Ferguson.
I feel like they were trying to sabotage you, DJ.
They did.
Inside of row 3, it'll be Corey Hedgecock out of Loudon, Tennessee. He's on a late season hot streak in the 23, and to his outside out of Gray, Georgia, Jordy Nipper in the 1N.
Martinsville, Indiana's Hudson O'Neill, the new deal. There it is. There's Buzzy Racing Products.
We've done it.
Yep, Hudson O'Neill going to roll from the 7th starting position. On his outside out of Ellaville, Georgia, going to be Hadley Green in the 2G. 8 cars running 10 laps in this 3rd Buzzy Racing Products heat race. Top 3 will transfer. The winner will start 5th in tonight's main event.
Well, Bobby Pierce right now, a 27-point lead atop the series standings, $75,000 title on the line, and he's got Dennis Erb Jr. alongside. And Dennis with 4 wins on the year, but I think Dennis would be honest with you. It has not been the year that team hoped to have. And, man, he would love to have a good run here at Senoia, a place he's enjoyed success at in the past. Bobby Pierce had never seen this racetrack before he rolled in here today. And,
oh, wow, I did not know that.
No, he'd never been here. And much like many places Bobby goes, it just did not matter. He's been fast. We'll see what he can do here
that's
in
right,
Buzzy
because,
Racing Products Heat 3.
Because we rained out last
Yes,
year.
Sir.
You wouldn't have,
First time.
How about that inside information right there?
Well, we talked about Dennis Erb Jr. alongside, and then Sam Seawright starting inside of row 2, and Sam's had a good year, 4 wins on the year. In fact, with the Topless Outlaws Series, he won the Pollard Memorial here at Senoia Raceway.
Just a few weeks back.
Yeah, and
right?
that was back on October 26th, and finished 3rd in the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series standings this year in that Durham-powered Longhorn. We'll keep an eye out on him. And then alongside Carson Ferguson, another up-and-coming driver.
Well, we're going to find out who gets the win in this 3rd Buzzy Racing Products heat race at the end of 10 laps. They'll fire off corner number 4, Bobby Pierce on the pole, Dennis Erb Jr. on the outside, and normally it's reversed. Normally Pierce likes to run the high side, Dennis Erb on the bottom, and Pierce immediately wastes no time, Ben, going to the top of the racetrack.
Bobby Pierce, 2 wins on the series this year, the winningest driver in the history of the Tour with 7 wins. As Corey Hedgecock with trouble, and he's trying to limp it back around, and not sure what happened to his 7 car. Maybe a little bit of not sure what happened to Corey. He falls to the back of the pack. Tough start to this heat race. And Buzzy Racing Products heat number 3. 2 laps down, though. Bobby Pierce lead the way over Dennis Erb Jr. In the 3rd spot, it's Seawright. He's got company. Carson Ferguson's right there with him.
Yeah, Corey Hedgecock out of the party, Ben, in the 23, as he just could not get that car up to speed. So that's a tough break for the Loudon, Tennessee driver. Meanwhile, there you see Sam Seawright slip high coming off turn number 4, Ben, as he slipped up the racetrack, and he does it again down in turn number 2. That allows Carson Ferguson to drive underneath and momentarily lay stake to that third and final transfer spot.
That's the battle for the transfer, and Seawright catches a hole up at the top of turn number 4, and we have got caution on the speedway. Hudson O'Neal is going to head down to the hot pit, and we'll see Cody Early if we have an update if he tries to make his way back out, as he had some issues as well down in 3 and 4 did Hudson, and we'll see if they go to work on that race car and try to get him back out onto the racetrack. Well, DJ, we'll find out on Hudson, but that is the first caution of the night, and with us before the halfway mark of a heat race, that means it's time. The Dethridge Opticians cone, and you see Josh is bringing it out to the front straightaway as they go to work on down there on Hudson's race car. His dad, Don, is down there. Don said he had never seen Senoia Raceway before today either in his entire career.
Oh, how about that?
And it looks like Hudson may he's trying to figure out how to get back out there. He's weaving his way. So we've got the Dethridge Opticians choose cone on the front straightaway. The leader will be All Buys Lonesome on the front row. From second on back, they can choose high or low. It does not matter what the person in front of you does.
Mike Marler's not here to hit the cone.
He is not here, and Carson thought about it, and pretty much everybody held serve on that one. So we do it up to halfway in any heat race or B-main. And then tonight in the feature, all the way to the checkered flag, we will do the Dethridge Opticians choose cone. We want to thank Greg Dethridge, a new marketing partner with Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota this year. And he does a lot to support racing, an adamant supporter of the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series. And I don't want.
So Hudson O'Neal going to rejoin this field at the tail. They were looking under the left front. They had a jack under, getting word from Cody Early as well as our series officials in the infield. They were looking at maybe a shock or spring on the left front of that race.
So we will have up to 2 provisionals tonight, but you have to maintain perfect attendance. Hudson missed the event at Lincoln when he was switching the ride.
That's right.
So he's got to race his way in tonight, so that's why they sent him back out there to even salvage any spots. Meanwhile, the green flag's back out, DJ, and Bobby Pierce leads the way in Buzzy Racing Products Heat 3. The battle heats up for second as Seawright looks to the outside of Herb.
3 laps scored. Playing again 7 laps to go here in this third Buzzy Racing Products heat race. And now the bridesmaid honors under protest coming off corner number 4 as Dennis Herb Jr. holds the spot. Sam Seawright trying to take it away, and Carson Ferguson now finds himself after that restart been on the outside looking in.
Meanwhile, Hudson's going to close up. He's going to move up to the 5th spot, I should say. Out front, Bobby Pierce. He likes those rough and tumble bull rings back in Illinois, and right now he's just having fun out front. But Dennis Herb Jr., another Land O'Lincoln driver, doing Dennis Herb Jr. things, using the low side of the racetrack, trying to reel in your leader. 6 down, 4 to go. It's Pierce over Herb with Seawright in the third and final transfer.
It's such an intriguing racetrack, and I've been here, I don't know, maybe 10 to 12 times over the last 8 years, maybe 10 years or so. And one thing always stands out to me about this racetrack, man, you could have 8 guys out there for a heat race. There could be 8 different lines run around this racetrack. As you see Dennis Herb Jr., it doesn't look like the line that he is running from Bobby Pierce is very much different, but it's just enough to allow the Carpentersville, Illinois driver to close that gap coming around this time. Now 2 laps to go.
And Hadley Green right in front of your leaders. Where do they go as they head off into 3 and 4? Green right where Pierce has been running through 3 and 4. Pierce will head down low, hits a hole, but he actually is going to add some ground between him and Herb. 1 lap to go. Can Dennis Herb Jr. get there?
Seawright trying to hang on to the final transfer as well as they get down the back straightaway for the final time. 0.5 of a second was the advantage for Bobby Pierce. He will hang on and grab the win here in Buzzy Racing Products heat race number 3. Dennis Herb Jr. second, and the last transfer belongs to Sam Seawright. That means it's Carson Ferguson on the outside looking in 4th, as well as Hudson O'Neal 5th, Jordy Nipper 6th, Hadley Green 7th, and Corey Hedgecock credited with the 8th position. So finishing 3rd, it's going to be Sam Seawright in the 16. Second goes to Dennis Herb Jr. in the 28. And your winner is going to take an extra victory lap here around the Senoia Raceway. He comes to us out of Oakwood, Illinois, in the Low Voltage Solutions, Rio Grande Waste Services, Hoker Trucking, Collins Brothers Towing, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Fast One Speed Shop, Churchill Transportation, Vic Hill Powered Longhorn. Out of Oakwood, Illinois, ladies and gentlemen, how about it for the 27-year-old, the smooth operator, Bobby Pierce. So Bobby Pierce Well, that's the first step into possibly becoming back-to-back Castrol FloRacing Night in America champion.
Yeah, there's a lot of scenarios. Obviously, tonight's a full points night. Tomorrow night is. If Bobby finishes 4th or better tonight and tomorrow, no matter what Ricky or anybody else does, they can't get to him. Well, now Bobby's going to start 5th in tonight's main event. And Cody, he's making his way over to you, so we'll throw it downstairs, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. He's on his way. The Buzzy Racing Products Heat Race number 3 winner, hunting for what would be his 8th career Castrol FloRacing Night in America win. Bobby, track got a little fun there late. Lap traffic kind of made things interesting between you and Dennis, but you came away with a win, one step closer tonight.
Yeah, it's very nice to get the win. Being the first time here, kind of struggling. I don't really feel very good. The car is really bouncing. The front end feels like it's locked in the dirt, and then it's just bouncing up in the air. And I don't know. It kind of felt like I need to kind of work on the carburetor or something. It's just track's very rough. We're going to give it our best.
Bobby Pierce, the winner of heat race number 3, trying to go back-to-back championships. He'll start 5th in the main event.
DJ, it's time for Ibach Springs heat race number 4 for the outside front row for tonight's 50-lap feature on the pole. Coming to us now out of Martinsville, Indiana, it'll be Ricky Thornton Jr. in the 20 RT, and to his outside, Commerce, Georgia's Peyton Freeman, who, by the way, set on the pole for the inaugural Peach State Classic here in 21.
He sure did. Row number 2 on the inside out of New Waverly, Texas, the Best Performance Motorsports number 1. That's going to be Turbo. Tyler Urban on his outside out of Zebulon, Georgia. In the 25, it's going to be Shane Clant.
Moving back to row number 3 out of Cedartown, Georgia in the 11, it's Austin Smith, and to his outside out of Dawsonville, Georgia, it'll be Donald McIntosh in the Hicks Racing number 79.
Appling, Georgia's Derek Dent in the 18. He'll start on the inside of row 4, and on his outside out of Dade City, Florida, in the 17 SS, that is Brendan Smith. And your final starter out of Blackshear, Georgia in the 51. Yeah, the 51, that's going to be Chad Tootin. So, 9 cars set to roll for 10 laps at Ibach Springs heat race number 4. Winner of this one, as you said, Ben, starts in the outside front row, and that's what RTJ needs to do. Not what he needs to do, but it's going to help him.
It would help
right?
his cause. I mean, Bobby's done what he needs to do. He won a heat race. He's going to start 5th. I know he'd like to start up front. And you got to believe right now they're going to continue working on this racetrack. But as they work this moisture out that fell here Wednesday night into Thursday, you got to be smart in this main event too, and you got to be there at the end, and you don't want to give up points. You know, when you look at the way that the points break out, it's 87 points to pick up the win in this, but 15 points from 24th on back. Yeah. You could lose a lot of points in a hurry, and that's on a lot of these drivers' minds. And then as you look at this field, how about Peyton Freeman? He's quietly put together a really good year. He's good here at Senoia Raceway. But I think the thing to note is if you've been good at Senoia in the past, this might not be the night where you're good here because it's a totally different setup.
It is. It's a completely different racetrack for one, and for two, it's going to be really interesting to see how these things shake out. Again, make no secret about it, this is an absolutely outstanding field of cars tonight. I think you and I would both agree Group A, definitely leaning a little more heavy in terms of Group B is in terms of the drivers that are in it. To that point, these B mains coming up a little bit later on. Okay, your first Coleman Farms Racing B main's going to have some really heavy hitters in it. The second one will as well. They're all going to, but the second one will as well, as it'll be a mix of drivers from heats 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is there's going to be a lot of good cars watching the feature tonight. And it looks like we've got the racetrack. They went out and they rolled that top side in a little bit. Again, they're going to stay on top of it throughout the night. But Ricky Thornton Jr., Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series champion this year after heartbreak last year. Alongside him, Peyton Freeman, former Southern All-Star champion. Look back in row 2, Tyler Erb, he picked up a Hell Tour championship. Yep. And let's not sleep on Turbo's past month or so. He wins the Gumbo Nationals over Greenville. He wins the Fall Classic at Wynot. He wins the National 100 at East Alabama. He comes out tonight, a solid qualifying effort, 19 wins on the year. And there's this guy starting alongside named Shane Clanton, who's probably turned more laps than everybody here at Senoia Raceway throughout his career.
Him and Cat.
And, former World of Outlaws champion, one of 8 drivers to win the World 100 and the Dirt Late Model Dream, and it's been fun. Shane's run a limited schedule this year, but a couple of wins. One of those was a big win with the Hunt the Front series right here at Senoia.
Absolutely, and he'd love nothing more than to get a $20,000 payday here tonight, and it all starts possibly with a win in Ibach Springs heat race number 4. Not so fast, my friend. Going to hold off one more lap before we turn them loose in this 4th Ibach Springs heat race here this evening. Again, 10 laps in distance, top 3 going to make their way to the main event, and maybe going to check the racetrack here real quick to make sure that it is clean of debris.
All right, so I believe, we got on the racetrack, and you see on the front straightaway a bit of debris. Yep. All right, so they will grab that debris and we'll head back to the pit area. 4th of 6 heat races here tonight for the Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota. We're going to do it all again tomorrow. $30,000 to win tomorrow, $3,000 just to make the main event.
And starting an hour earlier tomorrow as well, right?
And one support division tomorrow. The 604 late models join the party. And then, of course, from Thursday night, all the local divisions that didn't get to have their fun night, the Pollard family said, hey, Sunday's going to be gorgeous, so we're going to run on Sunday for all the local divisions. So a lot of racing still to go at Senoia Raceway. And if you're watching on FloRacing, come and join us. Great crowd here tonight. And I think tomorrow is going to be absolutely stellar crowd. The weather looks great. And right now, DJ, the lights are out.
The lights are out, and we're about to go green flag racing, Ibach Springs. Heat race number 4. Winner of this one starts on the outside front row, and Ricky Thornton Jr. gets the whole shot. Down in the starting zone with Peyton Freeman in second, and Uncle T going to try to tuck into that 3rd spot here early in the going in this one.
Shane Clanton, McIntosh almost caught the concrete down in 3 and 4. He'll drive off the fence out to the outside of Austin Smith. Whoa, man, there's a reason those guys do what they do and we do what we do, and that was why Hal McIntosh not only saved it, but stayed in the throttle. You see on the right side of your screen, that's the battle for the 5th spot. Out front, it's all Ricky Thornton Jr.
It's all RTJ here 2 laps into this one. He's built up a 9/10 for the second advantage over that battle for second on your screen. The black F1 of Peyton Freeman has it. He's still got the Gravedigger wrap on that number 1, right? Does Tyler Erb.
Yes, he does.
Right now in the 3rd spot. Again, he's holding down the final transfer. Shane Clanton on the outside looking in, and he comes under fire from Austin Smith in the black number 11.
How about some teammate action there? Of course, Shane Clanton partners with Austin's dad, Chad, owner now of Capital Race Cars, and they're going after the 4th spot, but only 3 move on as we work lap 5 of this 10-lap affair, and it's Ricky Thornton Jr. leading the way in that Kohler Motorsports 20 RT, and it was cool to see Ricky last week double duty at the World Finals between the World of Outlaw Sprints and late models. Very cool.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I want to keep him in late models for a while. I think there's a lot of late model drivers because of all the wins he's racked up. It's like, no, somebody taking away. Just like the IMCA modified and stock car guys said a while back as well. But now we're hanging on to him here for a while, and he is hanging on to a 1.1 second advantage over the battle for second. Ben, one thing real quick that I'll notice, and that you've noticed as well these last couple heats, the reason they've rolled this top side in, very uncharacteristic of Senoia. This track's developing just a wee little bit of a cushion around the high side.
Yeah, and that cushion could become a monster in a hurry. It could be a really heavy curve, so they're rolling it in. And I think tonight, you're going to see a lot different racetrack tomorrow. And tonight, hey man, if you like elbows up, you got it here tonight. And Ricky Thornton Jr. has 2 to go. We know he loves racetracks with character. I have this funny feeling if he wins this one, he's going to be smiling when he talks to Cody off of turn 4, DJ. One more time around for Ricky Thornton Jr.
Final lap, white flag is out for RTJ in the Kohler Motorsports 20 RT. He's got a 1.3 second advantage over Peyton Freeman and Tyler Erb. Tyler Erb hanging on to the final transfer. Through 3 and 4 for the final time. It's going to be Ricky Thornton Jr. winning Ibach Springs heat race number 4. Peyton Freeman second, Tyler Erb third. Those 3 drivers advance to tonight's main event. On the outside looking in, Shane Clanton fourth, followed by Austin Smith, Donald McIntosh, Brendan Smith, Derek Dent, and Chad Toot retired after lap number 6. Third was Tyler Erb. Second was Peyton Freeman. Your winner in the Ultimate Towing and Recovery, Capital Waste, 5-Star Metal Buildings, Traffic Control, Safety Services, Coltman Farms Racing, Hoker Trekking number 20 RT. How about it for Ricky Thornton Jr.? So RTJ is going to make his way into the scale area, 2350, the minimum weight requirement for Ricky Thornton Jr. in the Kohler Motorsports entry, and he has cleared the scale area, and he's going to run down and grab a word with Cody Early.
He was the Sunoco Race Fuels fastest qualifier, and now he picks up the Ibach Springs heat race number 4 win, one step closer to a perfect night, dominating that heat race. Ricky, you're going to start on the front row of this feature coming up. This car seems pretty quick. Ben said you'd be smiling because of this racetrack. What's it like out there right now?
It's different. I feel like it's going to race pretty good here. If you try to go slow, you're really not up on the wheel hard enough for how a little bit of choppy it is. Luckily, it's not too choppy or anything like that, but I think it's going to make the racing good because you're going to have to drive hard. So I saw JD won the first heat, and he looked really good too. So hopefully we can get a good start in the feature. If not, at least try to run second and just try to maximize our night. Got to give a big shout out to everyone at Kohler Motorsports. They've been busting their butt. Hopefully all the fans up there have been getting over the steak on a stick. See Kate and Billy. So say hi to my wife at home, and Sunoco Race Fuels, Hooker Trucking, Coltman Farms, Bill Stein Shocks, EMD Wraps. There's so many great people that help us, and hopefully we can have some good speed here later.
RTJ on the front row of the feature coming up, guys.
Thank you very much, Cody, as he'll join Jonathan Davenport on the front row. Meanwhile, in the pit area, 602 B main number 1, need you to staging. 602 B main number 1, we need you to staging, as Deathridge Opticians Heat Race number 5 is on the speedway. And on the end, starting on the inside, no stranger to victory lane here at Senoia Raceway, it's Michael Page out of Douglasville, Georgia in the 18X. And to his outside, in limited start this year, he's had success. It's Dylan Knowles out of Lynette, Alabama in the 66K.
And this must be regional heat race number 5, and I love it. It's going to be Whitesburg, Georgia's Austin Horton in the 16. He always runs well here at Senoia as well. He's going to roll from P3, and on his outside out of Hawkinsville, Georgia. Don't count out for 38 tonight. That's Will Harrington.
Inside of row 3, out of Causeyville, Mississippi, Spencer Hughes, currently 5th in the series points in the 19M. And to his outside, out of Paragould, Arkansas, Tyler Stevens in the 2.
It's going to be Clay Knight out of North Augusta, South Carolina, starting on the inside of row number 4. On his outside, this year's Hunt the Front Rookie of the Year. That's Jackson Heiss. He's out of Ocala, Florida. And yes, the 57 of Zach Mitchell, the Coltman Farms Racing entry, is going to be able to make this one. He's going to have his work cut out for him, though, as he did not get a qualifying lap after breaking a drive shaft bend, so he will have to come from shotgun on the field here in Deathridge Opticians Heat Race number 5.
Well, Michael Page, as we talked about, man, he's a guy that he's won so many races, and you never know where he's going to show up at either. He told me he's run about a dozen times this year. Yeah, he's won 6 of them. He won 5 times at Dixie, and then he won here in the Roscoe Smith Classic here at Senoia, and the Durham Powered Rocket, and of course does a lot of help with the Seawright Motorsports entry with Sam Seawright. Sam's had a big year, and then alongside Dylan Knowles. He's only raced 14 times this year, but oh yeah, he got his first World of Outlaw Late Model Series feature win over at Talladega Short Track.
Yeah. How about that?
And he told me, he goes, really, people ask why I didn't race more this year, and I said it's because every super late model race at Senoia rained out this season. So
also true.
Also factual.
Also true, yeah, absolutely. All right, Austin Horton on the inside of row 2. Again, Will Harrington, you mentioned he's in that Matthew Taylor entry. On the outside of the second row, Spencer Hughes and Tyler Stevens in row number 3. 9 cars set to roll for 10 laps in Deathridge Opticians Heat Race number 5. The winner of this one starts on the outside row 2 in tonight's main event.
Oh my goodness, whole shot right there for Michael Page. Oh, and I think Kelly Carlton said, no sir, we're going to try that again.
That dog won't. Huh?
And you get one get out of jail free card with Castrol FloRacing 9 America presented by Kubota, and Michael Page just burned that one to the ground. So they're going to come back to the green flag. We want to see them side by side this time out of turn number 4. Already looking better than last time.
They are, and that's the good news. The bad news is we're going to give them one more lap, so still plenty of time to not look as good.
Well, I was trying to be optimistic, DJ. This is the new and improved Ben that has been challenged this year. The optimism has been challenged.
Well, I have picked up everything that you put down over the last several years. Have you enjoyed your last couple of weeks off? And I use the term incredibly loosely.
It's been really nice. But getting ready for this event, getting ready for the Dome, getting ready for the Wild West Shootout. But really glad. Been really looking forward to this event, and right now looking forward to Deathridge Opticians Heat 5.
Here we go. Michael Page on the pole, Dylan Knowles on the outside, and that is a much better start. As the green flag drops, and they're off into turns 1 and 2. Page going to get the early advantage. Here comes Austin Horton on the inside of the 16. Knowles in the 66. That black and purple 38 is Will Harrington, who is all kinds of sideways, and he got doored over in turns 3 and 4, and he somehow kept on going. What the hell did I just see?
Days of Thunder. I don't think he's going to keep going, but he's got a flat. He's going to draw the caution.
Oh, my goodness.
Cold trickle out of turn 4.
What on earth?
He had super match tires.
I mean,
it will stick.
If you think these aren't the most talented drivers in the world, I don't know what to tell you. I would have stuffed that car probably in the second row of the stands.
Cody Early, he's coming your way. Get ready on the jack. Meanwhile, we're going to go to the instant replay to see what just happened with Will Harrington and how he did what he did.
He got sideways right there. And Spencer was already committed to the bottom of the racetrack.
Gassed her up.
And he gassed it and kept on going. That was the good news. The bad news, the left rear was flat on that car. Cody Early, down to you.
Yeah, the crew's going to work, going to change this left rear Hoosier tire. I tell you what, if anybody ever questioned Will being a wheel man, that was a 360 at full speed on the front straightaway. And if he can get this tire changed, there's still plenty of laps, and he's a wheel man. He can work it from the back of the field back to the front.
Almost looked like it come off the jack for a second or something. I wasn't sure what happened there. And Will Harrington, he's got an entry into the Dome. trying to get a motor, though. He's trying to get a motor. Well, the Vic Hill and this Matthew Taylor, number 38T, has got plenty of power. So maybe they can work out something as Will hopes to join us at the Dome at America Center. The Castrol Gateway Dirt Nationals coming up in just about 3 weeks.
Let's not forget 2 years ago, the heartbreak that he had. He was out front. The Gateway Dirt Nationals with less than 10 laps to go was Will Harrington. And unfortunately, Lady Luck dealt him a bad hand, as it might here as well, as that car is still on the jack in the infield. And we're about to go back to green flag racing. 1 lap scored, 9 laps to go here in Dethridge Opticians. Heat race number 5, and Michael Page brings the field back to the green.
Spencer Hughes comes after Horton for the final transfer spot. Horton will drive away down the back straightaway, although Hughes right there with him. Through turns 3 and 4. Oh, she's getting tricky down there. Could you have a new leader out of 4? And Knowles will go to the lead.
Dylan Knowles momentarily out front, and Michael Page washes up the racetrack, and that opens up the door for Spencer Hughes. Hughes not able to capitalize right now, but he'll give it another run through turns 3 and 4 this time. Dylan Knowles out front, 3 laps scored, heat 5.
My goodness, he slingshotted up the racetrack. As right now, Spencer Hughes has got the final transfer spot, but here comes Horton going to work on him. Again, top 3 move on. This is Dethridge Opticians heat race number 5. And Jackson Heiss up in the fluff down in turn 3 and 4. And he's going to try to limp it off. We'll see if he's able to make it. And he is right in front of the leaders. We'll see. Caution is going to fly for Jackson Heiss, and we'll have another Dethridge Opticians choose cone restart coming your way with just 4 down and 6 to go.
Yes, a tough break for Jackson Heiss, and I think Sean Monahan still turning the wrenches on that number 388. Looks like Zach Mitchell. Did he also? Yeah, Zach Mitchell also. He's coming across the scales right now. Looks like he is out of the party.
It's been a tough night for him.
Tough break for him for sure. And who just turned in down there on the back straightaway? Oh, that was Heiss. That was Jackson Heiss. Okay. So Jackson Heiss going to come down into the infield as well. Cody Early, a lot of action in the hot pit right now, Ben.
I was going to say, we got the Dethridge Opticians choose cone on the front straightaway.
I couldn't see it right here because of this pole.
Cody Early, down to you.
Yeah, Jackson Heiss got a flat right rear tire. Not sure what cut the right rear down, but he shut the engine off. Zach Mitchell's rolled around too. Looks like his heat race is done as well.
All right, Cody, thanks a lot. Great job down there in the hot pit. That's where he will be all weekend long. The caution light will be turned off next time by. Dylan Knowles is the Pied Piper at the head of the pack. Lap number 4, 6 laps remaining in Dethridge Opticians heat race number 5. Second spot is Michael Page, and he used the Dethridge Opticians choose cone bend to choose the outside lane on this upcoming restart.
And how about Michael Page, that save down in 1 and 2 a couple laps ago? I mean, I thought he was headed over to the cheesecake on a stick stand outside of turn number 1.
It's a real thing, by the way.
It is a real thing. It's next to a steak on a stick. You get,
which I love.
You get dinner and dessert. You get them both all at the same time.
I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Yeah. Dylan Knowles out front in this one. Green flag is out. We're back underway. 4 scored here in Dethridge Opticians heat race number 5.
Meanwhile, Michael Page goes to work on the low side of the racetrack. These guys are really working the low side of the track. DJ, when we got here today, they had the low side plowed up, or the water had stood on it from the rain Wednesday night into Thursday. And Spencer Hughes is going to get all 4 wheels off the ground down there, and that cost him a transfer spot as Austin Horton goes by on the outside. Horton into 3rd, Spencer Hughes back to 4th.
Dylan Knowles has got a good smooth line for the time being at the front of the field. He's pulled away by about 1.5 seconds over the rest of the field. That's the rest of the field there on your screen. Side by side now for second. It's Austin Horton in the 16, Michael Page in the 18X. That's the battle for second and third on your screen. Meanwhile, your leader, Dylan Knowles, comes around this time to 3 to go.
Your top 3 right now could be a Saturday night weekly super late model show here at Senoia Raceway. Spencer Hughes right rear gone on the 19. That is going to draw a caution as Spencer Hughes shreds a right rear on the 19M.
A tough break for the driver of the JCM Motorsports entry, as he will be the latest caution casualty here with 3 laps remaining in Dethridge Opticians heat race number 5, as Spencer Hughes with an absolutely disintegrated right rear on that race car. And John Matthews, you were watching it. Did you see what maybe happened to the 19?
Well, you could see that tire going flat for a couple of laps and starting to lean over, the left front wheel starting to pull up off the ground, and finally he went into turn 3 and 4, and you can see parts came off. So some more damage for Spencer Hughes.
It was smoking down there. Spencer's going to make it down into the hot pit, but I don't know if he's going to be able to make it back out or not. So we look at the provisionals right now of the drivers. Jason Fager has not run his heat yet. He's in the next one. But Dalton Wilson first in line for provisional because both Pierce and Thornton are in. It'll be Dalton Wilson, Jason Fager, the first 2 provisionals. Wilson's going to be starting up front in a B main. And then Spencer Hughes would need one of those guys to get in. If he's not able to race his way in tonight, he would be next in line for a provisional.
And Fager, as you mentioned, has not raced yet. He's starting outside front row of the next heat as well. And so Spencer Hughes is about to be if he can't get this change, get back up into a transfer, Spencer Hughes, Cody Early, is about to be a big Jason Fager fan.
Yeah, he's getting ready to change this right rear. This tire very looks similar to what was on Jackson Heiss's right rear as well, so that'll be something to watch throughout the night.
Well, the lights are down on the speedway. We're past the halfway mark, so it will be a single file restart. No Deathridge Opticians choose cone. 7 down, 3 to go. And Deathridge Opticians Heat 5. And a good restart for Dylan Knowles as he takes him off into 1 and 2.
Tyler Stevens suddenly finds himself now just 1 spot out of a transfer, and he is trying to keep that 2 car slow and smooth around the inside of the track. There's a good look at the Searcy, Arkansas driver who right now runs 1 spot out of a transfer, and he goes just north of the hole or just to the outside of it. That time down in turns 3 and 4, and you see that 2 car glued to the very inside down in 1 and 2, and he gains ground on Michael Page.
Yeah, Page had a little bit of trouble off too. White flags there. Final time around the speedway for Dylan Knowles. Battle for the transfer spot on the right side of your screen. On the left side, Knowles is driving away from the field.
He indeed is. We're going to keep one camera glued to the battle for the transfer. As Ben said, they're heading down the backstretch for the final time as the checkered flag flies for your winner. That's going to be Dylan Knowles. Austin Horton is going to get second, and Michael Page will hang on to the final transfer in third over Tyler Stevens and Clay Knight. So finishing in third, Ben, it's going to be the 18X of Michael Page. Finishing in second, it's going to be the 16 of Austin Horton. And the winner of Deathridge Opticians Heat Race number 5. How about a round of applause for the driver out of Lynette, Alabama, in the Fowler's Alignment and Brakes, SK Motorsports, Sweet Victory Apparel, Seat B Hauling, Seat B Diesel Performance, Clemens Powered Rocket Chassis. The 66K is Dylan Knowles.
Guys, a bit of housekeeping for our fans here. If you're driving a tan Ford F-150, a handicapped Coweta plate DP6 HI8, you are blocking someone in. Please move so you won't have to experience non-consensual towing. Again, tan F-150 DP6 HI8 handicap plate for Coweta. Please move your vehicle. You're blocking someone in.
Oh, man, it's not even 9 o'clock, and the family show just came to an end. Non-consensual towing.
Well, Dylan Knowles still there on the scale area.
Ben, that is a legal term, actually. That's the legal term for getting towed when you didn't want to.
All right, Knowles is going to, looks like he is going to be cleared by Ray Cook and Cody Early, the winner of Deathridge Opticians Heat 5. Dylan Knowles coming your way.
Yeah, Knowles will make his way over here. He's got a big smile on his face. Dylan, you ain't got to race a whole lot this year, but man, this kind of a stage, this is a pretty good show.
Yeah, it's pretty badass there to win that heat. I knew Michael was going to be tough. Austin slid me that first lap, and I figured I was a sitting duck there for third, but honestly, I wasn't that good. I was just really holding on. It's rougher in the cornfield out there right now.
Dylan Knowles, the winner of heat race number 5. I tell you what, these drivers that this is kind of a home field advantage may be one of the ones to keep an eye on tonight.
DJ, absolutely. It's time now for Poske's heat race number 6. Poske's Performance Parts, heat race 6 on the pole out of Milton, Florida. Joseph Joyner in the 10. And to his outside out of Bloomington, Illinois, Jason Fager in car 25.
Montana Dudley, he had a good run going at the National 100 a couple of weeks ago. He's out of Phoenix City, Alabama in the 7 on his outside. Out of Kingston, Georgia, the 31, that's Tyler Millwood.
Starting inside of row 3, out of Fort Valley, Georgia, Matthew Taylor in the 38. To his outside, it'll be Hayden Cowan out of Rincon, Georgia in the 14.
And a pair of cars with 1 and J in the number. Going to start shotgun on the field in this one. Rutherfordton, North Carolina's Jake Jackson in the J1. The 1J, 1JT this weekend will be JTC, right? Out of Fort Payne, Alabama, 8 cars, 10 laps. And this is Poske's Performance Parts Heat 6, Ben.
That's right. 10 laps the distance, top 3 move on. Winner will start 6th in the main event tonight. 602 late model B main cars. If you're not in staging, you're late, guys, especially B main 1. You're coming up next. Well, Joseph Joyner on the pole, and I think Joseph's another guy that would tell you the year just isn't what they thought it might be for him. 2 wins on the year, 5th in the Hunt the Front standings. But tonight, He is trying to go after his first career Castrol FloRacing Night in America feature win, and he starts on the pole to his outside, Jason Fager. And Fager's had a big year. He did not intend to run the Tour this year, but got off to a fast start. Now a two-time Mars Series champion, and he's already talking about next year, and it's kind of cool to be coming to Senoia, Georgia, and bringing guys like Jason Fager to areas that he's never been.
Absolutely. It's going to be really cool to get the 2025 Castrol FloRacing Night in America presented by Kubota schedule out here over the course of the next few months or so. As you mentioned, Ben, we're about 80% complete with that. Got several returning favorites. We've got maybe even a track or two that we're eyeing up that hasn't been on the schedule in the
We
last
try
year.
to, and it does. And a lot of people, and I know there's a lot of promoters right now that are probably about to email me because I've had a lot of emails in the past few weeks. You know, do you want to come to our track?
SR Mafia.
There's a lot of factors in when we book our races, and there's a lot of logistical things, and we actively try to go back to the favorites. We try to work some new ones in. It's tough, and I can tell you, we're going to have 10 races again next year. We're probably going to get 8 of them in. That's just the way it works. And so, yeah, it makes it hard, but there's a lot of areas we'd love to get to, but the logistics don't work out. But you know what? It doesn't hurt to ask, and if you'd like to have one of our shows, flowseries.com, you can find my contact information on there. We take things into account. It's just it's really tough to be able to make it work in a day and time where we race 15 months a year, 8 days a week.
And we try to do our best to cater to all of the series that we can with Luke, whether it be Lucas or Outlaws or XR or the regional touring series or whoever, to try to make it feasible for the drivers and crews, especially the track promoters as well. Green flags out, and this 6 Poske's Performance Parts heat race is underway with Joseph Joyner getting the early advantage in this one.
Fager almost kissed the concrete down the back straightaway. He'll hold on to second. Now Millwood is going to stick his nose in there to the inside of Dudley. Now he goes after Fager. Here comes Dudley back. Oh my goodness. It's chaos right now, but out front, Joseph Joyner leads the way. Three wide for the third spot.
Oh,
wow.
Baby, Montana Dudley trying to thread the needle there in the Thomason Racing number 7 as he goes completely sideways. The lap will count. We've got a caution on the racetrack as we've got Jake Jackson as well as Hayden Cowan.
Cowan was trying to get off the racetrack. Jackson didn't know he was. And he cut to the inside. Yeah, it was just an unfortunate deal. It'll be 2 laps down, 8 to go, and that will set up the Deathridge Opticians choose cone. It's back. That's
about
right.
That move that Montana Dudley made right there coming off a 2.
I'm going to tell you what, these guys out of the Southeast, these regional guys, they don't get enough love. I was talking to Jason Fager at the party last night, and I said, man, there are some really talented drivers down in this Georgia, Carolina, Alabama area, Florida, and then they don't always hit the national events, but man, it's tough when you come into their neck of the woods. And Montana Dudley, a guy that usually runs a lot of 604 stuff, he's got the big Clementson. He's coming to, actually, he doesn't have the Clementson, I lied to you. He's got the Cornet Lightning in, and he came to party here tonight.
Well, Hayden Cowan, unfortunately, it looks like, I don't know if his night is going to come to an end or not. It looks like his race maybe is going to come to an end. Here's your Deathridge Opticians choose cone. The leader will start by himself out front. It looks like mostly everyone going to kind of go inside, outside. No 3 or 4 inside or outside trains happening there.
As the character continues to develop at this racetrack and the feature tonight, it could get real interesting.
Yes.
Where guys go on the Deathridge Opticians choose cones.
Yeah,
so.
and I mean, if there's a giant hole down in turns 3 and 4, down in turns 1 and 2, and guys want to avoid it, you may have 4, 5, 6 cars in a row all choose the outside lane. That's something cool about the Deathridge Opticians choose cone.
Meanwhile, Jason Fager gets a good restart. He sets his sights on the leader, Joseph Joyner. Joyner bobbles a little through 1 and 2. Here comes Fager to the inside, door-to-door down the back straightaway for the lead.
Jason Fager, who had never seen this racetrack until he rolled in here yesterday, right now trying to claw his way to the front of the field and grab a win. 3 laps scored. 7 laps remaining in Poske's Performance Parts heat race number 6, and what a run Fager got there down the back.
Yeah, Joyner got a little crossed up off of 2. Joyner gets his feet back under him. We've got 4 down, 6 to go. Battle for the lead. Joyner's got it. Fager's feeling frisky out front. Meanwhile, in third, here comes Taylor, and he works to the inside of Dudley. That's the battle for the transfer spot.
Indeed it is, and it happens just off the screen of this battle right here, halfway home. We'll double it up for those of you watching at home. What a race for the lead. Fager down to the inside. He'll take it away from the 10, and Matthew Taylor takes the final transfer away from Montana Dudley. It doesn't become official, Ben, until he hit the scoring loop on the front stretch.
83 cars count a lap, and we got 1, 2, 3, count them up as Jason Fager, your leader, with 6 down, 4 to go. And the high side hustler is bouncing around Senoia Raceway right now as he leads the way. Joseph Joyner trying to reel in your leader back in third. How about Matthew Taylor? A rare super late model start for that driver, and he's trying to put it into the big show here tonight in his first ever attempt at a Castrol FloRacing Night in America event.
And he looks good. That is the car that is on the far left-hand side of your screen right now. He's holding post on that final transfer with just 2 laps remaining. Feger out front by 1.2 seconds over Joseph Joyner, and then Joyner has got a healthy 2.5 second advantage over Matthew Taylor. Ben, white flags out, final time around for the high side hustler.
Jason Feger works it off too. He's got a half a straightaway advantage over Joseph Joyner. Joyner's got more than that over Matthew Taylor. Final time off into turns 3 and 4. The winner of Posky Performance Parts Heat 6, the high side hustler Jason Feger.
Second spot's going to go to Joseph Joyner, and rounding out your 3 transfer cars, Matthew Taylor in the 38T. That means it's Montana Dudley, Tyler Millwood, Jake Jackson, and JTC Wright on the outside looking in Posky's Performance Parts Heat Race number 6.
Your third and final transfer will be Matthew Taylor in the 38T. First time with the series, first time to the main event. Second to Florida's Joseph Joyner in the 10. And your winner out of Bloomington, Illinois, the high side hustler Jason Feger. And the Titan Industries, Rimtech Enterprises, Cheap Cars, Rosser Battery, Hoker Trucking, RLM Enterprises, Corrosion X, Weir's Machine, Griffin Sign Company, all sponsors on the VP Racing Fuels. Clements powered Longhorn for Jason Feger, 17 wins on the year. And now a back-to-back Mars Late Model Series champion. He also picked up his second career UMP, actually his third career UMP National Championship this year, second in a row. And we also want to give a shout-out, Jason Palyabicki, crew chief for that team. And Jason let us know that Dan Schleeper had been a little bit under the weather. And I'll tell you what, Dan, we're thinking about you, brother. And there's definitely only ever been one Dan Schleeper.
That's
and
right.
a lot of memories growing up watching him race. But right now, Cody, Jason Feger just made memories first time here, and he won the heat race, and he's heading down to get a word with you.
Yeah, Feger will make his way over here. It is 679 miles from Bloomington, Illinois to Senoia, Georgia. Man, you never been here before, but you sure did make it look like you've been here many times.
Yeah, I've watched this place a lot on TV. Always want to come down here. It looked really fun. It's got a little character tonight. You know, they had some rain, but they keep working on it. Hopefully they get the bumps out there. It's awfully fast, but car was pretty good. You know, I didn't get a good jump on the start there, and but I was able to take my time and be patient and get it back. But just glad to be here, and hopefully we can put on a show and survive tonight and get some good points and maybe win this thing.
Jason, our final heat race winner, he's got a smile on his face. He is going to go into that 50-lap feature with a little bit of momentum tonight, guys.
That's right. Well, Jason Feger picks up the win in Heat 6. He'll start 6th tonight. A couple of 602 late model B-mains just around the corner. We're going to step aside real fast and thank some marketing partners. When we come back to Senoia Raceway, double B-main action for the 602 late models in the opening night of the 4th annual Peach State Classic. You're either here in the house or you're watching live at FloRacing. We'll be right back.